All is quiet here at the Phoenix International Raceway as Nationwide Series final practice has just concluded. A lot of work still to be done, though, today. A lot of laps turned so far, but still many more to go as some of the double-duty drivers have left their Nationwide Series rides and have taken the wheel of their Cup Series cars, which are coming your way in just a moment here on Speed. We are still high atop of Rattlesnake Hill with the best seat in the house, and if you stay with us here all day long on Speed, you will have the best seat in the house as well. Let's take a look at what's still to come today. There are a ton of laps left to be watched today, and we got them all for you here live on Speed. Sprint Cup Series practice at 2:30 Eastern Time. Nationwide Series final practice at 4. The Camping World Truck Series will qualify at 5, followed by Sprint Cup final practice at 6 o'clock Eastern Time, and then the hits just keep on coming. The Camping World Truck Series set up at 7:30, and the Camping World Race, the Lucas Oil 150, is at 8. Always a great show. Speed Center wraps everything up at 10:30 Eastern Time, and then Trackside features Ryan Newman and also NASCAR's newest sensation, Trevor Bayne, who still has not wiped the smile off his face after winning at Daytona. Strange thing about the drivers who won at Daytona, in all 3 of NASCAR's top series, none of the drivers who won their respective race is eligible for points. So the second-place driver in all 3 series leads the points. But in the Nationwide Series, that is Landon Castle, and he is not racing this weekend. So by virtue of the point system, it is Reed Sorensen that will be your points leader. Let's take a look at where those leaders were running in this Nationwide Series practice that concluded moments ago. The aforementioned Trevor Bayne, the Daytona 500 champion, and he'll be called that for a long time to come, was second fastest in practice, so he pretty much picked up right where he left off last weekend. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the, for now, blank hooded number 6 car is 11th fastest in practice, 129.30 miles per hour. A guy who certainly turned his season around last year and is looking to continue the momentum. Jason Leffler in the 38, 13th fastest in practice. The veteran of the Nationwide Series, 128.92 miles per hour. And then your guy who's going to take over the points lead after a good finish at Daytona was 12th fastest in practice, 129.26 miles per hour. So race fans, we promise you, after a couple races, this is all going to normalize out somewhat, and we'll have a points leader after winning a race. Let's now go to Randy Pemberton, who's standing by with the guy who's going to take over that spot. Randy?
Yeah, and he hopes it all normals out, so to speak, and he's the points leader for many, many races to come. Reed, let's go back to Daytona. You got out of there unscathed, and you had a pretty good shot at it, and you had a great run, finishing 5th. Talk about Daytona a little bit as we get ready to head into Phoenix.
Yeah, it was a great finish for us. We didn't get it easily, though. We had to work hard. We had some issues there at the start of the race and had to go to the back a few times, but we were able to make our way back to the front and had a good push by my teammate Jason Leffler at the end of the race, and we had a shot to win. So came out of there with a great finish, and we're leading the points now. So got the Dollar General car back here today, and this is one of my favorite racetracks, so I'm glad it's the second race.
Yeah, you've really performed well here. Only 7 starts on this track. I believe you've got like 5 top 10s and 3 top 5s at this racetrack. What is it about this place that lends itself to in your hand?
I don't know. I seem to enjoy the short tracks that have, kind of the flatter turns. So it's fun to race on. I enjoy it. I know they're repaving it after this, which made me kind of sad because I know a lot of the drivers enjoy racing on the slick asphalt. So far, we still got a little bit of work to do, but we got a pretty good car. We just got to get a little bit better, and I think we have a shot to win this thing.
Hey, real quickly, what are your thoughts about somebody like Trevor Bayne, another young guy winning the Daytona 500? You talk to him?
I haven't talked to him yet, but I think it's awesome. I think it's great for the sport, and he's a great young kid coming up, and we get to race against him for the Nationwide Championship, so it'll be fun.
All right, good luck here this weekend.
Thank you.
All right, Johnny.
Randy, thanks a lot. I want to remind fans it's a new rule in NASCAR this year that before the season you had to declare which of the top 3 series you were going to run for championship points in. So we may have some double dippers throughout the season, but by new NASCAR rules, you can only run for a championship in one of NASCAR's 3 top series. Now, we also have a new point system for the Sprint Cup Series. You get 43 for winning a race on down to 1. That for Carl Edwards in his Roush Fenway Ford. Has 42 points after his second-place finish in the 500. On back we go. You see David Gilliland and Bobby Labonte, who had fantastic runs in the 500, up there as well. Kurt Busch got 2 big trophies coming out of Daytona with the dual race and also the shootout, and he finds himself 4th in points right now, right in front of Juan Pablo Montoya. Another almost Cinderella story again for Regan Smith, as he spent most of the time up front at the 500. And then we have Kyle Busch, Paul Menard, Mark Martin, and A.J. Allmendinger for Richard Petty Motorsports, finding himself in the top 10 in points to start off the season. So now let's turn our sights on to Sprint Cup Series practice here at Phoenix. Let's go upstairs and Mike Joy.
Thanks, JR. You win the Daytona 500, and 5 days later, you get a little time to yourself. Trevor Bayne gets ready to practice the Wood Brothers car here at Phoenix. Welcome to the Valley of the Sun for NASCAR Sprint Cup practice. Live on speed. The temperature took its time crossing through the 60-degree mark here. Forecast looks pretty good until Sunday. Let's not talk about that just yet. Partly cloudy day, and we're set to go with 44 cars here to race for 43 spots. In Darrell, what is the last run on this configuration of Phoenix International Raceway?
Yeah, and I'm a little concerned about that. I mean, I want them to pave it. I want to have a new pavement here. I want it to be as grippy as what we saw last week at Daytona. But I don't want them to change the track. You go down there and poll every driver. They say, man, I love this joint. And they're talking about taking that dog leg and doing it something like this. Instead of it being a dog leg, it's going to be a this and a that. And I don't know if I'd do that or not. And you know what? I wouldn't do that, but that's not up to me, I guess.
Well, let's get through today first, Larry. And here we're set for opening practice.
Well, I think we're all still excited about the Daytona 500. But a few minutes ago, when they said on the loudspeaker, the track is open for practice, Sprint Cup Series guys, you kind of put Daytona behind you. And I think this is where we start to get more of a measuring stick about these new driver crew chief combinations like the 3 over to Hendrick Motorsports, because this starts where you have to start solving problems with your race car. You have to start really communicating with each other. So this is where this kind of all starts versus what you had for a week and a half at Daytona.
All right, let's go downstairs and check with Dick Berggren.
Well, Mike, a week ago, a young kid named Trevor Bayne was looking forward to his 20th birthday. And kid with a dream, really. He had just landed an outrageously good ride with the Wood Brothers for the Daytona 500. But you know how it is with rookies at Daytona. Nobody wants to draft with him. But on Thursday in the qualifying race, Jeff Gordon did draft with him. And they did incredibly well. Ran up front till the very end of the race when both of them crashed. That gave Bayne credibility. And at the drop of the green at the Daytona 500, he came from the back of the pack to the front of the pack, and he ran in the front of the pack all day long. And when the checkered fell, it was Trevor Bayne who had won. It has been a whirlwind week since then, taking phone calls from the White House, been on television all over the country. And his parents fortunately washed enough laundry to get him through the whole thing. He doesn't even know if his truck that he drove to Daytona has made it home or if it's still sitting in Daytona somewhere. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
Dick, Daytona may have been a dream for Bayne, but it was disappointment for Kevin Harvick. He enters Phoenix 37th in championship standings, only 3 points back in Daytona, but he couldn't pick a better place to get his season truly started. 7 combined wins here in NASCAR's top 3 divisions, and acting like the true leader that he is at RCR, he offered a lot of support to the Earnhardt Childress engine guys and said, you know what, those guys are jacked up, working overtime, and when that happens, it's usually bad news for the competition. Mike?
Thanks, Matt. We were talking amongst ourselves earlier this morning. The only problem with being that deep in points is with the new simplified point system. Last year, 43rd place paid about 16% as many points as the winner. This year, the last place driver in the 500 got only 2% of the points of the winner. So, Larry, you dig yourself a hole in the standings as Kevin Harvick has done. It's going to take a lot longer to climb out of that hole than it would have last year under the old system.
Well, no one should know the point system any better than Jimmy Johnson, who's won 5 consecutive championships. And I know talking to him, he said he felt like that the new point system is going to definitely reward winning because you do get those 3 bonus points, but it's going to reward consistency. And he felt like absolutely, because of what you just mentioned, that differential, it's going to take a lot longer to dig out of that hole than with the old system.
Now, I thought they said Jimmy Johnson on Kevin Harvick's car for a second.
Did you really?
But he does have JJ on the hood.
Yes, he
and
does.
Remember what he said back in preseason. I put 4848 as my password on my cell phone so I would not forget about this guy right here.
As if anyone could. 5-time consecutive champion of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. JJ's first laps are 8th quickest here. The Busch brothers are fastest.
And you know, this is a unique schedule for these drivers here, Mike, because we're used to, when we race on Sunday, we're used to going in and practicing for an hour and a half on Friday and qualifying, coming back in on Saturday and getting a couple of final practice sessions. Now, all of their practice is today. All they will do is come in here and qualify tomorrow. It's not an impound, but this is where a lot of tracks are going to a Saturday qualifying session.
Good point.
As we watch Junior go around the track here, Junior in the 88 car switching over to Tony Stewart in the 14. I just want to say quickly about Junior. Think about Jeff Gordon here last year. Jeff Gordon was driving that race car with Stevie Letarte as his crew chief. I believe this is going to be, I thought last week had a good shot at winning. I'm very optimistic for Junior and his chances of pulling off a win early in the season just because of the changes that were made at Hendrick Motorsports.
You know that Dale Jr. has only had one top 5 finish in the last 19 races, which would include last week at Daytona, and only one top 10 in the last 10 races for Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Well, that's interesting. That means I've only been wrong 19 times so far because I keep thinking he's going to win one, but he just hadn't been able to pull it all off yet.
Good point. Jeff Burton up to 3rd, Joey Logano 4th.
But when he does win one,
yes.
But when he does win one, I'll be able to say, I told you so.
Yes, you will. And Jeff Gordon currently 13th quickest.
You know, we talked a lot about this during speed weeks, about the winless streak of Dale Earnhardt Jr., but when you look at this 24 car, he's sitting on 66 races since he won a race. But here's the amazing thing, including this race a year ago, since he last won, he has 8 second-place finishes.
Uh-oh, Trevor Bayne has been in the wall with the Wood Brothers 4.
I told you they didn't feel right. They weren't working. I went in the corner and they did not work at all.
I think he's talking about the brakes.
How hard you hit? It's done, man. We're going to be in the backup. I'm sorry, guys. I thought they didn't feel right.
Ouch. Boy, that car is hurt.
Yeah, it's done. He's right to be in a backup. Of course, they had problems at Daytona and you know what happened down there, so they can overcome it. But, boy, you're talking about being deflated right now.
Trevor just completed nationwide practice where he was 2nd quickest. Here's a look at it.
And you can see the left front seemed to be locked up, or something seemed to be locked up, but the right front seemed to be it didn't seem like the brakes were working exactly right.
Darrell, that's going into turn 3, and you are carrying a ton of speed getting into turn 3 and heavy on the brakes.
Tough day at the office early for Daytona 500 winner Trevor Bayne.
Honey, could you grab another bag of ice?
On it. Did you see that pass on turn 3? No, I had to feed the pony. The only ponies at this party are underneath the hood. Look, if I don't get this ice. Oh, if I don't get this ice. You got a 4G face melter in here, man. Let's do this thing. Okay, yeah, just one lap. Yeah, just do one. Yeah.
How's that ice coming?
Fuel your fan with the latest news, stats, and highlights on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile, only on the Now Network.
My wife and I want to lower our cholesterol, but finding healthy food that tastes good is torturous.
Your father's suffering.
Honey Nut Cheerios cereal tastes great and can help lower cholesterol.
Be happy, be healthy.
I'm in pain.
No, not now.
Nothing's worse than a dead battery. And nothing's more reliable than a Duralast battery. Duralast, proven tough, only at AutoZone.
The weekend is coming! The weekend is coming! The weekend is coming!
This Saturday at Ace, take 20% off almost anything that fits into an Ace bag, so you can turn your to-do list into a to-done list. Get ready for the weekend at Ace, the helpful place.
If you're going to fish like the pros, you got to wake up early like the pros. Here's a tip. Use a reliable alarm clock.
This weekend, trade in an old reel for extra savings on a new one at the Bass Pro Shops Spring Fishing Classic.
Once Dave and his friends experienced the bone-rattling intensity of NASCAR, they knew it was time to reconfigure his surround sound.
All right, guys, here it comes.
15,000 watts later, they realized that if everything was more like NASCAR, everything would be more awesome.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup practice brought to you in high definition by Funai. Fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. And by Toyota. Trevor Bayne has had a wild week. Appearances from New England to California. And now he's made an appearance at the Turn 3 wall.
Let's take another look at this, Larry, and see if we can figure out anything here. It looks like the left front is locked up, but it looks like if you see the right front tire, it's spinning around just like it has all left front brake and no right.
I can almost guarantee you, though, Darrell, and you'll agree, this was a valuable lesson for this young man. You don't feel something. But when you don't feel something that doesn't feel exactly right, especially at the beginning of practice, just bring that thing right back into the garage area.
I heard a number of drivers in the other series over here talking about having some brake issues. And Larry, when you haul these cars across country, it's not so much the bouncing around, but the moisture. In your brake system, brake fluid automatically can create moisture. And so when you build up some heat in the brakes for the first time, there's moisture in the fluid, and sometimes it causes you to have a soft pedal or no pedal at all.
Tough break for Trevor Bayne. They'll roll out the backup car. Wednesday, how you like Car Warriors? An all-new episode. All stars take on a team of low-rider specialists. Lack of sleep brings one team to the brink of disaster. Car Warriors, Wednesday at 9 Eastern. Only on Speed.
You know, going back to the Daytona 500 Speed Weeks, things got a little convoluted with the backup car situation, especially with Dale Earnhardt Jr. sitting on the pole. It's pretty simple now. If you have to go to a backup car prior to qualifying, as long as you present that car for qualifying, which will be tomorrow, how you're going to race it from a standpoint of the race engine and all, you may start the race where you qualify, as long as you don't have to go to the backup car after qualifying.
And here at Phoenix, we implement the new qualifying procedure where instead of relying on the luck of a draw, the slowest cars in practice will qualify first, and we'll work our way down to the fastest car in practice.
Now, I know in the truck series that's exciting. Did the Pocono race when they did that, and theoretically, every time another car goes on the track, you'll have another guy sitting on the pole right up to the very end, theoretically.
Right.
But there's guys, I heard guys all week long talking about this new procedure and how they're maybe going to play games. They were worried about people playing games with, do I want to go out early? Don't want to go out late, don't want to put down a fast lap, don't want to put down a mediocre lap, and depending on what time qualifying is. And so there was a lot of guys that were already thinking out loud about what they were going to, how they're going to handle this new procedure.
Well, there is the engine bay of the Wood Brothers backup Ford, and it looks like Trevor Bayne is not going to get a lot of practice this afternoon.
Whoa.
Not in this practice, that's for sure.
The Busch brothers are quickest early on here.
Car Warriors. All-stars versus small-town heroes in a 72-hour race to build the ultimate ride. Car Warriors. It all begins Wednesday night at 9 Eastern, followed by Car Science, only on Speed.
See this? Nobody else has what this paint's got, and that's a #1 rating. It's a paint and primer in one, so it goes on bold and looks even better. It means getting more done in half the time. And it means the shade you see on that swatch ends up on that wall and is as durable as it is colorful. You know where to find it. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Try it for yourself. Get your own 8-ounce sample of the #1 rated Behr paint. Now just $2.94.
Starting a garden doesn't.
Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Tony Hawk.
And the winner is
You guys, do we really have to do the whole show like this?
Tony Hawk, host of the Hall of Game Sports Awards Show. Vote now for your favorite sports stars. Then see who wins Friday, February 25th, 7/6 Central, only on Cartoon Network.
Welcome to Metro USA. It's nationwider. Metro PCS now covers 90% of the country or 280 million people. Still just $40 a month. Taxes and regulatory fees included.
When it comes to important decisions, we choose wisely. And that's why people in Brentwood choose their hometown dealer, Bill Brandt Ford. And right now, you can choose from some great deals on America's best-selling vehicles. Get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $500 Ford factory rebate or $2,500 cash back on a great, stylish 2011 Ford Fusion. Bill Brandt Ford, your hometown dealer, is the right choice for terrific savings and great financing in Brentwood.
My choice is Bill Brandt Ford in Brentwood.
360 degrees of everything is now on sale. Visit NASCAR.com/tickets today.
Hey, guess who sold the most souvenirs in the last 7 days?
Let me guess. What do you think, Larry?
There he is.
There he is. And we're not talking about this guy. We're talking about that guy.
First and second in the Daytona 500. And talking over what just happened to Trevor Bayne. Now, they didn't even have souvenirs made up 10 days ago for Trevor Bayne. They got them now.
I think he'll probably do pretty well out here, just, based on what he did at Daytona. He'll probably sell a lot of stuff out here.
Right. One ad on the qualifying procedure, what you'll see when these cars go to qualify tomorrow. The go or go homers, as before, are grouped at the tail end of the qualifying session. They will all qualify together, but within their group they will also be lined up according to their practice speed.
And speaking of speed, Larry, just how bad do you think they'll break the track record today or tomorrow?
Well, they should, because this is as cool of temperatures as we've probably ever had here, and with this new tire that enhances grip. And you think back to the fall here, Darrell, all three series, the NNS, the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series, and the Sprint Cup Series, all three of them broke the track record.
Well, for that we need to ask Kurt Busch, because he's already broken it in this practice. 26.366. The record 26.395. Dick Berggren.
With Trevor Bayne, Darrell thinks your left front locked up on you. Is that what happened?
Yeah, I mean, I told him on pit road before we ever went out there that these brakes must be really big or something and need a lot of heat because they aren't working right. I almost ran into Bobby Labonte sitting there trying to stop it. It wasn't slowing down, so I went into turn one. It kind of went up the track where it wasn't slowing down all the way, so I went down the back and just held my foot on the brakes to make sure it get heat, and I dialed brake to it to make sure they were going to work. I go into three, lifted early to make sure I wasn't going to do that, and just one of the brakes locked up. None of the other ones felt like they were engaged. I mean, the brake pressure didn't feel right, and then it bled all the way out, and then it hit the wall. And I mean, I told him as I went in the corner lap, the guy said, it's crashing because there's nothing I can do here. It's not going to slow down. And we hit the wall. I mean, I hate it because, I mean, we're coming off such a good deal here, but Carl Edwards just came over and talked to me. He said, hey, it's a good omen. The first race I won in Atlanta, I went to the next week and crashed in qualifying. I don't like torn up race cars. I don't ever think that's a good omen, but I know we got a good backup here. I just, I don't know what went wrong there. I don't know why the brakes weren't right. I know these guys do a great job preparing race cars, so something just went wrong with the deal there.
It's a humbling sport, Mike Joy.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know, we sat down with him earlier, and just what a pleasant young man.
Absolutely.
I mean, unbelievably pleasant.
Darrell, as you were talking earlier, brake fluid is hygroscopic. That means it absorbs water, and the water just doesn't sit in there and mix with the brake fluid. It absorbs into it. Maybe that's some of it. Don't know.
Another car just got up against the wall in turn 4. That yellow car, I can't tell who that is yet.
And I can't see it from here. It is Travis Kvapil.
Yeah,
going to the garage with a big scrape down the right side.
Same thing. Looked like he went into 3 and the car never turned. So, you know, one thing we got to look at turn 3 is Denny Hamlin goes off in there. That's a downhill run into that corner. You kind of go up as you go through the dog leg back there, you're kind of running uphill. But then when you start to into turn 3, you really pick up a lot of momentum getting into 3. So if you get off of turn 2 really, really good, you're back in the gas, and here's Travis's car. You see he's been up against the wall. But if you get off turn 2 really, really well, in the gas, don't have to get out of the gas, and you carry that head of steam down the back straightaway, you're boogieing right here, buddy, getting down in there. And you got to get off it early or you'll get in trouble.
So a lot going on early in these early moments of practice. Matt?
Mike, Phoenix has been a tough place so far for Daytona 500 champions. First Bain, now Matt Kenseth. When Matt began to pull out on the pit road, he called on the team radio and said he had an issue in the foot box area of his race car. The crew came out, pushed him back in. They've taken the dash off. It appears there's some kind of clearance issue with the throttle linkage. A crew member sits in the car. They're working down in the foot box area, but a lot of time lost so far early on in practice for the 17.
You know, these teams obviously have a lot of depth, but one thing that I noticed walking through the garage area, and Darrell, you'll relate to this, a ton of new race cars in that garage area that are seeing the first laps of a racetrack in this practice session, and a lot of times, even though you build car after car after car, you go through new car blues.
Used to make me so mad, spend a ton of money building a new car, and you'd get to, oh, there's brakes issue. That's a big brake issue right there.
Yes.
These are on fire, Regan Smith. But you build a brand new car, you get to the racetrack, you go out and you run and say, man, this thing is terrible. Well, what do you expect? It's a brand new car. I said, what?
Didn't quite understand that one.
Most of the time when you see a brake fire like that up in there, it's either a brake hose that they cool the brakes with, or maybe he picked up a piece of rubber on the racetrack. The reason he's going around, he'll go around and let that blow out and he'll be fine. These brakes, good grief, Larry, when you look at the brakes they run on these cars on a track like this, they're 6-piston calipers. They look like they'd stop an airliner. The pads are, I don't know, at least 2 inches, maybe 3 inches thick.
You know who first ran a 6-piston caliper in NASCAR? Roger Penske. Back when they had the Matador. Roger was also racing in the Can-Am with a Porsche 917, and for Trans Am and then for NASCAR, they got AMC to put an AMC part number on a set of those Porsche calipers and used it for a little while.
For a little while. Well,
now everybody has it.
Here's an issue with brakes. On these tracks like this, you run a ton of camber. On the right side, you got the thing leaned in at the top as far as you can get it. 8 degrees, I think, is the max. On the left side, you got it leaned out as far as you can get it. So when you initially hit the brake, you're riding on the edge of both tires. That car has to sit down on the bump stops before the tires are flat on the track. Sometimes, man, it's just that instant between setting down on all 4 of them tires, you lose control.
You know the moral of the story? Other than Daytona, the only difference, or the only similarity, is they all have 4 tires.
The world's roughest truckers head west to Phoenix, where every fight for position is an all-out brawl.
Problem on the racetrack!
Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Phoenix tonight at 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
Welcome back to Geico Radio. It's savings on the radio.
Call us, Steve. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I just got a free rate quote on Geico.com. Saved a ton, and it only took me 5 minutes and 12 seconds. I was wondering, is that some sort of record?
That's a good question. Let's have a look.
Not quite. Someone's got you beat by 8 seconds.
Still, I mean, that's quite fast.
Well, what if I told you I only use one hand?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
If you love living in... Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Tony Hawk.
And the winner is... You guys, do we really have to do the whole show like this?
Tony Hawk, host of the Hall of Game Sports Awards Show. Vote now for your favorite sports stars. Then see who wins Friday, February 25th, 7/6 Central, only on Cartoon Network.
Welcome to Metro USA. It's nationwider. Metro PCS now covers 90% of the country or 280 million people. Still just $40 a month. Taxes and regulatory fees included.
The President's Day sale is on all month at Antioch Toyota. Get 0% interest on any 2010 and several 2011s in stock. That's right. Pick several new Toyotas in stock and get 0% financing for up to 60 months. Pick up the brand new 2011 Toyota Camry LE for just $18,599. Or get 0% APR for up to 60 months with approved credit only at Antioch Toyota. Or start saving gas and money with a new 2010 Prius and take $4,000 off the MSRP. Make the smart choice and head to Antioch Auto Center and Auto Center Drive in Costco Way. So big they named an exit after them. Auto Center Drive off Highway 4.
Get 4 NASCAR tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks, and a race program, all for just $99. Order your exclusive Walmart family track pack at walmart.com/NASCAR. The Busch brothers fastest in this practice. Kurt quicker than the track record by a few hundredths, and Kyle just above it, about half a second back than Brad Keselowski, Casey Kane, and Jeff Burton. Greg Biffle 9th fastest so far. Another driver who had a tough Daytona 500.
Well, those situations with Montoya was so close that when Greg got a little bit loose, 42 car Montoya got in the back of him, and you saw what happened there. How about our camera work?
Awesome.
Huh?
My lawn looks worse than that.
Mine doesn't look that good, I can tell you.
Mine needs some work. Matt?
Mike, down in the garage area, Carl Edwards out of his race car. It's up on scales. He told me he made one run, but he was fairly pleased with his race car. He said the biggest issue, way loose on entry. Almost, it felt like he had a flat tire going in the corner. It would jump so sideways. Next door is Kevin Harvick in the 29. He says his car, very edgy through the center, but he can deal with that. He just needs help with forward bite, getting that power down off the corner.
Carl's car's just out of time. They got to get the timing set right on the bump stops.
Oh, okay. Dick?
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. also out of his car. He is 24th on the sheet so far. And on the radio, he told the crew the car is tight in the center, loose coming off. That's very typical of the behavior of the car here. And no doubt when he got his helmet off and they got into deep conversation, they talked about the difference between the way the car behaves in turn 1 and 2, which is more wide and sweeping. 3 and 4 is very different. So you have to either decide you're going to run one end of the racetrack faster than the other, or try to come up with some sort of a compromise. That's one of the challenges the mechanics face here in this last running of Phoenix, the way it's currently configured.
Now look at this young man. We talked about Trevor Bayne gaining credibility. David Gilliland gained incredibility on that final lap last Sunday.
And you know, we talked to Carl, and Carl said, man, he said several times his spotter, Jason Hedleski, I think it is.
Right.
And David are really good friends. And his spotter kept saying, hook up with David, hook up with David. And he said, and Carl said, I look around and I would see David, but we never got hooked up until the end. And he said, man, when he hooked on to me at the end there, he said, man, I wanted to give my spotter a hug because he was right. That car would fly.
I mean, that was huge for David Gilliland and that front row motorsports team. No question. To finish in the top 5 in the Daytona 500, the biggest race of the year, that's as good as it gets. You know, David's from the Riverside, California area, and he actually played on the, there goes the engine for the 21 car for Trevor Bayne. I'm sure they'll just try to get out there for that next practice. But David Gilliland, in his high school, he actually played on the high school golf team. And he had a teammate that things went to work pretty good for him on in the world of golf, and that was Tiger Woods.
Tell you what, his dad was really good at Riverside, but his dad was also very good here. We used to run those Winston West races here with the Camaros and everything. His dad he would always be very competitive here.
Robbie Gordon had an interesting Daytona 500. Up toward the front, back toward the back, pushing, pulling, making things happen.
Thing about his car, we didn't have any trouble spotting it.
Right.
Although there were times when he and Jamie McMurray got a little confusing, but overall, Robbie had a pretty good day. That last incident over there where he got about half spun out, off on the apron and back up on the racetrack, created that last caution. I can't say it was Robbie's fault, although when he was trying to get back up in the racetrack, it was crowding everybody up, and that's why they made contact.
Yeah, I think a lot of those guys were anticipating he was going to come back up on the racetrack.
Exactly, and you can see those two cars look very similar.
Okay, easier this week with the black hood on Jamie's car, I hope.
That's that fish that was in that bowl down at Daytona, I think, on Jamie's. Found another place to ride.
The water won't stay quite as smooth here as it did at Daytona.
I'm going to have Ryan Newman tell you the differences between a bass and a goldfish. There's a little difference.
Yeah.
Not much.
Well, yeah, I never won a fishing tournament with a goldfish. I can tell you that.
You won your fishing tournament. Where'd you win it? Harris Teeter? Fresh or frozen? Publix?
Yeah. Guy said, there's something hung under the boat. I said, don't say anything. I know.
I'm waiting for the right time.
Just pay no attention.
Just keep paddling.
To that fish that's hooked under the boat. Ryan is 14th fastest in the Tornado Chevrolet.
Kyle Busch! Let's do this! Let's do this!
That's how you do a donut.
Come to the conference room.
Okay.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Beef, meet flame. Flame, meet flavor. Flavor, meet your crazy cousin. World, meet the BK Stuffed Steakhouse. Flame broiled beef stuffed with bold cheddar cheese and spicy jalapenos deep down inside. The first burger that's fiery from the inside out. The new BK Stuffed Steakhouse, just $3.99, only at Burger King.
Give me a bud. We just ran out. Really?
Blue jean baby, LA lady, seamstress for the band. Holy Ghost, a tiny dancer. Count the headlights on the highway.
Getting the point leader ready for tonight's Camping World Truck Series race. Clay Rogers leads the points. And at 7:30 Eastern Time tonight, America's toughest trucks take on Phoenix. There are the point standings. Jeffrey Earnhardt, third behind Miguel Paludo. The GOAT, Ricky Carmichael, fourth after a great run in Daytona. And James Buescher, fifth. Don't miss the trucks tonight. Dick Berggren.
Squapple, you've been in the wall. What happened?
Man, we didn't even make a lap. We went out, and the car was just really, really tight going into turn 3. I drove it in there pretty hard and just couldn't get the car to the front end of turn. Used up a lot of racetrack. Just about had to slow down, but slapped it. But it didn't hurt it too bad. We just more sheet metal than anything. We checked the toe and looked at the housing, everything, make sure everything's square and run the strings on it. We're good to go. We're getting ready to blast off here again.
Driver's confidence okay?
Oh, I'm fine. No big deal. That happens.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Okay, begs the question, because it's now happened to two drivers, Darrell. Why, with what might be a brand new car that's certainly seeing the racetrack for the first time this season, do you come off pit road and go blast that thing into turn 3 right away without feeling it out?
I just never, you know, back in the day, we used to have to go out. I mean, Junior Johnson or anybody I drove for would say, make a couple of laps, feel it out, be sure we don't have anything rubbing, be sure the brakes are working, be sure the throttle's not sticking wide open. Just kind of a real couple lap quick check of everything mechanically. These guys now, when they leave pit road, they look like they're trying to qualify. Right. And they tear out of there, they drive it like they stole it. And sometimes it just doesn't pay off.
Saw Matt Kenseth there in the 17 car. He and his wife Katie had their second daughter. She was born this past Tuesday. Grace Catherine Kenseth joins big sister Kaylin and big brother Ross.
It's a beautiful name. I like that name.
And here's Paul Menard, who is 19th on the practice chart right now. 27.7. That's about 1 second off of Kurt Busch's fastest lap. But right now he's on the right side of the page in the front half of the field.
Had a nice run at Daytona. I mean,
very nice. Again,
all the speed weeks.
Yep.
Nice job. Last year, he got off to a great start. And hopefully this year, he can continue on and have a great year.
He definitely ended up carrying the Childress banner down there with Clint Boyer, his teammate, getting into a wreck, and then Jeff Burton and Kevin Harvick having engine failures.
Jeff Gordon in the top 20 in this practice session, Matt.
Mike trying to win the streak now up to 66 races. He's hoping for some past history. 5 times he has scored his season's first win within the first 2 races, and he's a former Phoenix winner. He says the car is almost too good on entry, which thus messes up the car's exit. Too loose on throttle, but he says not too bad in turn 1. It's worse in 3, but Gordon seems pretty confident so far on the team radio.
And, Matt, that's what I noticed with Jeff. He was coming through 3 and 4 there. It looked like he was chopping wood. I mean, he was jerking the wheel, and the car was actually just getting a kind of pushy, loose look to it down here in 3 and 4.
You want to see what a new Ford FR9 engine looks like? There it goes. Larry, they probably won't make this session, but what about the second session today?
Yeah, I mean, I think they have got, I don't see any way they're going to get this engine in there and fired up and get through all the NASCAR inspection during this practice, Mike. But obviously, Trevor has still not realistically made a lap in this race car. And I think it's really important that they are ready to hit the ground running when we get the track open for what will be final practice before qualifying and then the race on Sunday.
Now, I believe the 37's been in the wall in turn 2. He's very slow down the back straightaway, was way high off the corner, and we'll have to wait till he comes around to see if the right side is damaged or not. If he didn't hit the wall, he sure came close up there. Tony Raines didn't. Well, looks clean. Tires look clean.
But you're
17 spotter. He's behind me. I think he saw something.
But you're right, Mike. He came as close as you could get to it and not hit it.
Sounds like he's asking the spotter if he saw anything, which tells me that he had a problem and he was wondering if anybody could help him figure out what it was.
A.J. Allmendinger, 23rd in the opening laps of this practice.
A.J. was strong here last year.
Sat on the pole.
Had a pole here last year and had a great car. Finished 10th, I believe.
Guide to fishing. Modern fishing gear has been pivotal in man's conquest of fish, but the unprepared man can make do without. Attach 2 potato crisp cans at a right angle. Mount a lens from a pair of aviator sunglasses to the joint and let the fishing begin.
Don't be that guy. Come into Gander Mountain's first cast event and get everything for your next fishing adventure. We live outdoors.
It's how might becomes mightier. How will finds a way. It's the kind of strength that only comes in numbers. Ram 3500 Cummins, now with 800 foot-pounds of torque, a 5-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, best-in-class trailer towing, strength in numbers, now at Ram Truck Month.
Right now, get $1,000 bonus cash on 2011 Ram heavy-duty diesel models.
Ram.
Introducing a renewable energy solution that will forge new opportunities for the American worker, as well as advance our nation's energy independence. American ethanol, from America's cornfields to America's racetracks. It's a brand new race day.
This Wednesday, car science is all new. Find out if a car really can stop on a dime and see how they create flaming tire burnouts in the movies. Get set for an all-new car science Wednesday, 10 Eastern, only on Speed. Jeff Burton has moved up to second in this practice, and let's have a look here at Travis Kvapil back on track.
Well, he said it didn't hurt it. He said didn't even knock the toe out. Ripped all the Goodyear off the side of the tire, but the bottom of the tire must be all right, so they thought they'd use them again.
All right, same tires. Dick Berggren.
Well, the only guy I know that gets more new cars in a single year than Mike Joy is Brad Keselowski at this racetrack last year. 2 brand new cars, one that's new to you. What do you need to do when you shake down a car you've never driven before?
Well, thankfully, we already did shake this one down at Disney World. We went and tested there for a little bit. It's probably the closest track there is here to Phoenix, so kind of shook it down and ran really strong at Disney with our Miller Lite Dodge Charger, and I think it's showing off here. We're pretty fast coming here, unloading at Phoenix, and hopefully we're going to switch back over to race trim and see if we can stay fast.
Promise you, this guy's going to win more than one this year. Last year's second-tier champion.
Now, I got to explain something, because somebody asked me, said, why are they going to Disney World with their race cars?
To ride, it's a small world.
Yeah, well, so they take their cars with them everywhere they go. But nonetheless, there's a racetrack that we have actually raced on there in the truck series, and Indy cars have actually raced there. And it's a track where the weather's pretty good, Orlando, so the guys have all been going down there and shaking these cars down.
And it's about a mile, and it's pretty flat.
Yeah, it's kind of
most of Florida.
It's kind of weird shape. You got a big round 1 and 2, and then you go down the back, got a pretty much square into 2, kind of a little short straightaway, and then off of 3, a little Pocono would be probably a good way to look at it.
Marcus Ambrose in the DeWalt Stanley Ford. I guess the big news, well, here we move to Carl Edwards, who comes in here as the point standing leader in the new simplified standings. Nothing simple about his run through that corner, is there?
Man, he got on the flat just a little bit, and of course you saw the results of that. Those hands were. Carl exemplifies when you say someone is up on the wheel. Carl Edwards lives up on the wheel.
He had quite the experience this week. He went to Las Vegas for some media function, and actually, with cables attached, jumped off the stratosphere and said it was quite the experience. And he said, you know, it wasn't as he was going down that was scary. He said it's when he's standing there and you're looking down and they're saying, okay, now 3, 2, 1. He said that was the scariest part about it right there.
Wait a minute, let's check this, let's check that. That's it again, Larry, that's that old difference between involved and committed. As long as you're still standing up there, you're just involved. And it's an 800-foot fall when you make that jump. He's going back to do it again next week, and who's he going to bring with him? Trevor Bayne.
And Trevor was all for that. Yeah.
It just goes to, a lot of times we talk about how brave these guys are and if they're daredevils or not. Those are the kind of, I guess Travis Pastrana now, if he did that, I wouldn't think too much about it. But when Carl Edwards decides he wants to do that, I said, whoa, wait a minute.
Travis Pastrana jumped out of a plane without a parachute.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Here's Mike Skinner. And a new ride for Mike. He takes over the 32 that Terry Labonte drove last week. That's the Frank Stoddard car. K1 Speed, Sherwin Vega Ford for the former champion of the Truck Series.
I don't know if is that an honor to be known as someone that jumped out of a plane with no parachute?
What do you think?
I don't know how that would go over.
I guess it depends if you're still around to tell about it.
I know that old boy. Yeah, I know him pretty good.
Oh, you talk about your extreme sports.
A Cinderella story was written in Daytona. Now Speed brings the ultimate NASCAR pre-race show to the desert. NASCAR Race Day gets you revved up for Phoenix, where Mark the Kid Martin and Kyle Rowdy Busch join us live. Plus, we'll hear from the big-name drivers who had a disastrous Daytona 500. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot. Live from Phoenix, Sunday at 12:30 Eastern. And celebrate with us in NASCAR Victory Lane, fueled by Sunoco at 8 Eastern, only on Speed.
If you're going to fish like the pros, you got to wake up early like the pros. Here's a tip. Use a reliable alarm clock.
Check out the Bass Pro Shop Spring Fishing Classic with free seminars by top pros this weekend.
Truth is, if you don't have your motorcycle insurance where you have your car insurance, you're paying too much. At Allstate, when you combine, you save up to 30%. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects the rider better than Allstate.
We now offer phone service for...
You don't have to go bald if you don't want to. Breakthroughs in medical science have given us the world's first and only permanent solution to hair loss.
They grab it and they pull on it and they let them run their fingers through it, and it's my own hair, you know.
Bosley, the world's most experienced hair restoration expert, has perfected the science and art of hair restoration.
What I need to start doing is carrying a picture around, I think, because people just almost don't believe how unbelievable the quality of the work is.
Bosley can help you no matter what your stage of hair loss. The results look completely natural, and it's affordable on nearly any budget. Call or go online now for your free guidebook, medical report, and DVD, and see how you can restore your hair with Bosley.
You know, you get your teeth fixed, you know, why not get your hair fixed? It's really pretty simple stuff.
You don't have to accept going bald. Choose to do something about it right now.
Call 1-800-576-5447. That's 1-800-576-5447. Call now.
Speed's coverage of NASCAR Sprint Cup practice from Phoenix brought to you by Bass Pro Shops. Your adventure starts here. Tough day early for the Nationwide Series point leader, Landon Castle. He is driving the number 60 here. And this is his first lap on the racetrack in the Mike Hillman Big Red Toyota. So never completed a lap, and it appeared the engine let go. Said he felt a big vibration. Kaboom.
Good looking piece. I like that paint job on the car. Nice ride. Get him up. Backup engine.
From Big Red to Blue Deuce. Here's Brad hopping back in.
You know, back to Landon Castle, you watched him last year show up and did a phenomenal job of getting cars qualified into the show. But I don't know that we realize how many laps that Landon Castle has in Sprint Cup Series cars. He still does a tremendous amount of testing for Hendrick Motorsports. Just this past week, on Tuesday and Wednesday, he ran over 500 laps for Hendrick Motorsports at Gresham Motorsports Park, doing some testing for those guys.
Well, you just think back to last week, this car we're looking at right now, the 13 car of Casey Mears, he lost 2 engines at Daytona last week. And, of course, the 60 car is a teammate to him, so they got something going on.
Yeah, because Casey Mears lost his engine 3 laps into his 150-mile qualifying race. Landon Castle loses an engine on his very first lap of practice. May not be coincidence.
No, but, you know, a tip of the hat to Landon, because he was Tony Stewart's best friend in that Saturday race at Daytona.
And Landon is the point leader in the Nationwide Series, but does not have a ride for that series here at Phoenix. Landon Castle puts us under the red flag temporarily in this practice.
Car Warriors. All-stars versus small-town heroes in a 72-hour race to build the ultimate ride. Car Warriors. It all begins Wednesday night at 9 Eastern, followed by Car Science, only on Speed.
Honey, could you grab another bag of ice?
On it. Did you see that pass on turn 3? No, I had to feed the pony. The only ponies at this party are underneath the hood. Look, if I don't get this ice. Oh, if I don't get this ice. You got a 4G face melter in here, man. Let's do this thing. Okay, yeah, just one lap. One. Yeah, just do one. Yeah.
How's that ice coming?
Fuel your fan with the latest news, stats, and highlights on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile, only on the Now Network.
Today, more than 6 million older Americans face the threat of hunger. In just 2 years, the number of people suffering has more than doubled. With your help, we can make this problem disappear. That's why I've teamed up with AARP and AARP Foundation in the drive to end hunger. Join us by visiting drivetoendhunger.org.
See this? Nobody else has what this paint's got, and that's a #1 rating. It's a paint and primer in one, so it goes on gold and looks even better. It means getting more done in half the time, and it means the shade you see on that swatch ends up on that wall, and is as durable as it is colorful. You know where to find it. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Try it for yourself. Get your own 8-ounce sample of the #1 rated Behr paint. Now just $2.94.
Sunday, the Ultimate Pre-Race Show gets you revved up in Phoenix with Mark Martin, Kyle Busch, and Kevin Harvick. Kyle Petty sits down with Len and Eddie Wood after the Daytona 500 win from high atop Rattlesnake Hill or wherever the news comes from. NASCAR race day built by the Home Depot. Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
It looks like one of those things that you launch stuff into the air with. You know, what do they call those things?
A catapult.
Catapult, yeah.
Yeah.
One of those.
If they launch that camera, somebody's going to get a very expensive bill in the mail. All right, here's Matt.
Mike, Daytona was all about the challenge of finding the right drafting partner. Here is the fun factor in the challenge of getting your left foot, your right foot, trying to tiptoe this car through the corner on this slippery asphalt.
Yeah, this is back to normal for us. It just feels like, hey, we're back into the regular season and just trying to throw all those thoughts away about two-car drafting and just focus on what's important and making the car handle right and giving it the brake, the gas input, the steering. Yeah, you're right on edge back finally. You know, at Daytona, it's wide open all the way around.
Now, Carl Edwards jumped, and we'll do it again, off the top of the stratosphere. That's his e-ticket for Vegas. But coming up, you've got something very special for the Kurt Busch Foundation.
Yeah, we're putting together a great go-kart event. It's called Sprint for the Kids. Got a great sponsor with Shell, with Crawford Oil. They're the local oil and gas distributor. And so they came on board to jump and then help us. We've got 12 teams now, and I've got a couple drivers in the garage to come out, a couple local celebrities, and we're going to have fun raising awareness for sports and children athletics. Whether you're a kid that's got everything going good and want to become a race car driver, or whether you're a kid with a disability or have been dealt a bad hand, we want to try to influence kids to get out there in athleticism and sports.
Now, if I was able to get a kitchen pass for a certain 84-time winner, 3-time champion to maybe form a team, do you think you would still have enough room in your lineup?
I think we could throw DW in there. If somebody needs an
I didn't say any names.
Oh, all right. Those stats match somebody I knew of. And there's more than welcome room for anybody.
Hey, Cub spring training, are you going to try to take in some time over there?
I wish I could. Right now the schedule's so full, and I've got the Gainesville Gator Nationals coming up with the Pro Stockers, so got one more test with that, but right now the focus is the fun right now in the Shell Pennzoil Dodge and getting our double deuce faster.
He is a multitasker, DW.
Yeah, and Matty, ask him, do they have a senior heavy class?
Hey, he wants to know if they have a senior heavy class.
And there's his teammate with Here's to the Hill. If that doesn't refer to Rattlesnake Hill, then we just didn't read the right press release. I don't know. But there's Rattlesnake Hill, and I think Artie had a shot for us of where he wants the pre-race show to be done. And it's way up atop the Estrella Mountains. Yeah, up there. Let's do the pre-race show from up there, Darrell.
Yeah, well, we're dropping Myers off there as we speak.
Is that a goat, or is
that's Myers?
Oh.
He's up there rehearsing.
That's cold.
If you could just get that, can you turn that teleprompter a little bit more?
The world's roughest truckers head west to Phoenix, where every fight for position is an all-out brawl.
Problem on the racetrack!
Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Phoenix tonight at 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
They did it all at the hall, where they were wide open.
I saw it all at the hall, where one day, people will come to see me.
I experienced it all at the hall, where I can be a kid again, a real competitive one.
Experience high-octane family fun at the NASCAR Hall of Fame, whether you're a kid or just a kid at heart.
I will always. I will respect my elders, even as I run over them.
I will embrace victory and everything that goes with it.
I will have more followers on Twitter.
I will never
call my friends a posse.
I will never refer to myself in the third person.
I will buy my mom a house.
I will enjoy my moment in the sun. And I will try not to get burned by it.
And most of all,
I will always
be ready
for the highs,
the lows,
the unexpected. For life.
For life. There's Ready, and then there's Gillette Ready. Introducing the Gillette Young Guns, class of 2011.
You ready?
Things aren't always what they seem out here. Like that big fella over there. Costs way less than I ever dreamed. I don't tell my friends just how affordable it is. Because of them, I'm still the big roller. The big cheese, you know?
Oh, Emmett. Baby, what you doing?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, yeah, babe. In a second. Taking care of some business.
It's surprising just how affordable an RV vacation can be. Go RVing.com and get a free video or visit an RV dealer. Go affordably. Go RVing.
With enough talent and dedication, any of these race cars can take a NASCAR home tracks driver wherever they want to go.
Hold it. Got something wrong here. Hang on. Whoop.
Check those pressures.
You know, right now, Jeff Burton in this 31 car is the only Chevrolet in the top 8. It's pretty much saturated by Dodges and Toyotas. In the top 8, we've got 3 Dodges, 4 Toyotas, and that Chevrolet of Jeff Burton.
You know what that guy was doing? Probably somebody in his crew chief or somebody said, we need to make an adjustment before he goes on the racetrack. That's what that was about.
Dick, how are they coming on the Woods Brothers Ford?
Well, the engine's bolted in at this point, Mike. They've still got a lot of work to do on it yet. They've got to get the intake manifold in. Carburetor needs to go on it. They're working on the radiator right now. One of the crewmen has just climbed out from the inside of the car. A couple of people underneath. The exhaust system is not yet in it. There is an awful lot of work left to go before this car reaches the racetrack.
Thanks, Dick. Remember you used to build the engines for the Wood Brothers back in the David Pearson days? Tommy Turner.
True.
Won a lot of races for them.
I'll tell you what was even more interesting. Tommy built those engines at home in Amuda. Leonard Wood would go pick up what we call a short block, the pistons and cylinder heads, and take the engine back to Stewart, and Leonard would put his own intake manifold and carburetor on, because he is one of the all-time great tuners when it comes to airflow. He had his own flow bench. He did a lot of work that he wanted to keep exclusively for the 21 team.
Mike, they've got about 2.5 hours before that final practice to get the remaining part of that work done on that 21 car and be ready for that hour and 25-minute practice we'll have later on this afternoon.
Bobby Labonte only 37th on the speed chart. He's run just 9 laps in the Kleenex Toyota.
To me, that was another feel-good story from Daytona, to see Bobby Labonte up there. At one point, maybe he had a shot at winning that thing, but to come home 4th, and a couple of things that meant, that was Bobby's 200th career top 10 finish in the Sprint Cup Series, and it was his first top 5 finish in almost 2 years.
Well, he said when he made the announcement that he was coming over to the JTG Doherty team, he wants to race for the win. And he was in a situation last week to be able to do just that.
And at the end of that race, if right here, I don't know if he thought he was going to move up and Carl and David Gilliland were going to go with him, but when he moved off the bottom, you see Carl was in a box, and Carl couldn't get out to make a run at Trevor Baynes. So really, when Bobby moved out that little bit and put Carl on the bottom, that locked the win in pretty much for the 21 car.
That definitely was a great way to get their season started over there at the 47 team with Bobby Labonte.
Joey Logano right now 6th fastest, one of 4 of those Toyotas in the top 7. The others are Kyle Busch, Casey Kane, and Denny Hamlin.
Joey finished 3rd here in the fall. In fact, he had top 10 finishes in both races last year.
Darryl, let's take a ride.
Same going up the back, and again, you notice how you run down into the 3rd turn there. You want to hook that left front tire below that yellow line sometime if you can. A lot of grip down there. Tight off of turn 4 there. Really run out of room in a hurry. Hauling Mayo down in here hard on the brake. Again, right to the bottom on that yellow line. On the apron a little bit. A lot of room to let the car roll out right here. Kind of push out to the wall. Then you want to straighten this dog leg out as much as possible. And again, hard on the brake. Down into the 3rd turn. On the apron a little bit if you can. Ride that yellow line on the apron right there. Up off the corner. Kiss that wall maybe a little bit every now and then. It's a great lap.
Darryl, other than maybe Pocono and Darlington, wouldn't you say this is probably an oval where the two ends couldn't be any different from each other than what they are?
By all means, Larry. I mean, turn 1 is abrupt. You run down there, a lot of speed, heavy brake, turn in hard. Turn 3 is a little bit more of a floater. Kind of let it get down in there. Try to stay off the brakes. You use quite a bit, but try to not use too much, because if you use too much, boom, up the hill you go.
And we've seen that already. Oh, Quapple.
He's still got some kind of
second
issue.
time.
At 1-5 back there. All clear by 4.
Got a little brake lock up. Here comes Kyle, who was third fastest on the board and remains there.
He just keeps going. You said, well, why didn't he come in? He's trying to figure out what's wrong. That scares the heck out of you when you put that brake on lock up like that. You don't know where it's going to go. Now he's just trying to figure out what's wrong.
You know what's interesting? The first time he had the issue, it was his first lap on the racetrack. What we just saw there, he just had left pit road and was going down the back straightaway, going into 3, getting up to speed.
Sometimes these brakes are so aggressive that you just use more than you think you do, and you'll lock up a wheel. You'll lock up one of the wheels.
Fastest of those Fords right now is Biffle, who is 10th. Here's David Rudeman, 24th on the board.
You know, we talked about Kurt Busch being the fastest, and that lap he laid down a little while ago at a 26.36, that's a half a second faster than Jeff Burton in that 31 car. But I do get a feeling, and we saw this a lot last year at tracks that had this format. This practice, the drivers tend to work more on their race setup. The next practice, especially toward the tail end of it, is when they'll kind of get zeroed in on qualifying.
Oh, what's this? The back end of the Dinger's car has dinged the fence. Dick?
Well, Dinger got on the radio, said, I think I just hit the wall. Sure enough, he did, and they're going to try to fix it. The car was getting worse coming off the corners, and he found the fence.
Easy to do here. Just hardly any damage at all. Kurt Busch, 26.366 on his second of 7 laps. That is under the track record.
You know, Mike, you talked earlier about this new qualifying procedure where we go pretty much from the 2 practices combined. The order they'll go is slowest to fastest, and that maybe teams would play some games on that. I think the good thing about the qualifying here, and it's going to kind of vary from track to track, is qualifying here is at 1:40 tomorrow. Other than clouds, there should be an advantage going early, going late. It's right in the middle of the day.
And Larry, only a 20% chance of rain tomorrow. If qualifying is rained out, the field is set based on practice times for the top 35.
You know, Darrell talked about how much brake you use here. If we get a shot of this 22 car that has the red wheels, he's not run that many laps. Look how black the front wheels are already turning, and what that is, it's simply brake dust from the brake pads. And he's only run a total of 9 laps so far.
Brian Keselowski raced his way into the Daytona 500 with a big assist from younger brother Brad. Now that car was wrecked in the race. This is a second car that they've been working night and day since Daytona to get ready for Phoenix. They did not intend to come to Phoenix, got all that put together without the assistance of their father Bob, who had to go up for a hospital visit on Tuesday, so wasn't able to help all through the week. But what a lot of work they've done just to be here and get this car on track.
And I think when he made the Daytona 500, that's $250,000 just to start. He couldn't be here this weekend if he had not made the Daytona 500. That little bit of money he made down there carry that team to several of the races coming up.
Brian said the money from Daytona got us just a little bit more than back to even.
Car Warriors. All-stars versus small-town heroes in a 72-hour race to build the ultimate ride. Car Warriors. It all begins Wednesday night at 9 Eastern, followed by Car Science, only on Speed.
You don't have to go bald.
Attention if you have diabetes.
Hello, I'm Alan Thicke. As the father of a child with diabetes, it's important that I keep up to date with the latest in treatments and technology. That's why I'm happy to tell you about a breakthrough in diabetes care through CCS Medical. You don't need to stick your fingers anymore. This new meter allows you to test on your arm, so it's virtually pain-free. Plus, it uses gold test strips. Real laser-etched gold in every strip provides the ideal testing surface for one of the most accurate readings possible. Best of all, CCS Medical can send you this meter at no cost. With CCS Medical, they deliver your diabetes supplies to your home. They work with Medicare or your insurance to process the paperwork. They even have nurses certified in diabetes available to answer questions. And for a limited time, CCS Medical will also send you a diabetes cookbook. All this from a company trusted and recommended by thousands of doctors around the country. Call CCS Medical today.
Speed Inside Deals is your one-stop shop for exclusive ticket officers for Speed viewers. Ticket offers. Purchase ticket packages for the upcoming Vegas race, and you could save $30 on a Neon Garage Pass and up to $25 on weekend packages. Visit speed.com/deals.
Hey, one of the things we haven't talked a lot about is the new nose that's been that's on the car this year. Got rid of the splitter and got rid of those braces and all. And I really think that's letting these cars run just a little bit faster. I think it did at Daytona. I think that's why we're seeing some pretty fast speeds here. A little bit more front downforce and a whole lot better looking.
You know, the big thing also, it's so much stronger than what they had. I go back to Denny Hamlin in that excursion he had off the track in qualifying at Daytona. The old nose with those splitter braces, there's a good chance he'd have had to go to a backup car because of that.
Exactly.
Well, let me see if we can clarify this. I believe, isn't the splitter still there?
Part of it.
But instead of having that big front porch and that opening underneath the front bumper with the braces, that's pretty much been filled in and smoothed out with more of a passenger car kind of look.
They took the splitter and cut it down. And it looks more like a lip. You can see just a little bit of it right around the bottom right there. And that's the old splitter cut down. It's see that little part sticking out down there? That's it.
Okay, thanks. Dick.
Well, we welcome back Brian Vickers to the rest of the NASCAR season this year, Mike. And the story on the number 83 car is very good. Brian has told the crew the car is good, the carburation is great. He's got excellent pickup off the corner. And we remember way back to 2005 when he finished 5th here. That was his best career finish in NASCAR's top division to that point. He missed the race last year with medical problems.
It's good to have him back. His teammate. Okay, I got it. Casey's in the blue car. Brian's in the silver car. I think I got it.
Here's even a bigger clue. Casey's number 4.
Yeah, but when they're coming straight at you, that's hard. That's hard. But you're right. It's okay. We'll get it little by little.
But Casey's one of those 4 Toyotas that I talked about earlier that's sitting up there in the top 7 or 8 right now.
But, you know, at least they're not doing like they did in Formula One, where they call the second team Toro Rosso, which is Italian for Red Bull.
Why does he look at you and I like?
Because he has no idea. We know. I had no. I thought it's an Italian bull.
He knows so much. You know, when it comes to stuff like that, that man is a wealth of knowledge.
Yes, he is.
Totally useless information, right?
We find a way to use it.
Yeah, that's it. Matt, help me.
I'll try to help you out the best I can. And when you talk about Clint Boyer here at Phoenix, he has found success in both NASCAR's middle and third-tier divisions. He's looking for a cup win here this weekend. And so far, DW, we've heard you talk about it, you and Larry Mack, so many times. You make one change that gives you a big improvement, but then you pay for it somewhere else. And that's what happened to Clint Boyer. They made an air pressure change. It made the car come to life at the beginning of the run, but then it quickly fell off and lost grip. He said it was skating all over the place like he was running a dirt modified. So they came back in and made some small changes in the front. But this team, if you got a fantasy league, I would say the 33 might be one guy you might want to put on your team for this weekend because he's due here.
And man, it sounds like drivers usually don't like real low air pressure. The car wants to kind of wallow around when you got the air pressure down low. takes 3 or 4 laps for the pressure to come up, and then the car is comfortable. If you add air to give you that comfort right away, then you're going to pay for it after 2 or 3 laps because the air pressure is going to be too high, and then the car won't turn and just want to slide.
44 cars are here for this practice. Means only 1 car will go home. 42 cars have completed laps in this practice as Martin Truex has a moment coming off turn 2 there. Landon Castle made half a lap and apparently lost the engine in his Toyota. Michael McDowell has not practiced, and the Glendale, Arizona native has said they are only going to run the second practice today.
They were also having some huge inspection issues with that car earlier this morning, trying to get it through initial inspection.
The weekend is coming! The weekend is coming! The weekend is coming!
This Saturday at Ace, take 20% off almost anything that fits into an Ace bag, so you can turn your to-do list into a to-done list. Get ready for the weekend at Ace, the helpful place.
My wife and I want to lower our cholesterol, but finding healthy food that tastes good is torturous.
Your father's suffering.
Honey Nut Cheerio cereal tastes great and can help lower cholesterol.
Be happy, be healthy.
I'm in pain.
Green flag.
He's a leader.
He is, Dad.
Still talking about the military?
Non-stop.
You still against it?
I've moved to open-minded.
Really?
Well, he can be convincing.
So, what next?
I keep listening.
I'm impressed. With both of you.
Hey, Kurt, it's Kyle. Hey, you got a minute?
Not really. Kind of busy.
You've got to check out the new NASCAR.com race view. I mean, these new virtual graphics make my car look almost real. Did you know fans can customize this to follow me all race long and listen to my in-car audio? And now my fans can even watch you try to keep up with me in the new head-to-head view. I mean, how cool is that?
Check out the brand new and dramatically improved race view, only at NASCAR.com.
Kurt, hey, Kurt.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup practice at Phoenix is brought to you in high definition by Funai. Fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. Kurt Busch, Jeff Burton, Denny Hamlin up to third. Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch. And here is your Sprint Cup champ, 14th on the board.
Now, we rode around here with the 20 car there a little bit ago. Let's see what kind of wheel 5 time is came. Ooh, gets off on that apron, and you can see the results in the steering wheel right there. You really have to fight the wheel to get it back under control. Tight turn into one, right? It's a lot of wheel. That's how sharp that turn is. Get down in there, and you can see him working it. Just kind of hunting a little bit, wanting those front tires to grip up. Steady through the dog leg. Down in it, and you see how when he got on the brakes, so he had to fight the wheel just a little bit as that thing sets. And now he tried to stay off that apron this time, get a little bit better run up off the corner.
You know, Mike, we've had 29 races here, and we've had 21 different winners. But I will say, if there's a group that seems like they have a stranglehold on this place, would be Jimmy Johnson. He's won 4 of the last 7 here at this place.
Check out one of his teammates. Matt?
And Mike, talking about Jimmy Johnson, I think his average finish here lately is 4.9. Earlier in practice, it out on the throttle, the back just wanted to come out, but his entry was so good that he had to stop over slowing the car down. He was getting on the binders too early. And DW, for the fans at home, just talk about the technique of using your brakes, either late entry or early entry here.
Switching to Carl Edwards on the in-car.
5 laps, 95.
Now, Carl.
Maybe a Q run out back on the 36. You're blending on the bottom. He's about 10 back.
See how Carl holds the steering wheel 3 and 9? If you drive, and you know this, Mike, matter of fact, you explained it to me. I said, why would you do that? That's the way you drive a passenger car these days. When you look at how a steering wheel is set up in a street car, you got your hands at the 3 and 9 position. That tells you that the steering in that car, the steering box is pretty easy and it's pretty quick.
And what I like about this, Darrell, this is something that road racers will do. Down the straightaway, that wheel will be cocked at an angle so that in the middle of the corner, Carl's hands are level at 3 and 9, not in the straightaway, but in the middle of the corner, so he can go left or right and correct as needed.
And that's just a little bit different style than what, and that's why we see him when we say he's fighting the wheel. That's why he gets up on top of it, because he brings that right hand up over the top from that 3 o'clock position.
Now here's just the opposite, David Reagan.
This is old school, a little bit more old school here. He's actually driving that car. He's pulling down with his left hand. That right hand is almost a floater. You kind of pull it down. You see how far underneath his hand there left is. And that right hand becomes your sight. You talk about being at 3 and 9, and that's where you want to be in the middle of the corner. He wants that hand right there, straight ahead in the middle of the corner. That's sort of his sight, that he knows he's right where he wants to be. Hand-eye coordination.
Which way were you more comfortable?
Well, this is the way
like
this is how I like to drive. I pulled with my left hand, pulled this wheel in, and I used my right hand just as a floater, just as sort of a guide. Matter of fact, Earnhardt and I, several guys back in the day, you get tired, you take that right hand, lay it over on the penny bar, and just rest a little bit and drive with your left hand.
Wow.
Really didn't lose that much time.
And I think it's their other teammate, Greg Biffle, that we've actually watched feed the steering wheel. He takes his hand off and feeds it.
Totally different style. I've never seen anybody do that.
Lots of different styles. Kurt Busch, however, has the fastest.
Hold on for the ride of your life with live Supercross on Speed. This is what everybody wanted to see. Don't miss Monster Energy Supercross live from Atlanta, Saturday at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. Only on Speed, the Motorsports Authority.
If you're going to fish like the pros, you got to wake up early like the pros. Here's a tip. Use a reliable alarm clock.
This weekend, trade in an old reel for extra savings on a new one at the Bass Pro Shops Spring Fishing Classic.
No, not now.
Nothing's worse than a dead battery. And nothing's more reliable than a Duralast battery. Duralast, proven tough, only at AutoZone.
Starting a garden doesn't. Texas Hold'em is the hottest game on the planet, and we've got the best action outside of Vegas. Come to the all-new California Grand Casino and play today. It's your best bet in the Bay Area, off Highway 680 at Concord Avenue.
Gentlemen, time to get close. You can't shave close if your beard is laying down.
Electric Shave stands up whiskers for an up to 52% closer shave. Lubricates skin too.
Smooth cheeks.
Electric Shave.
Get close.
Through the years, many things pass from father to son, like Aquavelva Aftershave. Cools, firms, and tones. Smells great. Aquavelva. Men get it.
Looking for a big payday? The biggest cash jackpots are right here in your own backyard. Come to the all-new California Grand Casino and play today. It's your best bet in the Bay Area, off Highway 680 at Concord Avenue.
The telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Tony Stewart has run the most laps in this practice, 53. Jimmy Johnson, 50. And over 40 laps for Joey Logano, Andy Lally, and David Reagan. Nationwide final practice coming up next, and then another round of Sprint Cup practice.
Mike, we've talked about a couple of things that teams are having to deal with here this weekend that was different from Daytona. You talked about the qualifying procedure. We talked about the new nose, even though that was on the cars at Daytona. It was kind of a moot point. Another thing that teams are having to deal with here for the first time this weekend in the Sprint Cup Series, NASCAR has moved their set number of tires for practicing qualifying from 6 to 5. That's all you get for today and tomorrow. But the real difference, and I think they're being very aggressive with the number, is now Sprint Cup has a mandated number that doesn't include those 5 sets for race. The number here is 10 sets of tires to run this 312-lap race on, which quite honestly, Darrell, I think is plenty.
Oh, well, I think what they did is they went around last year, polled all the car owners and the crew chiefs, and came up with a number, a kind of a compromise number. These guys are headed down to the other cars to get out there and practice here in just a little bit. But they came up with a compromise number in 10 cents. That's 40 tires. Well, that's a lot of tires in a weekend.
At what, $1,600 a set?
Yeah.
Times 10. Yeah.
Toro Rossi.
He's trying to figure out right now how he can use that word on Sunday.
Well, I knew Mario Rossi, but I didn't know Toro Rossi.
Yeah, he was a crew chief. No, Toro Rosso is Italian for Red Bull. Mark Martin, 10th on the board with a 27-17.
And I don't know what happened to him and Tony Stewart Sunday. I mean, they were sitting in the catbird seat. You think those two guys, neither one of them's won the Daytona 500. I know they were chomping at the bit, thinking, man, we got this thing right where we got these guys right where we want them. They went dead backwards.
Maybe the cat got the bird.
I don't know what happened, but they didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, Mark ended up 10th, and Tony in the 14 ended up outside the top 10.
I think he was 13th.
Yeah. David Reagan, 18th in this session. He is the 3rd quickest Ford, and Travis Kvapil still making laps. He is 33rd. Juan Montoya is 32nd fastest.
And David Reagan is going to live with that mistake on that restart. I read a quote. He said, "I'll live with that the rest of my life."
Well, Darrell, every race car driver I know can describe the ones that got away in frame-by-frame detail forever. Richard Petty couldn't remember quite a few of his 200 wins. Couldn't remember much about them, but a couple races that were close losses, he could tell me exactly what happened. Kurt Busch, quickest in this session, under the track record. There's the front half of your field, 42 of 44 cars logging laps, all but Landon Castle, who lost an engine, and Michael McDowell, who will run just the second practice.
Saw Kevin Harvick that jumped up there in the top 5, and that was right near the end of this practice session. He's 4th quickest.
But the big news, Trevor Bayne, the Daytona 500 winner, on his very first lap on track. A brake problem put him in the fence. The backup engine is going in.
A Cinderella story was written in Daytona. Now Speed brings the ultimate NASCAR pre-race show to the desert. NASCAR Race Day gets you revved up for Phoenix, where Mark the Kid Martin and Kyle Rowdy Busch join us live. Plus, we'll hear from the big-name drivers who had a disastrous Daytona 500. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot. Live from Phoenix, Sunday at 12:30 Eastern. And celebrate with us in NASCAR Victory Lane, fueled by Sunoco at 8 Eastern, only on Speed.
Honey, could you grab another bag of ice?
On it. Did you see that pass on turn 3? No, I had to feed the pony.
The only ponies at this party are underneath the hood.
Look, if I don't get this ice.
Oh, I don't get this ice. You got a 4G face melter in here, man. Let's do this thing.
Okay, yeah, just one lap. One
Yeah,
lap.
just do one. Yeah.
How's that ice coming?
Fuel your fan with the latest news, stats, and highlights on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile, only on the Now Network.
See this? Nobody else has what this paint's got, and that's a #1 rating. It's a paint and primer in one, so it goes on gold and looks even better. It means getting more done in half the time, and it means the shade you see on that swatch ends up on that wall, and is as durable as it is colorful. You know where to find it. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Try it for yourself. Get your own 8-ounce sample of the #1 rated Behr paint. Now just $2.94.
Welcome to an exclusive tour of the 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. We have big changes to discuss and new faces to meet. But first, we're going to take a look at some of the new cars hustling their way into the series.
Just traded some serious paint with that Mustang.
These are some of the new faces that I mentioned earlier. Of course, their faces aren't always this angry looking.
The 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. Something new around every turn.
Welcome back to Phoenix, everyone, where the first practice for the Sprint Cup Series has concluded here in Avondale, Arizona. NASCAR's top series got their first crack at the track today under a mix of conditions. The sun was going in and out behind the clouds, and as you can expect, it got rather chilly when it was behind the clouds. When it came back out, it was hot again, but that is typical out here in the Valley of the Sun. A lot of people looking at the weather this weekend, as we'll have more on that in just a moment. Welcome back to Rattlesnake Hill, everyone. I'm John Roberts. Let's take a look at what is coming up today. Still so much racing coming your way from Phoenix. As we take a look at the menu, we've bitten into it pretty well so far, but there's still lots to go. Nationwide Series final practice at 4 o'clock Eastern time. Camping World Truck Series will qualify at 5 Eastern, and that is 3 local time. Sprint Cup Series final practice at 6, and then the Camping World Truck Series setup show at 7:30 Eastern time. We'll get you ready for some of the best racing anywhere, which comes your way from the Camping World Truck Series. Lucas Oil 150 is at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Speed Center at 10:30, and then Trackside, presented by Walmart, at 11 p.m. Eastern time, features the winner of this race last year, Ryan Newman, and also the winner of the first race of the season, Trevor Bayne. With more from the garage area in the Sprint Cup Series, let's go down to Randy Pemberton.
Well, the drivers have climbed out of their cars. Everybody busy talking with their crew chiefs and engineers right now, staying in front of Kurt Busch's number 22 Dodge here for Roger Penske. Of course, hot as a firecracker there in the Daytona 500. Had a pretty good day, but the races leading up to that, he was absolutely sensational. As we come into this final practice session, which will come up later on this afternoon, everybody's wondering about when they go out to qualify, because we know we have new procedures now. The fastest cars in the final practice session will go out later in the practice session. But I just talked to some guys down here thinking, well, it goes off at 1:40, and out here in the Valley of the Sun, we're wondering whether or not it will be an advantage to go out later on, or will the temperatures be much higher? And you know how sensitive this racetrack is, as well as the way the cars adhere to the track. It might very well be an advantage to go out early, and that means if you run slower, you'll go out early, so you could get a better qualifying time. So we'll have to wait and see how this new procedure works out the remaining races of the year, but it could be a little interesting here at Phoenix, Johnny.
One of many new things this season, Randy, is that new qualifying procedure, something very interesting to watch, and you can catch it here on Speed. Now let's take a look at some of the guys who dug a hole, so to speak, after the Daytona 500. It happens a lot. Your points position for some of your favorite drivers you can see on the left side of your screen. Their Daytona 500 finish on the right side of the screen, and one of those guys who did not have the kind of 500 he was looking for was Dale Earnhardt Jr. Finished 24th in the 500, and therefore he is 22nd in points. Your defending series champion and your 4-time champion Jeff Gordon also did not have the kind of 500 they want to. And these points are important right now because in just a matter of 5 races, we revert back to this year's owner's points, not last year's owner's points. So if someone is not able to get out of that hole and get back in the top 35 in points, we've seen it happen before. Some of the bigger names in NASCAR may go to the short track race at Martinsville and have to qualify on time, not be locked into the field, and that can cause some extra drama on qualifying day. For more from the garage area, let's check back in with Randy Pemberton, who's patrolling down there and looking for some of the stars of NASCAR. Randy?
Well, we've got Kurt Busch over here talking to Juan Pablo Montoya. Let's see if we can jump in here and grab Kurt real quick. You got off to a great start down there at Speed Weeks. Pretty good 500 as well. Talk about, a lot of people talk about getting to the real racing, but how's the car been here?
Well, it's all real racing, but this is just the regular season. Daytona is just a championship all on its own. It was 10 days that we spent down there. So it was a great run for us with the Shell Pennzoil Dodge. I was just talking with Montoya. You know, he was my last lap teammate partner, and we just didn't quite get the speed we needed. And so we're just kind of debriefing about that. It was a great couple of days, or a week down there. For today, our Shell Pennzoil Dodge feels pretty good. We went out early in qualifying trim to lay down a lap, and we actually ran faster than what the pole speed was here last fall. So we'll see how things shake out. This practice, we're going to be more in tune with race trim and make a lot of laps with our car and see what our tire wear looks like.
All right, thanks so much, Kurt. Good luck to you. Johnny?
Randy, thanks a lot. As we said, NASCAR's 3 Top Series are in action here at Phoenix, and back to a little bit of the short track routes here. We got a little nighttime action coming your way with the Camping World Truck Series tonight. That's always a great show out here. You definitely want to tune into that. Then we'll follow it up with the Nationwide Series and the Sprint Cup Series, all here at Phoenix this weekend with a little bit of curveball thrown at us from the weather. It's a little bit unusual, and a very temperature-sensitive racetrack out here may make for a little bit more drama than we normally see out here at Phoenix. Coming up next, Nationwide Series final practice, so let's send it high above the PIR and Mike Joy.
Thanks, JR. We're ready to roll with Nationwide Series final practice on a Friday afternoon at Phoenix. Got a little warmer. It's up into the middle 60s. It is not exactly the kind of weather we're used to seeing here for what was the April race, but it's a nice cool day, sunny day. Engines make good horsepower. And yet, Jeff, in this last practice session for the Sprint Cup Series, a number of drivers late in the session didn't want to go out. They were worried about track conditions. Number of cars found the wall in turn number 3. What's going on?
The racetrack's going through a transition. I mean, that's one thing about this particular racetrack is it gets some rubber on it, it loses some of its grip. You've got to be a little more careful, and I think a lot of guys are trying to save tires, just like we're getting ready to start this second practice. You know, nationwide, you're limited to the number of tires you can run during the course of the weekend, and I think the number 6 here in this series. So, you know, you don't want to burn through them, so you're trying to make these long runs, you know, get your car figured out, but you do it all on one set of tires. So I'm looking for in this second practice, I don't think we're going to see a lot of guys doing a lot to their cars, maybe kind of like just kind of tweaking a little bit, trying to save those tires for tomorrow when it matters the most in the race.
So, Kyle, you got a lot to do, but you got limited resources to do it with.
Yeah, and that's a problem. You know, that's where in the Nationwide Series, as a crew chief, you really have to think ahead. You're thinking first practice, second practice, race, and you've got to incorporate all that into the limited number of tires they give you. They've done that on the Cup side this year by limiting them to a certain number of tires for practice, and then they roll over into the race. And to the race allotment, I guess it is. So everybody's having to think about tires a little bit different.
All right, let's go down to the garage. Wendy Venturini.
Thank you, Mike. One of the busiest drivers in the racetrack today is Kyle Busch, who, of course, is racing the Truck Series race. He had nationwide practice, then he had Cup practice coming back over here to the nationwide side. He has yet to make it over here from the Cup garage, but I spoke to his crew chief, Jason Radcliffe. He said, we are just going to chase the racetrack right now in this practice session, like Jeff Hammond had just mentioned. Jason is afraid that the track has changed so much, and with the rubber down from the Cup cars, they're going to see on the next 5 laps. Kyle's going to go out, run 5 laps, see how the racetrack is reacting. They have not made many changes to this race car. He was the fastest in the first practice session. We're going to see how the track has changed for nationwide cars. Bob?
Wendy, talk about a change of fortune in a blink of an eye for Trevor Bayne. In 1 lap in a Cup car, he's winning the Daytona 500. In the next lap on the racetrack in a Cup car, he's in the wall. Crashed during the first practice session for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series in the Wood Brothers number 21. I just spoke to Trevor, and he still does believe it was a brake issue, but he said it's back to normal now. He knows he has a very good race car over here in the Nationwide Series, and he's still carrying that bright old smile that Trevor Bayne has made famous in just a week amount of time. So Trevor Bayne trying to shrug off what happened in the Cup Series and get back to business here in the Nationwide car.
Well, the man's only 20 years old, and that by only a week. But he's a professional. And you get off that horse, you get on the other one, and you get on the next one, and you ride it hard.
Yeah, and look, that's one incident. It's not going to shake his confidence from the Daytona 500, I can tell you that. But the other thing, as a driver or as a team, if you can point to an issue, we heard him talk about a brake issue. If you can point to too much rear bias, too much front bias, maybe like we heard in the first nationwide practice where Eric Amarillo went to the corner and the pedal went to the floor. Maybe it's one of those deals that they just weren't totally prepared when they got there. You don't know, but at least they feel like they can point to a mechanical failure.
All right, now let me ask you, Kyle, as Elliott Sadler puts down the fastest lap of this session, and I asked Darrell this during the Cup practice, didn't we used to encourage the drivers to go out on the track and take a couple of laps to see how things were working on a brand new car, or a car that even for the season was seeing the racetrack for the first time. And these fellas, they leave pit road and they wail on it.
You know, used to you had to go out and warm up the oil. We didn't have the oil heaters. We didn't have to be able to do that. The transmissions weren't as good. The bearings weren't as good. Nothing was as good as what it is today, technology-wise. Used to, you had to go out and put some heat in them. It's just like you just had to run around a couple of laps, and it depends on how big the racetrack was, on how many laps you warmed up. Then you'd pump your brakes, you play with it, you seat your brakes in. Then you'd go just flat out. That's the way it is. The way these cars come out of the garage area now, the time these teams spend on the cars back at the garage, they feel comfortable that these cars are race ready when they get here, 100% ready to go. And the driver has to believe in what the team tells them, and the driver goes out and does that. It's not always, doesn't always work that way. We see it at some of the short tracks. Doesn't always work that way, but that's what you believe, and that's what these guys do now.
And Mike, don't take this the wrong way. Man, you are old school. I mean, because, again, what he's saying here, we take a look at the 99 of Ryan Truex right now, who is now currently #1 in his practice session, is that the benefit that we have today with modern technology is we've got a lot of data that we've already put together. All these organizations, whether it's Toyota, Chevrolet, Ford, and Dodge, just using manufacturers, that they share with the teams. They put it on a 7-post. They compress it. They know what they've got when they leave pit road within you know, a good estimate, and then they have everything warmed up, and they trust that driver to bring it back here in one piece. But today, it bit the 21, and something wasn't quite there.
And still, I'm proud to be old school, because these race cars are still assembled by humans.
Exactly.
And they are still subject to not everything being exactly as it ought to be when the car rolls out.
What are you trying to say? Human error?
It's possible.
Exactly right.
And that is exactly right. And I will give you that. You know, it was a hard habit to break. As starting in that era and running like that, it was a hard habit to break, to just leave pit road and say, man, I'm just going to barrel off in turn 3 wide open at Daytona with nothing.
How did Darrell answer that question? I bet he was just, I'm ready to go.
Let me say this.
Same as Kyle.
Let me say this. There were times when I was out real late the night before that I would spend 7 or 8 laps riding around the racetrack warming up.
Oh, Bob Gilmer. Well, Danica Patrick still struggling with that race car. After the first practice session, she said, I just can't get the car to do what I want it to do. So in this first run, after major changes in the interim between practices, she came on the radio and said, man, the car is loose now, but the car is crap. I don't like it. It's like it's on top of the racetrack. So Tony Eury Jr. very calmly basically said, all right, we're going to go to the track bar. 4 rounds down on the right, 2 rounds down on the left. But, Danica, listen to me. That's good that you felt that, because we wanted you to feel that inside your race car. And this is a little bit more to where we need to be for you to run fast at Phoenix.
And Mike, he brings out a very valid point. I think last year they did everything possible to give her security with the race car set up, not to have the car get loose on you, not to get yourself in harm's way. But now it's time to get her where she can be competitive. If you're going to race with the likes of Carl Edwards and Kevin Harvick and Trevor Bayne, you've got to get your car a little bit freer, and you got to get her and take some chances. And now I think Tony Eury Jr. is trying to get her to step it up.
Well, when you're used to driving a car with twice the power, that weighs half as much and has the engine at the other end, that's a lot of adjusting to do.
We're thinking seafood? Who's got the best seafood tonight?
How about some tilapia or jumbo shrimp?
And if you had seafood Newberg, you'd be my hero on an endless dinner buffet.
For around $10.
You got the hook. Only Golden Corral is a seafood lover's paradise. It's crunchy pecan-crusted tilapia, seafood Newberg with puff pastry, spicy jalapeno tilapia, and more. It's all part of our endless dinner buffet, still for around $10.
$10? I'm hooked.
Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
The Unprepared Man's Guide to Fishing. Modern fishing gear has been pivotal in man's conquest of fish, but the unprepared man can make do without. Attach 2 potato crisp cans at a right angle. Mount a lens from a pair of aviator sunglasses to the joint and let the fishing begin.
Don't be that guy. Come into Gander Mountain's first cast event and get everything for your next fishing adventure. We live outdoors.
highways I saw, never cities like the same three chords, been helping us along, and the story is told. And the crowd is done and gone, shaking off the miles and trying to make it home.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Nationwide Final Practice at Phoenix is brought to you by Honey Nut Cheerios. Be happy, be healthy. And by FreeCreditScore.com. Get your score. Kyle Busch has 5 Phoenix victories. 3 in the Nationwide Series, 1 each in Cup and Truck. He is running all 3 races here this weekend. Why? Because he thinks he can win all 3. That's why.
He likes basically putting his name in the record book. I mean, I think he's one of the very few drivers that I honestly can say this. He's not racing for the money. He's racing for the trophy. He likes the idea of putting those trophies up on the wall and breaking those records anytime he gets an opportunity. And this weekend, I mean, he could easily make a sweep of this place.
Wendy?
If you guys think about the schedule Kyle Busch is going through, he literally does not have a break between all 3 series, from Truck Series practice earlier today, Nationwide, Cup practice, back in the Nationwide car. He actually was excused from the drivers' meeting for the Truck Series race because he was in his Cup car for practice. And when I talked to a lot of the people around Kyle for the day, his PR rep said we had 0 media scheduled for today. That's how busy Kyle has been. He literally didn't have a free moment on his schedule. It's from vehicle to vehicle to vehicle. He's a busy man this weekend.
Now, you're right. The only break he will get is while he is waiting for his turn to qualify his truck a little later, live on Speed.
Somehow I don't think he minds that.
No,
it's just like you said. You know, I mean, a couple of years ago, I mean, he's got that late model car. I mean, he's got so many race cars. He races because he loves it. And for anybody out there that's listening, if you love to go play golf on Saturday or go fishing, that's what racing is to Kyle Busch. You really, like you said, it's not about the money. The money that he wins and what he does allows him to go do other racing. It doesn't. That's his vacation, and that's so refreshing to see somebody, I think, especially at this talent level, who's willing to do it day in and day out.
He's the man right now. I mean, again, if it's got a steering wheel and 4 tires, he's gonna make something happen. I think he'd race modifieds or anything else around the country if you can get him into it, and he has enough of an opportunity not to interfere with his main focus is, which has to be the Sprint Cup Series. He'll definitely make it happen that weekend.
I'm not sure if this is the first time we've seen an Interstate Batteries car that wasn't green.
Yeah, I think you probably got a very good point there. I was sitting there looking at that.
I mean, all the way back
a little
to Bobby
bit different.
Labonte.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely a different look.
Bob?
Kevin Harvick pulling back out on the racetrack right now, and he's still struggling a little bit in the center of the corner. Very fast on the speed charts, 3rd quick right now, but Kevin says it needs to cut a little bit better in the center of the corner. So they just made a left rear shock adjustment on that 33, but Kevin pretty darn good so far in this practice session.
Mike, I think we're going to hear a lot more drivers talk about that, you know, as far as the 33 is concerned. I think the rubber's going down the racetrack with this new tire, and the heat that's getting out with what sun is on the track is kind of creating an issue.
Yeah, third fastest for Harvick.
Yeah, and it's got to be, just like you say. I mean, it was a green racetrack when they got here, most grip. As the rubber gets on the racetrack and kind of builds up, you begin to run on the asphalt and the rubber that's laid down, and it totally changes a racetrack, but especially a flat track.
Kyle Busch, Carl Edwards, Kevin Harvick, Toyota, Ford, Chevrolet, the 3 fastest so far.
The nighttime is the right time on Speed, as the Rocket Man Ryan Newman stops by the biggest party in racing. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Phoenix, tonight at 11 Eastern on Speed. NASCAR's ultimate pre-race show powers into the desert, where Mark Martin and Kyle Busch join us live, and we relive a Cinderella story at the 500. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, from Phoenix, Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
Nothing compares to Pizza Hut's world-famous pan pizza. For a limited time, choose any pan pizza, any size, with any of your favorite toppings for just $10. The legendary pan pizza, only $10 and only at your Pizza Hut.
If you're going to fish like the pros, you got to wake up early like the pros. Here's a tip. Use a reliable alarm clock.
Check out the Bass Pro Shop Spring Fishing Classic with free seminars by top pros this weekend.
For hundreds of thousands of...
Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Tony Hawk.
And the winner is... You guys, do we really have to do the whole show like this?
Tony Hawk, host of the Hall of Game Sports Awards Show. Vote now for your favorite sports stars. Then see who wins Friday, February 25th, 7, 6 Central, only on Cartoon Network.
Welcome to Metro USA. It's nationwider. Metro PCS now covers 90% of the country or 280 million people. Still just $40 a month. Taxes and regulatory fees included.
Introducing AnyRoom DVR with Xfinity from Comcast. Now you can share everything on your DVR with any room in your house. So everyone can watch the same show in a different room or a different show in every room. You couldn't do all that before. But with AnyRoom DVR, you can enjoy your DVR from any room in the house. To learn more about AnyRoom DVR and to find out how you can get it for your home, call 1-800-XFINITY.
88-18-24. Race time at Walmart has your number and everything you need, from official gear to snacks for race day. Race time at Walmart. Gear up, stock up, save. Brad Keselowski was top 5 in the last session. Wendy, right now he's 7th in this one.
Yeah, he's free off of turn 4, and it's not cutting down the entry into 1, so they are going back to the balance they had from the first practice session. His crew chief, Todd Gordon, asked him about the rubber. Do you think it would get worse? And his answer, Brad's answer, was, I'm not sure. This tire is so much different from my Cup car. You're trying to chase this racetrack. You're chasing the rubber on the racetrack, as you guys have mentioned in the booth. It's definitely a factor that is affecting these nationwide cars following Cup practice.
And Mike, Wendy talked about his crew chief, Todd Gordon. That's somebody new that now Brad is working with, where last year when they won the championship, it was Paul Wolfe. And Paul and he got on the same page so quickly, and they had just a phenomenal season. Now that Paul is, up there with Brad in the Sprint Cup Series as crew chief. So this right here is another situation where even they may have a little bit of information from last year for Todd Gordon to come to and use, it's up to these two guys to really mesh and communicate.
All right, let's go down to the garage and Bob.
The Daytona 500 champion Trevor Bayne doesn't exactly like his car just yet during this practice session. The team wants to really get the car to work a little bit better in the center, turning the center. So what they brought this car in for is to change the sway bar arms, not the sway bar, but the both sway bar arms on the front end of this 16 machine. They have it up on the scale pads right now. Trevor's is coming off the corner, kind of feels like it's riding on the right rear, but the big problem is that center in the corner, and they believe that by changing the sway bar arms, they'll get this car to roll just a little bit better.
Okay, Bob, you're going to do a little more investigating for me down here, buddy, because I think I may have an idea what they're trying to do. Mike, a lot of times guys will run sway bar arms with 2 solid links. That means it hooks the right side to the left side. Otherwise, they may be going to a chain or even a flapper on the left side, which lets that left front kind of float a little bit, and that might, be what they're working on, or they're going the reverse of it. They've had the flapper on, don't like it, now they're going to go solid. Bob, you got anything kind of help me out here?
It looks like they're going to a solid, honestly, Jeff, because I asked the team the same thing. I said, you changing the sway bar arms, or are you changing the sway bar itself? They said, no, we're just changing the sway bar arms, and we're trying to get it to just kind of loosen up and free up in the center of the corner. So, usually you see a lot of sway bars being changed during practice with his condition in the garage area, but they're working on the arms and how they connect to that sway bar.
Interesting.
Thanks, Bob.
Yep. What are you doing there, driver? You look at me like I had 2 heads.
No, because you're exactly right. I mean, whether it's a solid, whether it's a floater, we used to change arms, again, 100 years ago, because the longer they were, it's a different leverage point. Right. And even though that's an 1 1/4 bar or a 2-inch bar, it's all about leverage on a sway bar. That's all a sway bar does. It's a torsion bar. It just twists back and forth. And it's whether you pick up the point farther back or whether you pick it up close. It's real easy. It's like if you're trying to pry something up off the ground, if you hold the handle way out at the end, you have more leverage. If you hold it closer, it's harder to lift that. So it's stiffer. So you can take that bar and make the car feel like the bar is different, just by where you pick up on the sway bar. So I don't know what they're doing. Obviously, I mean, I don't see people change sway bars in these cars much anymore. Once they come with it, like we were talking earlier, with their simulation and what they know, they know what they got when they get out there. And that's a big change when you start changing bars themselves.
And especially when you, and again, you experienced this, and myself also as a crew chief, when you got to road course racing, the bigger the bar, especially on a flatter racetrack, you want to keep the car from rolling. And that keeps all 4 tires hooked up more effectively. So, you know, you run the biggest bar you can get, keep the roll out of the car, keep that left side down on the racetrack like you want it, and really get those left side tires digging. That's really what you're after here.
And all these flat tracks are, even though they're ovals, all this track is it's a road course with 4.5 left turns.
Exactly. It's just, you know, it's a road course on steroids in my book.
All right. We saw Brian Scott, who is 5th now in this practice after being 15th in the prior session. Here is Justin Allgaier, who is 12th quickest. Brandt Company is an agricultural firm, professional agricultural company out of Springfield, Illinois.
Been watching at 31. He's not been as good as I thought he'd be here when he, earlier. Like Carl just never looks like it's in the racetrack.
Car Warriors. All-stars versus small-town heroes in a 72-hour race to build the ultimate ride. Car Warriors. It all begins Wednesday night at 9 Eastern, followed by Car Science, only on Speed.
I felt it all at the Hall, where it's a cool 33 degrees.
We experienced it all at the Hall, where my son became the fastest man ever.
I relived it all at the Hall, where my grandson asked me, "Did you really do all that?"
Experience high-octane fun at the NASCAR Hall of Fame. And once you do, you'll be a fan too.
Only Polaris delivers true razor-sharp performance. The ultimate combination of power, suspension, and agility. The only trail-capable side-by-side, the 50-inch Ranger Razor. The only sport performance side-by-side, Razor S. The only 4-seat sport, Razor 4. And the only extreme performance side-by-side, the all-new 88 horsepower Razor XP. Razor-sharp performance only from Polaris.
Can I eat heart healthy without giving up taste? A man can only try. And try. And try.
I heard eating whole grain oats can help lower my cholesterol. It's gonna be tough. So tough.
My wife and I want to lower our cholesterol, but finding healthy food that tastes good is torturous.
Your father's suffering. Honey Nut Cheerios taste great and can help lower cholesterol.
Be happy, be healthy.
Wednesday, it's an all-new Car Warriors. The All-Stars take on a team of low-rider specialists. This is one episode you won't want to miss. Car Warriors Wednesday, 9 Eastern, only on Speed. Kyle Busch, Carl Edwards, Kevin Harvick, Ryan Truex, and Brian Scott are the Fast Five as we look at Kenny Wallace.
Currently 18th. He tweeted earlier that was a brand new car, hadn't been on the racetrack, hadn't done anything. You know, in all the shows, and we talked about this earlier, you know, Kenny, we talk about stuff all the time. He's a race car driver. That's all he wants to do is drive a race car. I know he does the speed stuff like we talked and all this stuff, but, you know, he still considers himself a race car driver. He can still get out there and do it. And I think his race last year when he drove Rusty's car at St. Louis, and I think, again, he proved to himself, and he came out of that race a totally different Kenny Wallace. He was Kenny Wallace, the old Kenny Wallace. I can do this. I just got to get in a good car. And as I said, he's worked really hard to put this program together, and I'm glad that he run good at Daytona. I hate he got in an accident, and I hate he didn't have much to show for it at the end. But he works really hard at this.
Well, I think we mentioned in our first practice that Robbie Benton is equally as excited to have him behind the wheel of that 09 car. And, you know, together, you know, they're hoping they can put together enough sponsorship to be able to run the full season and give Kenny an opportunity to showcase his talents and give us something more to talk about when we do have him on Speed.
Yeah.
Which, you know, like we don't need a whole lot, but, you know, it's always good.
That's right. But we talk about the young guys in this sport all the time because the young guys are the future of the sport. And well, they should be. When we talk about Trevor Bayne and guys like that. But Kenny's a guy that can still win races. If given the right situation at the right time, and some of these racetracks that he just naturally goes at. You can put him in a cardboard box and he's going to go to certain racetracks and run good, just like Darrell did.
Oh, yeah.
Just you take the King and put him in a cardboard box, he's going to go to Daytona and run good. He just loved that place. So Darrell at Bristol, places like that. Kenny has tracks like that.
What was that track for you?
That I ran good at?
I know. Rockingham. You owned Rockingham for a while.
I ran so good at Rockingham they took it off the schedule. How about that? So, no, but some drive and Jeff and I were talking when we first got here. Some racetracks you can overdrive. And this is one of those racetracks. Yep. You can drive so deep in the corner because it lulls you into that, I can go deeper. And it's hard. We're watching Ryan Truex here. It's hard for a rookie to understand that because a rookie just wants to run fast. I'm always impressed when a rookie comes to a racetrack and picks up right off the bat because you know he's developed that style of saying, okay, I don't have to overdrive this corner to get around the racetrack fast. The object is not to go deep. It's to go in, get back to the gas, and make that motor and make that car work for me down the backstretch.
Watching Ryan Truex, who is 4th quickest. Bob, you'd hardly know he's a rookie.
That is absolutely true. And right now, it's all about getting him comfortable inside that race car. Jerry Baxter is the crew chief for this team. But Ryan Truex, who has spent the last 2 seasons in championship form on the K&N Pro East Series for NASCAR, has a familiar sight. That man right there, Mike Gricci, was his crew chief on the East Series. And what Jerry Baxter wanted to do is he wanted to bring Mike over here to kind of work with them and develop some chemistry and some conversation. So that way when Ryan tells Jerry exactly what's going on with the race car, Mike Gricci can help him interpret that. I think it's a very smart move by MWR here to have both Baxter and Mike Gricci in Ryan's pit.
Well, it's a long way from North Granby, Connecticut, where Mike Gricci used to prepare cars in the shop out behind his house. He and his brother Harry, for Mike McLaughlin, Mike Stefanik, and other championship winning drivers.
Yeah, emphasis on winning.
Oh, yeah. Long tradition of winning right there. Kyle Busch, still quickest.
The world's roughest truckers head west to Phoenix, where every fight for position is an all-out brawl.
Problem on the racetrack!
Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Phoenix tonight at 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
See this? Nobody else has what this paint's got, and that's a #1 rating. It's a paint and primer in one, so it goes on bold and looks even better. It means getting more done in half the time, and it means the shade you see on that swatch ends up on that wall, and is as durable as it is colorful. You know where to find it. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Try it for yourself. Get your own 8-ounce sample of the #1 rated Behr paint, now just $2.94.
No, not now. Come on, please.
Oh, great.
Nothing's worse than a dead battery. And nothing's more reliable than a Duralast battery. Engineered to start day in and day out, even under the most extreme conditions. Duralast, proven tough, only at AutoZone.
I will always.
I will respect my elders, even as I run over them.
I will embrace victory and everything that goes with it.
I will have more followers on Twitter.
I will never call my friends a posse. I will never refer to myself in the third person.
I will buy my mom a house.
I will enjoy my moment in the sun. And I will try not to get burned by it. And most of all,
I will always
be ready for the highs,
the lows,
the unexpected, for life.
For life.
There's Ready, and then there's Gillette Ready. Introducing the Gillette Young Guns, class of 2011.
You ready?
Speed's coverage of NASCAR Nationwide Final Practice from Phoenix, brought to you by eHarmony.com. eHarmony, love begins here. Kyle Busch, Carl Edwards, Kevin Harvick, Ryan Truex, Brian Scott. Those are the 5 fastest so far. Here's Ryan Newman, who is 11th quickest.
Another one of Turner Motorsports entries that just getting his feet wet, working with that team right now. Let's take a look here. We're seeing that's Johnny Benson right there talking to Danica Patrick.
Is
Bob,
he the coach?
What's going on? Is he the coach?
Danica Patrick talking to her crew inside the garage area here, and they're making big strides right now, honestly. You see the team actually coaching her and talking to her about what is going on inside the cockpit of that race car, as Johnny Benson talking to her right now. And Johnny has done a lot of good with Danica Patrick during this practice session, because Danica says, you know, the front turns so much better in the middle, but it's really loose off. But I think I can put up with that in the race. And what Johnny is trying to explain to her is that it's exactly what you want to feel in practice, because in the race it will be so much better. Johnny's trying to describe how to progress through practice, make the adjustments with that car so that she's A-okay in the race. And you know, the big thing about this, these guys are really learning, and Johnny has been helping Danica today in this practice session, and she finally says, you know what, I'm starting to get a feel of what's going on. The harder I push it, the worse I run. If I let the car come to me and I figure out what these changes are doing to the car, the faster I'm going.
Johnny Benson won the Truck Series race here from the pole in 2006, and he knows his way around Phoenix.
He's got a lot of good stuff going for him. I mean, Johnny Benson's one of the smoothest race car drivers you've ever seen. Former champion. I mean, he knows what it takes, and I think the cool thing about it is I think he can explain that to her better than probably anybody else that I know of right now.
Yes, he can.
He was a 2008 champion.
So he has that calm demeanor. Yeah, he has that calm demeanor about it and all that stuff. So he's going to be able to do that. It's interesting that the same thing that we said about Ryan Truex a minute ago, not overdriving the corner. Danica says the harder she drives, the slower she goes, the worse it feels. Johnny can back that up, because this is that type of place. I mean, you can't emphasize it enough. The car has to do a lot of the work here, even though the driver has to drive the thing and be on top of it. Both these corners are so different. There's a compromise, but you've got to let the car do the majority.
As Darrell's fond of saying, the slower you drive, the faster you'll go.
You slow down to go fast. I mean, that's always been a rule of thumb here, but with one exception. When it comes to qualifying, Mike, the one thing we don't want to lose sight of, this racetrack, the winners have come out of the front two qualifying rows each and every time. I mean, it's one of those things. Track position and getting out front is so important. And I think a lot of it has to do is that if you can get out front, it's so hard to run somebody down, because you have to drive harder. You use your tires up, and all of a sudden you can't make up the difference. I mean, you got to realize last November, Carl Edwards led 153 laps of this 200-lap event. So, I mean, getting up front is real important.
This may be one of the first places we ever raced that the word track position came into play. Because this is not, we talk about it at Daytona, oh, you can qualify 43rd and you'll be running first, or you can get to the top 10. You can be running 43rd here and get lapped in the first 75 laps of the race. That's the way it is.
Watching Reed Sorensen, who is 16th fastest. And to put numbers to Kyle's point, there have been 18 nationwide races here. 15 out of 18 were won from a front four starting spot. That's huge. Bob?
This is the first race that Johnny Benson Jr. is here with Danica Patrick, kind of consulting for her. Heard you on the radio talking about what the car needs to do and how she needs to drive it. How are you guys working together here at Phoenix?
Well, I think it's mainly she really doesn't know what you need from practice to the race. And obviously the type of cars that she comes from, she just needs more and more track time. And I think that's important. But it's just trying to get a balance of what it does during practice and what you expect in a race. And just get into that. You know, there's times that a lot of drivers don't like to be really loose, and then they get in a race and they're tight. And we're just trying to find a balance point at which you can get, live with during the practice, and then be able to translate that during the race. So as we get through this weekend, hopefully, as our notes go, what we had in practice, what she had after the race, she just sees that balance.
It seems in that last run, she learned a lot right there. Is she a good student?
Well, it's been good. I mean, TV's been good too, because we've seen a couple different lines getting into the corner, and I was able to go back and relay that to her. You can talk and tell to do certain things, but when you actually see it, that makes a big difference. So TV's helped us quite a bit today with a couple of lines that she was taking, and she's doing good. She's got a good feel of the car. It's just being able to balance what you need for the race, what you need for the practice, and that's hard to do. I mean, that's one area that experience definitely helps.
Good seeing you, Johnny. How about that, guys? We helped.
I'll tell you, from iRacing all the way to IndyCar and Cup cars, there is no substitute for seat time.
absolutely not. I don't care who you are. There's no way you can put a price on it. We ride along right now with our teammate Eric Amarola, who's currently 10th in this practice session in that number 88.
Hey, you're the one that showed her the line. You need to go there and get your 10%, man. Coach Ham.
That's right. Yeah.
Go get it, babe.
Grave Digger.
Hey, Dennis, hold up. Do what? You're going to sit this one out. Oh, man.
It's as real as it gets. Monster Jam Path of Destruction. Available with custom wheels. Rated everyone.
Honey, could you grab another bag of ice?
On it. Did you see that pass on turn 3? No, I had to feed the pony. The only ponies at this party are underneath the hood. Look, if I don't get this ice... Oh, if I don't get this ice... You got a 4G face melter in here, man. Let's do this thing. Okay, yeah, just one lap. Yeah, just do one. Yeah.
How's that ice coming?
Fuel your fan with the latest news, stats, and highlights on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile, only on the Now Network.
Do you have a problem with... Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Tony Hawk.
And the winner is... You guys, do we really have to do the whole show like this?
Tony Hawk, host of the Hall of Game Sports Awards Show. Vote now for your favorite sports stars. Then see who wins Friday, February 25th, 7, 6 Central, only on Cartoon Network.
Welcome to Metro USA. It's nationwider. Metro PCS now covers 90% of the country or 280 million people. Still just $40 a month. Taxes and regulatory fees included.
I tried AT&T Uverse and decided to come back to Xfinity because the options that Xfinity offers couldn't be beat.
So, Marie, we're glad you're back.
With AT&T Uverse, the on-demand options for children were very limited. We have much better on-demand choices with Xfinity. There's no question. With AT&T Uverse, the internet speed was just average, and with Xfinity, there was absolutely no wait time for your window to pop up. Just boom.
Well, so Marie, welcome back. We're glad you're with us.
Sunday, the Ultimate Pre-Race Show gets you revved up in Phoenix with Mark Martin, Kyle Busch, and Kevin Harvick live. Kyle sits down with Len and Eddie Wood after their Daytona 500 win. It's NASCAR race day built by the Home Depot, Sunday, 12:30 Eastern. Live on Speed. All those grandstand seats you see will be full on Sunday. There's space up on Rattlesnake Hill, but the grandstand for Sunday is sold out. Now here is Jennifer Jo Cobb, the CarportEmpire.com Mustang, who is has to qualify on time for this race and is a rookie in the Nationwide Series. 34th on the board. There are 5 drivers who have not practiced in this session. Jennifer Jo has 5 starts in the series, didn't qualify last week in Daytona, as you see the clouds roll in. And here's Carl Edwards trying to better 3rd fastest time of this session.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of tires he's on, because as he come out of turn 4, he wiggled the tires like he was trying to get heat in them. I don't know if this is a mock run or
Hold the phone.
like that.
Fastest man in town. Go back a decade or two. Joe Nemechek has just laid down the fastest lap of this session.
Well, that tells me right now that not only has he got a pretty fast race car, but I know for sure he's got 4 new stickers on that car.
That's and Carl just laid down his fastest lap, so that was a qualifying. This is a qualifying run as he wiggled to put a little heat in him coming up out of turn 4.
How about front row Joe? When was the last time we saw that?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It really has been a while. But
Good for him.
It's like, don't ever underestimate him. It's not that he can't. You know, again, he's one of those guys that's doing it the hard way and trying to, you know, put together a deal. And we take a look now at Carl Edwards, and a good call right there. Looks like the second lap, got the heat in those tires. Now he is at the top of the leaderboard.
So things change. It's Edwards, Nemechek, Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, and Ryan Truex, the Fast 5.
Kyle Busch! Let's do this! Let's do this!
That's how you do a donut.
They want you to come to the conference room. Jack, come to the conference room.
Okay.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at ToyotaRacing.com.
Truth is, most motorcycle insurance costs about the same. What's not the same is the coverage. Now you can get the Allstate protection you need for a price you can afford. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects the rider better than Allstate.
The Unprepared Man's Guide to Fishing. Modern fishing gear has been pivotal in man's conquest of fish, but the unprepared man can make do without. Attach 2 potato crisp cans at a right angle. Mount a lens from a pair of aviator sunglasses to the joint and let the fishing begin.
Don't be that guy. Come into Gander Mountain's First Cast event and get everything for your next fishing adventure. We live outdoors.
I have to go straight from work and chauffeur them to
Scout, soccer, karate.
And we need to sit down for a real dinner that I can afford. Thankfully, CC's Pizza's $4.99 endless buffet is fresh and ready. It's always a lifesaver when I hear, "Hi, welcome to CC's."
Once Trevor and his co-workers experienced the sheet metal strafing intensity of NASCAR, their business trips were never the same.
Hey, she's a little loose coming out of the turns, but overall, I think we had a great car today. You guys did an awesome job.
Forfeiting their preferred status was worth discovering that if everything was more like NASCAR, everything would be more awesome.
I thought our boss was going to need a wrecker, but looks like he made it back.
Monday night, Steve Burns and Danielle Trotta deliver the Ultimate Phoenix recap and get you fired up for Vegas. Don't miss NASCAR Race Hub Monday night, 7 Eastern, only on Speed. Now, earlier we saw Danica and compared her to her teammate, Eric Almirola, in the 88. Let's compare Danica's laps now to this morning. On the right of your screen is this morning's practice. On the left is this practice, and we'll use that same line on the track. As you see here, in the morning she's well above the line, and she's adjusted her line and her entry in about half a car width during this practice session with better result.
And Kyle, being, from behind the seat, I mean, that's huge to be able to get the car. You get in the front end down toward the bottom of the racetrack where you're really trying to get it to aim, and it makes it easier for you to make that apex on the exit.
The point of entry, and I know this sounds incredibly strange, but you've got to get in the corner before you can get off the corner. Let's listen to Johnny.
So, but like on your last lap, and I don't know what he told you, just like I say, when you come off forward, you kind of let off, so when you get to line, the beacon doesn't show you. Am I? Okay.
Yeah, the point is you've got to get into the corner before you can get off the corner. And if you're a little bit off getting in the corner, it really throws you off on the exit of the corner. I'm sorry, that's just the way it was, or the way it is. So the point was they were trying to get her to get in a better place on the racetrack, so her exit, because exit is where you have to carry the speed. It's so hard to teach that, but the exit is where the speed needs to be.
Well, let's go to one of the good news stories of this session. Here's Bob.
That's right, Mike. We used to call this guy Front Row Joe because he was always qualifying up front in the Nationwide Series as well as the Cup Series. And welcome back, almost on top of the charts, Joe.
Yeah, we were there for a little bit, but I'm so proud of this whole group. We're needing sponsorship dollars. We need a partner bad. The car's playing right now. We need help, but it's driving good. We unloaded. The thing did everything it's supposed to do. We struggled both races here last year, and from running the Cup cars here to the past couple years, we learned some stuff from them, so we were able to apply it to the COT car, and we're good.
Tell me though, you went out there and you even told me you were a little afraid to really push it, and then it was like that racer got a hold of you.
Well, it does. Laps on your tires here make such a difference, and I went out there and hit the first corner, and it's like, man, this thing's sticking good. Let's see what I got for one lap. And I come on the radio, I told the guy, I said, I'm just going to run one lap. I said, nah, it feels too good. I'm going to do two, just see what it has. And it's really good. I got to give a shout out to the AMFMenergy.com guys for helping us out last week in Daytona. And they're going to help us out throughout the year, but we need some help.
New tires can cure all. Certainly help Joe here at Phoenix.
Joe has 35 career front row starts in just the Nationwide Series. Watching Scott Wimmer, who is 23rd fastest in this session. Here's Wendy.
Well,
Well, Brian Scott struggled the first practice session in the Nationwide Garage. This practice session is going much better for Brian Scott, the Joe Gibbs Racing teammate. He spent a lot of the time in between working on notes with the car with his crew chief, Kevin Kidd, but he did comment that the racetrack, of course, is losing a lot of grip. He said right side grip, real bad losing it. Of course, we knew that with the rubber that's been laid down from the practice session from Cup. He just got finished with a long run, which was about 12 to 13 laps for Brian Scott. Right now, he's 6th fastest in this practice session, but I pose the question to you guys in the booth, the crew chief experience and the driver experience, Jeff and Kyle. His crew chief, Kevin Kidd, told him, be patient with that gas pedal.
Oh, yeah, that's great advice, at least in my opinion, Kyle, because it goes back to what we said down earlier, slow down and go fast. When you start stabbing at gas, you're going to spin the rear tires, you're going to make the front end shove. You just need to be able to relax and let it come to you.
It's that old saying, treat it like there's a nag under that gas pedal and you just want to stay off of. But you know what, watching Joe's interview, I have to think, we talk about Kyle Busch, we talk about Trevor Bayne, we talk about all these other guys. They show up at the racetrack and they run their trucks, they run their cars, and they do the best they can. Joe's got to worry about hotel rooms, he's got to worry about per diem, he's got to worry about getting that car fixed, he's got to worry about so many different things, plus drive the race car. I mean, he's got 15 things going on in his head. It's a sport to him once they drop the green flag, but it's a business the other 6 days of the week. And those guys have done a phenomenal job, not only to get here and be fast here, but you look at what he did at the 500, getting his car in, and what he's done to continue to keep that team alive.
Staying one ahead of the bill collector, I mean, that's a tough job to do sometimes.
I look at Ricky Stenhouse, who is 14th quickest in this session.
NASCAR's ultimate pre-race show powers into the desert, where Mark Martin and Kyle Busch join us live. And we relive a Cinderella story at the 500. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot. From Phoenix, Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
My feet are killing me.
Well, we're here to get you custom orthotic inserts.
Dr. Scholl's Custom Fit Orthotic Center recommends the custom fit orthotic that's best for your tired feet. Foot care scientists are behind it.
You'll get all-day relief.
And you could save a couple $100.
For locations, see drscholls.com.
If you're going to fish like the pros, you got to wake up early like the pros. Here's a tip. Use a reliable alarm clock.
This weekend, trade in an old reel for extra savings on a new one at the Bass Pro Shops Spring Fishing Classic.
If you had a choice between
EJ Fair specializes in serving award-winning craft ales and lagers. No mass-produced watered-down beers here. And now, EJ Fair is pleased to announce our exciting new location in the historic Liberty Hotel in Old Town Pittsburgh. EJ Fair is the perfect relaxed setting in which to share good times, enjoy delicious entrees, and of course, sample our award-winning craft beers. Proud to be a part of the Pittsburgh community? EJ Fair is where good times, good friends, and great beer meet. EJ Fair. Work hard, play fair.
We are the face of Comcast.
I'm a perfectionist. At least I try to be.
At Comcast, we solve problems.
If we don't resolve the problem the first time,
we'll extend a courtesy service to our customers.
You're a customer, you deserve it.
If you're a new customer and you're not satisfied with our services,
you can get your money back in the first 30 days.
It's a phenomenal thing to offer to our customers.
We're only as good as our word. And our word is good.
Whether it's giving you a $20 credit if we're late or 30 days to try us out, at Comcast, we're all about the customer, and that's always guaranteed.
Speed's coverage of NASCAR Nationwide Final Practice from Phoenix, brought to you by Funai in high definition. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. And by Zales, the Diamond Store. Carl Edwards fastest, Stephen Wallace now second. Ryan Scott, then Joe Nemechek and Kyle Busch. Wendy?
Well, Carl Edwards is done for this practice session. He actually has made his way back over to the Cup garage. Mike Beam, his crew chief, has just walked over there. They've already debriefed over here on the Nationwide car, but Carl is very pleased with this race car. That was a qualifying run that you guys saw when he posted that fast lap with fresh tires. No doubt he's going to be good here, as he has 4 wins in his 12 starts. But his boss man, Jack Roush, was just checking the spark plugs, as he is always a working man. It's always good to see Jack busy at work under his hood of his race cars. Bob?
I didn't even know guys still read plugs.
Oh, yeah.
Mike was...
Go ahead.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Steve Wallace. Mike is up now. Steve Wallace, third on the board right now. That was a mock qualifying run for him. And Doug Randolph has meant so much to this team in a short period of time. He came on the radio and asked Steven, how was it? Steven said, honestly, it was pretty darn good. Then Doug told him the time that he turned, and he was like, all right. And Doug said, all right, I want to know, qualifying and track position means so much here. What do you want to do? Do you want to do another mock run, or are you good for the day? And Steven said, that's a good idea. Let me get my rhythm. Let me go back out there and try another mock run, because we want to qualify up front for the Nationwide Series.
Thanks, Bob. Steven third quickest right now. Kyle Busch now fastest, takes the top spot away from Carl Edwards. So 3 Toyotas in the top 5 with Edwards Ford and Nemechek's Chevrolet. Here's a look at Mike Bliss in the number 19.
19 car right there, teammates. The 44. Lewandowski. Mike's always been pretty good here. He's had a lot of success racing here at Phoenix, especially in open wheel. I mean, he knows this racetrack. Like a lot of drivers talk about Jason Leffler and Tony Stewart. Mike's had his fair share of success here at Phoenix. The guys, I want to go back to something we haven't really talked a lot about. At Daytona, in both the Nationwide Series and the Sprint Cup Series, tires were not an issue. So, therefore, pit stops weren't an issue. Now, here we come into Phoenix, and I think that's going to wind up being very, very important. We've got that new fuel system that we're using this year. We've gotten rid of the catch can guys in both now the Sprint Cup and Nationwide Series. I think we've thrown some stuff here in the game that's going to separate a lot of these teams when it comes to coming down pit road tomorrow afternoon. We're liable to see this race won on pit road.
Yeah, and we can have green flag stops here. We didn't have a lot of green flag stops at Daytona when you go back to it, because there were so many cautions in every race that we had down there. This is one of those places, just as they talk about a rhythm, the race gets in a rhythm, and it goes and it goes. As we look at the fuel cell, or the fuel can, you see how the nozzle itself is connected back to the can, and the air and the fuel just flows back and forth. So they've eliminated one guy across pit road or across pit wall, which is a safety issue. I agree with that 100%. But this fuel can is hard to dump. It's slower than the other can, and it takes a little bit more time. So the pit stops and the time you spend on pit road is going to be critical.
And that changes a few things. One, we talked about in one of the breaks. It makes a 13-second tire changer every bit as valuable as a 12-second tire changer was, because it takes longer to dump the fuel than it did. But Kyle and Jeff, the thing that is still being worked out in both of these series is who is going to make the adjustments to the car that the catch can man used to do at the rear of the car while he was holding the catch can with one hand and a wrench with the other.
Well, I think what you're going to see is maybe a little throwback to some of the old days when Dale Lemon and Leonard Wood would carry their tire over and change it and not have a tire carrier like we've gotten so used to. I think we're going to see some of those guys use the tire carrier to make some of those bigger adjustments, because you're going to have somebody who's got free hands and can get it done. I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of creativity on pit road, but who perfects it? You know, this is where I think if there might be a separation, is still the guys with the affiliation with the Cup teams will probably have the better athletes than the guys that do not have multiple teams or a Cup affiliation. So I think we may have a potential for a big separation coming off the pit road.
Well, we'll see a lot of creativity, but we're also going to see perhaps a number of miscues, like that one.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
I promise.
I think Richard's got a mind of his own.
That's Digger in the Hollywood Hotel.
I guarantee you.
Danica has picked it up quite a bit. You know, call it the Benson factor or whatever you will, but she's up to 16th now.
And that's a big jump. Big jump and a good solid run. And that's the coaching. If you look at the coaching from Johnny Benson, and the new tires, it's not, but you hear her pick up the throttle really hard right there.
Bob?
I'll tell you what I'm really liking, what I'm hearing out of Danica Patrick and Johnny Benson in this practice session. On that last run, which was a mock qualifying run, as you guys noted, she said the car was a little bit loose. I had to actually baby it getting off the corner. I couldn't just really nail the gas like I wanted to. But Johnny Benson came over the radio and said, that's okay. We'll make some adjustments right now. They put new tires on it for this particular run. And he says, after you get out of the car, I'll tell you some secrets to get this car qualified even better.
And Bob, you'll be happy to know Johnny Benson's sitting up here on top of his rig right now, not only watching Danica on the racetrack with his own 2 eyes, he's watching it on a fan scan on speed. As we go around this racetrack, he's able to see the line of this number 7 car and maybe help him give better input back to his driver. Don't you wish we had that kind of stuff when you and I were working on race cars?
Thank God we didn't.
Yeah,
that's all I got to say. A driver could say whatever he wanted to happened on the back stretch or in a corner. It's like, and you come in and you about halfway had to believe it.
Yeah, plausible denial, right?
That's exactly right.
Kevin Harvick has now jumped up to 3rd, Sadler 4th, Keselowski 5th, Ryan Newman 6th, Reed Sorensen 7th.
You know what? She's run 3 or 4 laps here. And obviously, at the beginning of this run, they were good tires because she busted off a really good lap. I think Johnny's got her to a point, and if you listen to what Johnny had to say, I want her to feel and understand what a car is going to do when we start the race tomorrow. I think they've started her on new tires and letting her make a long run right here at the end of practice to get into a good rhythm and understand how far the tires are going to drop off and what this car is going to feel like in the first few laps of the race.
And I think they're pretty much, they know she's going to qualify okay, but at the same time, they're more worried about the race. There's no rookie stripe on this car this year either. So, you know, she's got to get serious here and make something happen. And speaking of somebody serious, I think Wendy's caught up with the guy we're all kind of watching.
Yeah, we are definitely watching Kyle Busch today, the busiest man at Phoenix International Raceway. 9 hours. That's how many hours total you'll be in a race car, some kind of race vehicle we added together today. Do you almost have to think which garage area you're in?
Sometimes. I mean, now that the cars are getting closer and closer almost of driving similar, so it's fun. You know, you wouldn't have it any other way. Actually, getting on the track early this morning, I was lost for a little while in a truck, so fortunately it was my own truck that I was lost in and not somebody else's, but, you know, we got going a lot better with the Dollar General Tundra, and then the Interstate battery is hybrid Camry here on the Nationwide side. It's pretty good too. Old Norm Miller, my buddy from Interstate, he's got a new killer paint scheme on this baby with the battery that's on the hood. So we figured we'd call it a hybrid this weekend. But all in all, you know, the weekend's been pretty good. We'll see how the rest of it goes. We'll qualify the truck here in a little while and get after that here later on the night. So
which of the 3 do you like best, your truck, your Nationwide car, or your Cup car?
They all seem to be pretty good, actually. So real proud of all the guys that work on every team. You know, the Cup guys, Dave and the old boys on the Combos Camry have done a nice job at getting us a fast race car to unload with here at Phoenix. And so Jason and these guys, they went to work over the offseason. We weren't that great with this car, you know, last year, and I think they've come up with a lot of gains. So hopefully it works out for us here tomorrow with that. But overall, you know, I'm excited about it, and you know, so far so good. So might as well look forward to the outlook.
You even have time for dinner tonight?
I don't know what's for dinner. I got to go find it somewhere and just scrounge something. So hopefully it's something good.
All right, Kyle Busch had spaghetti earlier for lunch, but check out the nose. This is what he was doing earlier, folks. He wrote in front of the Camry, hybrid, because, of course, he has Interstate batteries on the car. He was calling his Nationwide car a hybrid vehicle.
Thanks, Wendy. Well, we're closing in on the midpoint of our 12 hours of live coverage from Phoenix today, and the red and black flags are out. Brad Keselowski right at the end nips Kyle Busch for the fastest lap of this session. Kyle is second. Carl Edwards, Kevin Harvick, Elliott Sadler are the fast 5. Well, an interesting day so far that got started out with Trevor Bayne having his Cup car into the fence. But here, when we come down to it at the end of this Nationwide Series practice, it's the usual suspects up front.
I don't care what type of racing you're in, the cream always rises, and it always does right before it's race time.
Well, you're talking about the fact that the defending champion as far as the series is concerned, Brad Keselowski, he made it look easy right there with just, what, 5 seconds left to go?
All right, let's join Adam Alexander at Speed Center in Charlotte.
I'm Adam Alexander with the Speed Center update. We begin with Sprint Cup Series practice in Phoenix. And the first practice of the day, Daytona 500 winner Trevor Bayne on track, hits the brakes. There's no reaction. He goes straight into the wall, and he hits hard. You know what that means. He's in a backup car for Sunday.
I go into 3, lifted early to make sure I wasn't going to do that, and just one of the brakes locked up. None of the other ones felt like they were engaged. I mean, the brake pressure didn't feel right, and then it bled all the way out, and then it hit the wall. And I mean, I told him as I went in the corner lap, the guy said, it's crashing because there's nothing I can do here. It's not going to slow down.
In IndyCar, 2004 champion Tony Kanaan headed back to the drawing board in search of a ride. Tony's 2011 plans fell through because of a lack of funding. So now for Tony, it's who will give him a deal and for how many races. And in the wake of that announcement, DeFerrin Dragon Racing announced today it is shutting down because they couldn't raise enough money to operate properly. Co-owner Gilles DeFerrin said it was still too early to speculate about reviving the team. Now some good news for Britt J. Howard. He is reunited with Sam Schmidt Motorsports for this year's Indy 500. Howard failed to qualify at Indy last May with Sarah Fisher racing. Mr. IndyCar, Robin Miller, will join Dave Despain to discuss on Wind Tunnel Sunday at 9. MotoGP testing for the second time. They are in Malaysia. Casey Stoner is quickest. And how about 5th and 6th? The Americans, we're talking about Ben Spies and Colin Edwards. Not good news for teammates Valentino Rossi and Nicky Hayden. They were 11th and 12th and not happy about it. Still time to get some work done. More bikes. We're talking Superbike World Championship. They kick off their season this weekend in Phillip Island, Australia. Carlos Checa on the pole. You can see it on Speed at 5 on Sunday. Back to Phoenix after a break.
Here we go. Here we go. I got you. Yeah! Tough luck, big guy. But a bet's a bet. Found it.
Monster Jam Path of Destruction. Compete in actual stadiums with all your favorite Monster Jam trucks and drivers. Or create your own Monster Jam truck. Monster Jam Path of Destruction. Available with custom wheels. Rated E for everyone.
Green flag.
With the new Big Dipper Pizza from Pizza Hut, everyone was talking about our party.
And by everyone, he means the ladies.
Right now, a delicious Big Dipper Pizza with your favorite topping is just $12. Dip more in marinara and less in your wallet. The new Big Dipper Pizza, only $12 and only at your Pizza Hut.
My wife and I want to lower our cholesterol, but finding healthy food that tastes good is torturous.
Your father's suffering.
Honey Nut Cheerio cereal tastes great and can help lower cholesterol.
Be happy. Be healthy.
I'm in pain.
Introducing a renewable energy solution that will forge new opportunities for the American worker, as well as advance our nation's energy independence. American ethanol. From America's cornfields to America's racetracks. It's a brand new race day.
Welcome to the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series qualifying from Phoenix International Raceway on Speed. Getting ready for the Lucas Oil 150 from Avondale, Arizona. As the trucks are lining up, again, this is a quick format for qualifying. You'll see more than one truck on the track at any given time. Let's go down trackside to Ray Dunlap.
Well, thank you, Rick. All the trucks are lined up and ready to go to the grid right now at Phoenix. We had practice earlier today, and of course, we'll see the slowest to the fastest today. But NASCAR has a policy where they put the go or go homers at the end. Now, guess what? We've got some very, very fast trucks at the very back of our go or go homers. How about James Busher? He could be a pole winner. Cole Witt in the number 60, very, very fast truck. And Ron Hornaday in this number 33 with Sherwin-Williams on it. I believe that the 18 and the 2 are going to be quick today, but we're going to have to wait till the very last truck rolls to find out who our pole winner will be. Hermie?
You're exactly right, Reagan. Drama throughout this qualifying session. Not only the go homers, the big names that could possibly be in or out of this show, but also qualifying as a whole. Qualifying up front for this short race today could be very, very important. Only 150 laps, 1, maybe 2 pit stops at the most to work on your truck and gain track position. Qualifying will be very, very key here today at Phoenix. Rick?
Thanks, Herbie, and what a great show we're going to have for qualifying. Guys that are going to have to go from, we're going to start with the slowest, go to the fastest. Then we've got guys at the back of this pack that have to qualify on time, and what a huge list this is.
Michael, look at this list. We've got Max Pappas and the truck you won with last week at Daytona, Dusty Davis, David Mayhew, a West Series competitor, Taylor Malsom, Parker Kligerman, former ARCA Series runner-up, James Busher, who qualified second last week.
And 3 of the trucks, Phil, that have to get in on time were in the top 10 overall of practice today. So we've got 3 trucks at the very end of this practice session, the fastest being Ron Hornaday, you see there, that tops this sheet. These guys not only are going to be racing to get in the show, shoot, they're going to be shooting for the pole.
Absolutely, down to the very, very end.
Former champions, former race winners, all having to run their way into this race. Sprint Cup final practice coming up at 6 p.m. Then Chris Devoto gets us ready with a setup presented by Polaris at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. The green flag will fly just after 8 o'clock on the Lucas Oil 150 laps of pure excitement right here on Speed Motorsports Authority.
See this? Nobody else has what this paint's got, and that's a #1 rating. It's a paint and primer in one, so it goes on bold and looks even better. It means getting more done in half the time, and it means the shade you see on that swatch ends up on that wall, and is as durable as it is colorful. You know where to find it. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Try it for yourself. Get your own 8-ounce sample of the #1 rated Behr paint. Now just $2.94.
Geico, saving people money on more than just car insurance.
For 125 years, Sunoco's been fueling victories on and off the track. Why? Because winning is the greatest feeling in the world.
Introducing a renewable energy solution that will forge new opportunities for the American worker, as well as advance our nation's energy independence. American ethanol. From America's cornfields to America's racetracks. It's a brand new race day.
Speed presentation of NASCAR Camping World Truck Series qualifying from Phoenix is brought to you by Camping World and the Good Sam RV Club. Everything for the RV, including RVs, accessories, warranties, insurance, roadside assistance, and more. And by Cece's Pizza, home of the endless pizza, pasta, salad, and dessert buffet. First truck rolling off of pit road and onto the racetrack. That's Norm Benning.
Our old buddy Norm, talked to him down in Daytona. He's just loving racing, having a little bit of trouble finding the financing sponsorship to be able to compete be more competitive, but certainly loves being out there. And it's fun just seeing his passion in his heart, isn't it?
Top 20 in points last year for Norm, so the consistency paid off for him.
And again, the top 25 trucks that are going to go on the racetrack are locked in. They will for sure be racing later on the season.
First 25.
First 25.
And then we got a whole bunch of guys that aren't sure if they're racing or not and have sights set on the pole. I mean, there's so many different agendas at the end of this qualifying session. It's crazy.
I was talking to Tom Davis, the team manager for Vision Aviation Racing, the team you won for at Daytona, and he was really concerned. Obviously, one of his trucks not locked in, but very, very concerned about getting that thing in the show.
Yeah, Doug and all those guys that work on that 15 truck. I told y'all from Victory Lane last week, I didn't know any of them, but I sure do like them. And they're just loving this opportunity. They got 2 trucks here in Phoenix, 2 young cats driving those trucks, and they're planning on running the full season with the 51 truck and maybe run the 15 truck on occasion. So Vision Aviation Racing is all in here in the Truck Series.
Norm Benning slowed down quite a bit from his practice time from earlier today. 30.009 was what he ran in practice. His first lap 30.773, but as I mentioned, locked into the race, so looks as though Norm's going to go 1 lap and be done of his qualifying.
Next truck on the track is Chase Mattioli. You see him there in the 10 truck. These 2 trucks that the first 2 out are the slowest ones from practice earlier today, and that's what's so fun about this session. With each truck that goes out, they just get progressively faster, and we've seen the drama just build all the way till the fastest truck finally runs and sees if he can get on the pole or not.
We started this, a modified version of this last year. There was times we had 14, 15 different pole sitters throughout the qualifying session.
Ray Dunlap.
Joey Coulter, your truck didn't look like it was very good at the beginning of practice, but a lot better at the end. What'd you guys find?
Oh, a lot of it was just me learning the track. This is my first time here, so I had a lot to work on this morning. But the guys did a great job getting the truck better than it was, and everybody, the whole team was helping me out figuring this place out. I talked to Austin a bunch during practice, and really just gave me a ton of information that I needed, and by the end of the practice, we were pretty good.
Okay, so Coulter's the rookie, and he's getting information from the veteran, Austin Dillon.
The young veteran, Austin Dillon.
20-year-old Austin Dillon.
Well, he's a veteran of poles, that's for sure.
Yeah, 8 of them career-wise, and certainly a great shot for the pole today.
Could get his 9th. So Chase Mattioli on his 2nd lap goes just a bit quicker than his first lap, over 121 miles an hour, 29.553. And of the 2 trucks on the racetrack, we've had 2 different pole sitters. We'll be back. More qualifying here on Speed.
In a race filled with high speeds and big wrecks, Michael Waltrip grabbed his first ever Truck Series victory. Tonight, short track attitudes meet hefty horsepower on Speed as the world's roughest truckers head west to Phoenix. And every fight for position is an all-out brawl.
Problem on the racetrack. Into the wall.
Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Phoenix tonight at 7:30 Eastern. Presented by Cece's Pizza, live on Speed.
We're thinking seafood? Who's got the best seafood tonight?
How about some tilapia or jumbo shrimp?
And if you had seafood Newburgh, you'd be my hero on an endless dinner buffet.
For around $10.
You got the hook. Only Golden Corral is a seafood lover's paradise. It's crunchy pecan-crusted tilapia, seafood Newburgh with puff pastry, spicy jalapeno tilapia, and more. It's all part of our endless dinner buffet, still for around $10.
$10? I'm hooked.
Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
You don't have to go ball.
Hi, we're looking to save some money on our car insurance.
Great! At Progressive, you can compare rates side by side so you get the same coverage, often for less.
Wow, that is huge.
And this is to remind you that you could save hundreds.
Yeah, that'll certainly stick with me.
We'll take it.
Go, big money! I mean, go, it's your break, honey.
Same coverage, more savings. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
I don't wait for anything. And not because I'm a huge celebrity, which I totally am, but because I have Xfinity. I can watch my favorite shows and movies anywhere I want.
Xfinity has the fastest internet available. Stream, download, and surf in a flash. Get started with Xfinity Internet for $24.99 a month for 6 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
There was guacamole here a minute ago.
Look at Phoenix International Raceway and the particulars.
What a great, unique racetrack here. As you can see, turns 1 and 2 banked 11 degrees, 3 and 4, 9 degrees. Completely different ends of the racetrack, as well as a little bit of a kink on the backstretch.
Yeah, and you can drive this track so much differently on each end. Down in turn 3 and 4, you can really get down on that apron and squirt through the center of the corner with some speed, with some maybe throw the gas down just for a minute down in the center of the corner. Something you don't do anywhere else, but you get that run through there, and it sets you up for the exit. So you can certainly, like we heard Joey Coulter talking, you know, they worked on me. They gave me some advice and me some direction. That's key here at Phoenix because there are so many different ways to get your truck around this track.
While we were away, Craig Gose was out on the racetrack. He went 28.118 seconds, which was then the pole. Then next came Shane Sieg. He went out onto the racetrack, ran 28.090 seconds. That put him on the pole. And now it's Jeffrey Earnhardt's turn. He's only third quick on his first lap.
And we've only had 4 different pole sitters so far. So
4 of 4.
Yeah, and this may be 5 right here.
Yeah, see if it looks like a good line for Jeffrey. Maybe he can pick it up a little bit here on lap number 2 and make it 5 for 5.
Does he go to the top of the charts? He sure does. 28.045, 5 for 5.
What a great run last week for Jeffrey Earnhardt at Daytona and this Rick Ware team. Just a super top 10 run for Jeffrey. Great to see.
So as Jeffrey slows down, that will put the next truck, Justin Marks, on the racetrack.
Justin had a bit of an issue in practice. Actually lost an engine in practice.
Spun that truck around. They had to tow him back in, but it looks like they got her tuned back up. It's a good looking truck. I like that paint job.
It is a good looking truck.
Fast.
Justin Marks ran a 28.249. That was his fastest time in practice earlier. We'll see if he's able to improve on that. As you mentioned, his practice was shortened a bit because of the motor problems.
Pretty good first lap for Justin, 28.246. That slots him in 4th right now. Look for him to pick up a little bit here on the second lap and maybe even jump in front of Jeffrey Earnhardt.
Working his way out of 4. In his first lap, 28.246. We'll see if he picks it up on lap number 2.
Come
Does
on
he go
now.
to the top of the charts? He does. 27.967 for Justin Marks. 6 of 6. You've been relying on me to hear the times. We'll be working on that and hopefully give you that when we come back after this break.
The nighttime is the right time on Speed. As the Rocket Man Ryan Newman stops by the biggest party in racing. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Phoenix. Tonight at 11 Eastern on Speed.
Honey, could you grab another bag of ice?
On it. Did you see I passed on turn 3? No, I had to feed the pony. The only ponies at this party are underneath the hood. Look, if I don't get this ice. Oh, I don't get this ice. You got a 4G face melter in here, man. Let's do this thing. Okay, yeah, just one lap. One. Yeah, just do one. Yeah.
How's that ice coming?
Fuel your fan with the latest news, stats, and highlights on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile, only on the Now Network.
The Unprepared Man's Guide to Fishing. Modern fishing gear has been pivotal in man's conquest of fish, but the unprepared man can make do without. Attach 2 potato crisp cans at a right angle. Mount a lens from a pair of aviator sunglasses to the joint and let the fishing begin.
Don't be that guy. Come into Gander Mountain's first cast event and get everything for your next fishing adventure. We live outdoors.
Green flag.
Sunday, the Ultimate Pre-Race Show gets you revved up in Phoenix. Mark Martin, Kyle Busch, and Kevin Harvick join us live. Plus, Kyle Petty sits down with Lynn and Eddie Wood after their thrilling Daytona 500 win. That's NASCAR race day built by the Home Depot from Phoenix. Sunday, 12:30 Eastern, live on Speed. The 07 of BJ McLeod was out on the racetrack. He was 5th quick when he was out on the track. Now he's 6th quick because Ryan Sieg has just jumped to the top of the charts at 27.669 seconds. And again, a little difficulty with timing and scoring. Looks like we've got that rectified as you see the qualifying order roll across the top of the screen.
That's a half a second pickup for Ryan Sieg from his practice lap. So good job by him. 7 different pole sitters so far.
Johanna Long on the racetrack.
You know, that lap by Sieg there could mess up all of our fun of having repeated new pole sitters every time a truck goes on the lap. That's a huge pickup for that team. So see if Johanna can pick up a lot of speed as well, like Ryan did.
That's a full 0.3 of a second right now, faster than Justin Marks, who's 2nd.
Johanna Long, first lap, 7th quick.
Put that truck up in the top 5 in qualifying last week at Daytona.
She would have to pick up about 3/4 of a second. Let's be able to outdo Ryan C.
Probably won't do that, but she's within range of gaining some positions here with a couple tenths of a second pickup.
All the way to second for Johanna Long. 27.735. Impressive.
She just about got that 3/4 of a second.
She almost made it.
She about got there. Ray Dunlap.
Jason White has a new team this year, another new truck this week, and a very fast truck in practice. What are your expectations for qualifying?
You know, this truck was unbelievable. We were top 5, top 10 all day in practice. If we can get a top 10 starting position, that'll put us in place to finish top 5 tonight. I want to say congratulations to Joe Danette. That's our team owner. He had a baby boy today, Bentley, so that was pretty cool. So we're pretty excited for him.
And Megan is doing great, too, is the word from the hospital. Congratulations to the Danettes.
Had an addition to the Waltrip family this week. My daughter.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you very much. My daughter Caitlin gave birth to a baby boy, 7 pounds 13 ounces, Bryson Michael. So
and we know the lineage of what that now is. That puts you as far as titles.
Are you saying a grandfather? Is that what you're working towards?
Grandpa is what I was going to say.
I just love the line that Ricky Carmichael, the way he is running these turns, he is able to keep that thing really low. Can he get up there and take one of those top 2 spots?
He's third quick. Ricky Carmichael,
no, he can't.
27.857 on his second lap, slots him third fast. And now Brendan Gaughan on the racetrack in his South Point Hotel and Casino, number 62.
I've had a pretty cool problem this week. People come up to me and say congratulations. I don't know if they mean for the Chuck win or my grandbaby. So
either way, you're good.
I'm pretty happy. That's pretty nice.
Let's go back down to Ray.
David Starr pretty much always smiling, but how big of a smile do you have at Phoenix today, David?
I'll tell you, our Zachary Toyota Tundra is pretty good in practice today. Jason Miller and Slash, our engineer, really worked hard. We had a good truck at the end of the season last year. We're racing here in Phoenix. They changed some things up, and it seems to be working. So it'll be a tough race, but our Zachary Toyota Tundra should be up near the front, hopefully contending for a win.
What's the strategy going to be tonight, David? Talking about tires, you know, at Daytona you could have gone the whole race without changing tires. How many times do you think you'll see the pit stops tonight?
I believe it's every time we'll pit for fuel, we'll probably change tires. We'll use up every set of tires we have in the pits tonight. But unlike Daytona last week, where you could have ran the whole race on one set of tires, but definitely different here. As tires will make a big difference tonight.
Okay, good luck. Go get him. David Starr, truck number 81.
Brendan Gaughan went to the top of the charts on his first lap and then improved on his second lap. 27.355 for Brendan Gaughan.
We're gonna break this. We're gonna break this track record.
I think we're gonna smash it.
Yeah, smash it. Thank you, Phil. That's the word I was looking for. The cloudy conditions is just playing right into these guys' hands. A lot of speed already. See Brendan Gaughan down 27.3 and.
You know, we talked during the practice show, and you mentioned the fact that this racetrack, as the temperatures got warmer, would start losing grip, and it did. But now, all of a sudden, it's a little bit overcast, and that grip's coming back.
Yeah, I don't know if you could ask for better conditions than we have right now, Phil. There's a chance we could break the track record in all 3 divisions again. And you know what they're going to do about that? Reconfigure the track.
Yeah, they'll change the track.
You think you people about got this place figured out, don't you?
Well, we're going to change it.
Come back in November and talk to me.
First lap for Miguel Paludo, 10th quick at a 28.282.
Grabbed just a little bit more of that apron than he meant to, and it got his truck sideways. I'm sure he'll probably pick it up a little bit, but that hurt him for sure.
Paludo up to 6th quick with his lap of 28.027. On the racetrack, we've had 12 different drivers try to take on this mile track, and Brendan Gaughan fastest to this point.
Car Warriors. All-stars versus small-town heroes in a 72-hour race to build the ultimate ride. Car Warriors. It all begins Wednesday night at 9 Eastern, followed by Car Science, only on Speed.
Camping World and Good Sam. One great company with a complete offering of everything RV under one roof. We provide new and used RVs, rentals, accessories, service, collision repair, financing, roadside assistance, warranties, insurance, and exclusive club membership, and much more. With 75 locations, Camping World and Good Sam will bring you peace of mind mile after mile. What are you waiting for? Get outside. But first, come experience the all-new Camping World and Good Sam, united to serve all of your RV and outdoor needs.
Is that him?
Yeah.
Talk to me.
I want $1 million. I want a helicopter to take me to the airport. And when I get there, I want a fully fueled plane waiting. And if my demands aren't met, I eat one of the hostages.
Did he say eat?
Yeah, you heard me. Eat. Psst. I think he's gonna eat Gary.
And it's gonna be delicious.
Once Dave and his friends experienced the bone-rattling intensity of NASCAR, they knew it was time to reconfigure his surround sound.
All right, guys, here it comes.
15,000 watts later, they realized that if everything was more like NASCAR, everything would be more awesome.
Speed's coverage of NASCAR Camping World Truck Series qualifying from Phoenix is brought to you in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. And by Bass Pro Shops. Your adventure starts here. And by Toyota. Joey Coulter comes to a stop on pit road, and that is after his qualifying run of 27.289, and he is now the pole sitter that everyone's shooting for.
And right now on the track, the 51 truck, that's Vision Airlines Racing Justin Johnson. He had a really strong first lap field, 27.69. If he picks up what the other guys have, he could go to the top.
Jumps one more spot up to third.
Still picked up 3/10, huh?
Yeah, 27.361 on lap number 2 for Justin Johnson.
Let's go back down to Ray Dunlap.
Well, Kyle Busch is getting ready to jump into his Dollar General Toyota. In practice today, I saw you in the 2, almost identical. He ran a mock run, you didn't. So what do you expect in qualifying?
I don't know. You know, we just wanted to make sure we kept our tires right, you know, on the right cycles and everything. So we didn't worry about a mock run there, but we feel really good about the Dollar General Toyota. You know, it's been a great truck thus far and a brand new piece, you know, something specially built that we spent a lot of time with. So hopefully it comes out here and runs really strong for us, and you know, we can get a little bit more Kyle Busch Motorsports chassis sales this year. But all in all, you know, the guys have done a great job this week. Preparation was well and unloaded right off the truck pretty fast, so we were happy with that. And let's see if we can't carry this Dollar General Combos Tundra to the pole here, and if not, maybe hopefully the race win tonight.
All right, good luck to you. And folks, there's no question about it. At the end of the day on Friday, nobody will have anywhere near as many laps on this track as Kyle Busch did.
They're doing triple duty. All 3 series here, practice, Camping World Truck Series, Nationwide Series, as well as the Sprint Cup Series.
Hadn't really been a typical Johnny Sauter day. We saw him spin out early and hadn't really seen a great deal of speed out of this truck, but solid first lap there. He should be able to pick up enough to grab the pole here. Maybe he's got that thing squared away now that the weather's cooled off a little bit and the conditions are a lot like we're going to see tonight during the race.
Out of 4, will he knock Joey Coulter off the top spot? He does. He goes to the top of the charts, 22.233. Now let's go down to Hermie Sadler.
Well, I was trying to get Joey Coulter on while he was still on the pole, but still P2. A good pickup for you guys during practice. Your first time here, you guys have gained a lot of ground today.
Yeah, we have, and you know, that's how good this team is. I mean, everybody on here works really, really hard, and everybody helped me out a ton this morning. Austin was giving me a bunch of great information, which really got me up to speed here. This is not the easiest track in the world, I'm finding out, but it's been fun. I think for tonight we'll have a good night as long as we stay out of trouble, and we'll be there at the end.
Joey Coulter, he's P2 right now, Rick.
Thanks, Harvey. Nelson Piquet Jr. had the most laps of anyone during the first practice at 81. Now in his qualifying run, 5th quick on lap number 1, 27.593.
You know, we saw Joey Coulter pick up a bunch on that second lap, and you probably think that Nelson Piquet Jr. might as well. Not a whole lot of experience. Every lap they go on the track, they're learning something, so be interesting to see if that's a trend. He got a little bit low there in 3 and 4, got the thing off the track more than he intended, I think, but we'll see.
Does he move up on his second lap? Actually slows down just a bit.
Yeah.
7.724 for Nelson Piquet Jr. on lap 2.
You want to use that apron, Rick, for an assist. You know, you just tick it a little bit, barely nick it, and it'll help your truck head the other direction. But he got all the way down on the apron, and that hurt you.
He's actually the first truck that slowed down.
Just like that.
Oh, look, Travis Quapple did the exact same thing. Put his left sides way down there on the apron, But it upset that truck so bad he spun out.
That's right. But did you hear him? Did you hear him light that baby up wide open? That's the reason why he didn't hit the outside wall. He probably didn't hurt those tires as bad as he would have if he had locked her down by keeping the tires spinning. So he's going to come to the white and see what he can do on lap 2.
It's going to be a pretty slow first lap, I think.
I was going to say, not a threat for the pole on lap 1 at 35.436 seconds.
Well, but listen to this. He went over a mile and he did a 360 and he did it in 35. That's some sort of...
Yeah, he went over 101 miles an hour average with a spin in the middle.
Okay. Let's see you do that in your pickup truck, buddy.
Take that one.
So far, he's the fastest of all the guys that have spun.
Whoa, his hand's full. Look at his hands.
He's working very, very hard to get back to the start-finish line, and he does it 15th quick on lap number 2, 28.787 seconds.
So, you know, that might have been a little bit of pressure from Mike Skinner sitting on the pole 100 times in that truck. He said, I'm going to go out there and get me a pole. And
look how far down in the apron he is. And when he came back up off the apron, his truck started wiggling.
But I sure do like the job he did after that all happened. He kept that thing out of the wall. Kept him hurting those tires too badly.
Watch his hands now. Watch his hands. You think he's not working inside of that truck?
It's not telling him good stuff.
Watch this now. Watch him go down. It's those left sides on the apron. Watch now.
He's working.
Just wobbled.
That was a nice 360 right there.
It was. Let's think about that at home. Seriously, 101 mile an hour average with a 360. That's pretty cool in a pickup truck.
Let's go down to Hermie.
Yeah, Johnny Sauter want to get somebody on while they're still on the pole. Good run for you guys. This is the kind of racetrack you guys come to knowing you can win.
Yeah, for sure. We've just struggled today with our safe auto curb record Chevy. I don't know why. We just, I was actually the first one to spin out this morning on my first lap. So I don't know. I've never spun out on my own at this place, but nonetheless, I guess first time for everything. But proud Joe Shear, all the guys, everybody at Thor Sport, we've just been loose, and I think a lot of people have. Obviously, you just saw Quapple spin out, and he doesn't spin out very easily. So we're just chasing a little bit, but hopefully that'll be a decent starting spot somewhere around 10th or 12th, and I know we can race him from there.
Johnny Sauter looking to capitalize on a good racetrack for him, guys.
Thanks, Hermie. So a little break as they're checking to make sure everything's all right with the racetrack. Matt Crafton looks like he has a little confidence as he'll be one of the latter trucks to go out in the locked-in 25 or top 25. He'll be the 23rd to go out on to the racetrack, so he'll be strapping in very shortly.
NASCAR's ultimate pre-race show powers into the desert, where Mark Martin and Kyle Busch join us live, and we relive a Cinderella story at the 500. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, from Phoenix, Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
With deposits in your engine, it can feel like something's holding your car back.
Let me guess, 16. Yeah.
That's why there's Castrol GTX, with our most powerful deposit-fighting ingredient ever. Castrol GTX exceeds the toughest new industry standard. Don't let deposits hold your car back. Get Castrol GTX. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
Do you have a problem with
chowder? We love chowder. Clam chowder is the soup we love the best.
Hey, chowder lovers! Xfinity invites you to taste the best at the 30th Annual Clam Chowder Cook-Off, Saturday, February 26th at the admission-free Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Vote for your favorites and pick the winner at the Clam Chowder Cook-Off, Saturday, February 26th. Brought to you by the City of Santa Cruz and the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Rides, games, and great chowder.
I tried AT&T Uverse and decided to come back to Xfinity because the options that Xfinity offers couldn't be beat.
So Marie, we're glad you're back.
With AT&T Uverse, the on-demand options for children were very limited. We have much better on-demand choices with Xfinity. There's no question. With AT&T Uverse, the internet speed was just average, and with Xfinity, there was absolutely no wait time for your window to pop up. Just boom.
Well, so Marie, welcome back. We're glad you're with us.
Mart, from official gear to snacks for race day, you'll find everything you need. Gear up, stock up, save. Timothy Peters coming off the racetrack. He's third quick in his qualifying run, 131.68 miles per hour, 27.340. Jason White on the racetrack. And while he is making his qualifying run, let's go back to Ray Dunlap.
Well, Clint Boyer just climbed into his Tide Chevrolet, and I knew you were very good in practice. You have the same truck you used to win with in the fall here, but my question is, how hard do you push it in qualifying?
As hard as you can. Not quite as hard as a 5 truck did, but just maybe 1 notch below that.
Okay, I have a feeling you're going to see a pretty hard push between the 18 and the 2 trying to get that pole.
And they've got to worry about the 3 who goes last of that little group. Austin Dillon was the fastest in practice earlier today. As we see Jason White 6 quick in his qualifying effort.
And the fastest truck so far is Johnny Sauter, and that's Matt Crafton's teammate. And Matt's really fast too, so you get a little information maybe from that team. What'd you do with your tire pressures? How'd you drive the track? And maybe Matt picks up enough speed to grab the pole. A lot of drama here as the qualifying session comes toward the end.
David Starr on his first lap, 10th quick at 27.737 seconds.
You remember when I said you use the apron a little bit to help you turn?
A little bit.
That's what Travis.
He tried
That's
to
a
do.
good example of that. If you go too far, that's how much it helps you turn.
It definitely turned.
Yes, he got her turned.
David Starr was about 0.4 of a second faster in practice. Let's see if he can pick up those 0.4 of a second. He would be contesting for a pole.
He's pretty sideways there off 4,
a little bit loose up off of 4.
Had to hurt him a little bit.
Picks it up a bit. He's 6 quick on his second lap, 27.393.
David's a former winner here in the Camping World Truck Series.
Yeah, he slots right in behind Justin Johnson. Good, strong top 5 qualifying run for Justin so far in that VAR truck. This is his first truck start with us, so solid run for him.
I think this guy might have a chance to do something good tonight. What do you think?
There's potential.
He's talented.
He's won here before, but he hasn't had a pole at this racetrack in the trucks.
Rick, you're being a little picky.
Well, if he's going to accomplish everything, he's got to start somewhere. First lap for Kyle Busch, 9th quick at 27.625. He's got to pick it up about 0.4 of a second to take the pole away from Johnny Sauter.
Well, knowing Kyle Busch and watching that exit of turn 2, that truck never wiggled, and you know he had plenty of gas down. It wasn't because he was being conservative. So if he can get off turn 4 like he did 2 with that thing heading in the right direction just like that, I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up those 4.10.
Not at all.
Across the stripe, does he go to the top? Yes, he does. Kyle Busch, 26.972, and we're starting to flirt with the track record.
How about 6.5 of a second out of pickup?
I thought the way that truck looked, it was going to be special.
11 different pole setters so far.
He's less than, well, he's just over 100th of a second off the track
record.
So we're getting pretty close.
We've officially flirted with it.
Todd Bodine on the track now.
What about us hearing this truck was his Texas truck, a truck that he loved at Texas, and here it is at Phoenix.
Yeah.
10 years ago, you'd have never dreamed of doing that. You know, your Texas truck would have been different than your Phoenix truck, but these teams just try to.
Well, you know, he's only won at Texas about 9 million times.
These teams want to have their best bullet every time they come to the track, and they felt like this was their best truck.
I was talking to Mike Sr., and he was talking about the fact that this is the only racetrack really less a mile or less that Todd's ever won in the Truck Series. And he said, well, I told my son Mike Hillman Jr. that I was a crew chief then when we won. Then he said, what year was that we talked about? He said, no, actually I think he was a crew chief, so I have nothing on him, he said.
Todd Bodine 2nd quick on his qualifying effort, 27.186, so just behind Kyle Busch. Now 11 different drivers have topped the charts in our qualifying session of the 22 that have been on the track.
This guy's got a lot of experience here at
It
Phoenix.
wiggled a little bit right there. Did you see it, Mike?
Yeah, he called on it and asked it to stick, and it just wouldn't quite do it. So you know what that means, Phil? As he gets down to 3 and 4 here, he'll be a little bit more conservative with what he asked for out of this truck. So if it sticks this time, then when he gets down to turn 1, he'll say, well, I got to try again. You know, I got to give it a lot of gas.
And that's the money lap. Everyone's been running faster on the second lap.
2nd quick on lap number 1 for Matt Crafton.
If he is a little bit better, a little more sanitary lap through here on this corner, I think he's got a shot at it.
Yeah, he sounded like he had to burp it just a little bit. Maybe got off the gas a little exiting 2 that time, but it would definitely look better than it did the first time. And his first lap was by far the fastest first lap of any of the competitors.
Can he break the track record? Coming out of turn number 4, Crafton comes to the start-finish line. Does he go to the top? He does not. 27.083. He was faster, but not fast enough.
That burping it up off of 2 made the difference there, Mikey.
Hermie Sadler
Hey, I'm telling Kyle Busch his time. Give me a minute. 26.97. Got into the 26-second bracket. Maybe that'll sell a couple chassis.
I hope so. That'd be nice. But no, I expected just a little bit more than that. About 85 or so. So we're off about a tenth. But we'll see what the rest of these guys lay out here. You know, track's got a lot more rubber on it, so maybe it's a tick slower than this morning. But overall, still a good deal for us, and at Dollar General Toyota will take it and get ready to race here this afternoon, later on tonight.
Yeah, these guys are stacking up for a great race tonight, and starting up front won't be a bad deal for Kyle Busch. Rick.
Thanks, Irving.
That looked like a strong 1 and 2 there for this 2 truck. I like what I saw there. Let's see what he does down in 3 and 4.
He was 27.23 on lap number 1. Ooh, sideways right there.
That's something we didn't see Kyle Busch's truck do. He was solid and straight. Was it enough?
Across the stripe. He goes to the top. Clint Boyer, 26.876. And by the way,
a new track record.
The 12th different driver to top the charts in qualifying.
You got to give Kyle a little bit of credit. He knew it would take it. I think he was just telling us it's going to take an 85 to get this pole, or right at an 85, and I didn't quite get there. So Clint Boyer went out and did the job. Can Austin Dillon top him?
We're about to find out. Austin Dillon on the racetrack, trying to make it 4 poles in a row in the Camping World Truck Series. He started that streak at this very racetrack last year when it was the second to last race of the season.
He's in the ballpark on lap 1, Rick. That's a time there that he could easily pick up and go grab this pole.
27.290 on lap number 1 for Austin Dillon. That puts him 7th quick.
Just don't forget, this is a little bit different tire. This is a new combination of lefts and rights that Goodyear's ever run. They did a tire test back in the fall at Richmond, and that's where this tire came from. A little bit different construction on one side and compound on the other.
2nd quick for Austin Dillon, just behind Clint Boyer. 26.927 for Austin Dillon. And now it's time for the go or go homers, the guys who got to qualify on time. Yep, Ron Hornaday falls into that category. Stay with us.
See this? Nobody else has what this paint's got, and that's a #1 rating. It's a paint and primer in one, so it goes on gold and looks even better. It means getting more done in half the time, and it means the shade you see on that swatch ends up on that wall and is as durable as it is colorful. You know where to find it. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Try it for yourself. Get your own 8-ounce sample of the #1 rated Behr paint. Now just $2.94.
Thanks to the Venture Card from Capital One, we get double miles on every purchase, so we earned a trip to New Orleans twice as fast. We get double miles every time we use our card, no matter what we're buying. I'll take it. And since double miles add up fast, we can bring the whole gang. Fire! It's hard to beat double miles. Have you seen cards?
Oh. Get the Venture Card from Capital One. Money Magazine's best rewards card if you aim to rack up airline miles.
What's in your wallet?
I will always.
I will respect my elders, even as I run over them.
I will embrace victory and everything that goes with it.
I will have more followers on Twitter.
I will never call my friends a posse.
I will never refer to myself in the third person.
I will buy my mom a house.
I will enjoy my moment in the sun.
And I will try not to get burned by it.
And most of all,
I will always
be ready.
For the highs,
the lows,
the unexpected,
for life. For life.
There's Ready, and then there's Gillette Ready. Introducing the Gillette Young Guns, class of 2011.
You ready?
For 125 years, Sunoco's been fueling victories on and off the track. Why? Because winning is the greatest feeling in the world.
Speed presentation of NASCAR Camping World Truck Series qualifying from Phoenix is brought to you by Camping World and the Good Sam RV Club. Everything for the RV, including RVs, accessories, warranties, insurance, roadside assistance, and more. By CC's Pizza, home of the endless pizza, pasta, salad, and dessert buffet. And in high definition, by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. On pit road, that is the 27 of Chris Eggleston. He's 23rd quick after Chris was on the track. Brent Raymer went out in his number 85. He was 18th quick. And now Rick Crawford on the racetrack in his number 73, 25th quick on his first lap.
So Raymer, Eggleston, and Crawford are all battling against one another. They want to have the fastest time because there's going to be 5 trucks that don't get to race when we throw the green tonight, and you got to beat 5 guys. And Rick's in trouble a little bit here on lap 1. Let's see what he can do on lap 2.
Barely picks it up to 24th quick.
And remember, these trucks, just like the top 25, get faster with each truck from practice. So I'd say that looks a little bit ominous for Rick Crawford. Hermie.
Catching up with Clint Boyer. Kyle stopped by here. He told me in his interview it would take something in the 80s, and that's what you guys put together.
Yeah, I didn't think it was. I ran an 88 in practice, and I didn't think I put together as good a lap as I did in practice. I got through 1 and 2 really good. I felt like I nailed 1 and 2 and tried to get down and do the same down to 3 and 4, and probably got off in there a little too hard and kind of skated out from underneath of me a little bit. But, you know, really happy for all the guys at KHI. This Tide Chevrolet's fast. Same thing, you know, same truck we ran last night, kind of the same result, unloaded fast, haven't really turned a wedge bolt or anything on it. Hopefully it'll stay that way for the race and we can bring it home one piece.
Clint Boy is on top of the chart right now, Rick.
Thanks, Hermie. We have Mike Skinner on the racetrack now. One of the things that he can fall back on, as long as Ron Hornaday has as good a time as we think he's going to have, he could fall back on the past champion provision.
Yeah, and that's one thing we have to remember when we talk about Brent Raymer, Chris Eggleston, Rick Crawford. They have to beat 5 of each other, 5, not counting Mike Skinner.
And Mike Skinner just beat them all. He drove all the way up to the 17th spot, ran a time of 27.928, and he was sideways down in turn 3 and 4 field, but yet was able to hang on to that baby and put a solid lap in the books. You know, you don't want to rely on Ron Hornaday. Mike does it because that thing might not start. He might not ever get a chance to go run. That put Ron in and Mike out. So great job by Mike Skinner right there.
Let's hear from Ron Hornaday. He's with Ray.
Clint Boyer put down a lightning fast lap. That's a truck that they used here in the fall. Ron Hornaday has a brand new unit that's a sister to that. You got anything for your lightning fast teammate and a pole run, Ron?
Like my paint scheme?
I love it. Sherwin-Williams.
Do you like that? I don't know. We made a little bit of changes. We're a little different than Clint is, so we got a new truck. We'll hope to see. This waiting is kind of weird. You know, the sun's popping in and out, and those guys went out when it was a little cooler. So we'll see. You know, usually going last here is better, but I don't know what we have. We'll see what Jeff Hensley put underneath this Sherwin-Williams Chevrolet.
When you say it's a little different, is that driver preference or crew chief preference?
Both.
Okay.
How's that? We went and tested at Gresham and seemed to work, and right now we're just trying to get the hang of it here. So it might not be the right one, but we got to stick to it, and we'll make it work.
All right, last truck on the track will be Ron Hornaday in truck 33.
You know, I always hoped that they would put the go or go homers together like this because it just, to me, it's exciting. But the thing that I didn't think about was this slowest to fastest order that they're going in, because this is dramatic. I mean, if you go out early and you don't get a good lap in and you don't beat some of the guys that are going out right when you go, you don't have a prayer of making the race. So there's a lot of pressure on these drivers. As soon as they pull onto that racetrack, they got to put a lap down.
And Taylor Malsom right there has only beaten 2 of the go or go homers. Here's Greg Pursley, a lot of experience at this racetrack, won in the K&N Pro Series West Division last night, as well as last November he won the K&N race.
A lot of experience here on this racetrack, just not a lot of experience in a truck.
Now you see that
this racetrack.
And now he knows right now, coming down to turn 3 and 4, he knows he's got to get it all on lap 2. That mistake, that little slip down in 1 and 2 means that he's not going to have a time on the first lap that he's going to be confident with. So he's going to push that truck again and hope it sticks this time, because he knows it's 1 lap to get in the show or go home.
His first lap, as you mentioned, maybe not his best, but 18th quick, and he puts 4 of the guys he's racing against behind him.
Yeah, a lot better corner that time too, Michael. I look for this lap to be at least 3/4 tenths faster, maybe even 5.
Yeah, all the way up to the top 10 if he can just get through 3 and 4. And so he's got to feel pretty good about how that 1 and 2 felt. Good lap there too, good turn there. Oh,
just a little bit loose. You saw his hand go back to the right just a little bit.
Pursley up to 12th quick, so an impressive run for Greg Pursley on lap number 2, 27.413 seconds.
And that obviously locks him into the field because he's already beaten 5 trucks. But Mike Skinner's one of those trucks, so he has to actually beat 1 more truck.
This is the truck that I ran last week at Daytona. Dusty Davis got a little wide off too there. That just probably means he's carrying a lot of speed, I hope, for him.
Your voice went up there for a second. And you were watching him come out of 2.
Sounded like T.J. Bell there for a minute.
Kind of scary. I was a high talker, wasn't I?
Dusty Davis on his first lap.
I think that'll do it. That looked like a good lap.
Moves up to 16th quick for Dusty Davis. 27.683.
I like him using that apron. That's something that'll pay off for him tonight. I don't like that much of it right there during qualifying. I think that was a little aggressive, a little bit too low. Probably hurt his exit off too a little bit.
That's about what he ran in practice. If he can pick it up a little bit, if he can jump up ahead of Greg Pursley, then that will lock him into the race.
Across the stripe for Dusty Davis. Does he improve enough? No, he does not, but it does lock Greg Pursley into the race now. 14th quick for Dusty Davis at a 27.526. Hermie.
Yeah, Mike Skinner, 27.90, about 18th quick right now. If you need it, you got a spot to get in, but I know you want to try to get this truck up to speed and get a chance to run up front and win this race.
Well, we really do, Hermie, but I don't think that's going to happen. This is an older truck, and I just want to thank Cushman and Paytas Homes, PaytasHomes.com, for coming aboard. And, you know, they did it at Daytona, and we had some electrical issues, and I decided to honor it and come here. And Eddie Sharp Racing's a better race team than this, and we probably won't come back without getting a little bit better sponsorship down the road, a little more money in here, and get some trucks, man. Got to get some stuff that'll run up front.
Mike Skinner a little bit not smiling. He's used to running up front here at this racetrack, Rick.
Yeah, difficult situation for Skinner. Now on the racetrack. Yes, folks, this is our points leader. Clay Rogers in the go or go home bracket has to race his way into this race, and he's leading the points in the Camping World Truck Series.
Good news, bad news, Clay. You're leading the points, by the way. You better make the race at Phoenix, or you don't have a shot to be leading it next week.
17th quick for Clay Rogers, 27.704.
If he can beat Dusty Davis right now, who ran a 5.26, that will lock him in the field.
This is so nerve-wracking. If you're these guys, you know you have to get in when it's your turn, because the guy that's going after you is faster than you in practice. So, man, this is tense. Clay Rogers needing to pick up
a couple tenths of a second. Let's see if he does it. He does. He jumps all the way to 10th, and that will lock our point leader into the race tonight.
27.360 for Clay Rogers. He will race later on this evening. Will Cole Witt. He's got his work cut out for him as well.
Wednesday on an all-new Car Warriors. The All-Stars want to send the challengers packing, but sleep deprivation.
I was seeing double. I had to lay down.
Could spell disaster. Car Warriors. Wednesday 9 Eastern, followed by Car Science on Speed.
We're thinking seafood? Who's got the best seafood tonight?
How about some tilapia or jumbo shrimp?
And if you had seafood Newberg, you'd be my hero on an endless dinner buffet.
For around $10.
You got the hook.
Only Golden Corral is a seafood lover's paradise. It's crunchy pecan-crusted tilapia, seafood Newberg with puff pastry, spicy jalapeno tilapia, and more. It's all part of our endless dinner buffet, still for around $10.
$10? I'm hooked.
Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
Is your computer running slowly?
Chowder. We love chowder. Clam chowder is the soup we love the best.
Hey, chowder lovers! Xfinity invites you to taste the best at the 30th Annual Clam Chowder Cook-Off, Saturday, February 26th at the admission-free Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Vote for your favorites and pick the winner at the Clam Chowder Cook-Off, Saturday, February 26th. Brought to you by the City of Santa Cruz and the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Rides, games, and great chowder.
Sometimes things just come easy. Found it. And right now with Xfinity, saving money is easy. Switch to Xfinity Voice, only from Comcast. Now for $19.99 a month for a whole year. Talk all you want with unlimited nationwide calling. Get 12 popular calling features plus voicemail you can check online. And get the best in call clarity. Get Xfinity Voice for $19.99 a month for a whole year and start saving today. So beat the clock. You won't want to miss an offer this good. Call 1-800-XFINITY now.
Reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Welcome back to Phoenix International Raceway. Parker Kligerman, not as quick as he was hoping for. 17th quick. That locked Dusty Davis into the race because he was just a bit slower than Dusty Davis. So now Parker Kligerman is that truck that is on the bubble. Max Pappas comes off of the racetrack. He was 15th quick, locked himself into this race, 27.519. Now let's go back down to Hermie Sadler.
Yeah, Clay Rogers, heck of a job. Top 10 qualifying run. Like yourself in the show. Your hands shaking like it's 30 degrees out here. Great job.
Thanks, Hermie. Man, I've had a lot of qualifying laps over the years, but I got all I could get on that one. And these guys at this RBR Enterprises team just worked their tails off today. We unloaded pretty far off, and not very often do you unload as far off as we were and make the gains that we did and get back in contention to make this race. And I just can't thank them enough. Fleet HQ, BTS Tire and Wheel Distributors, everybody that's on board with this deal to make it happen. It's a long way to Phoenix from Sarah Gorda, North Carolina, and it was a tough time getting here. A lot of lost sleep, but we couldn't be happier right now.
And I told him, when you pull down pit road, if you've got 10 people trying to get the window net down for you, you're in. If you don't see a soul that belongs on your team, you didn't. Good job for these guys.
Good indicator. How about David Mayhew? 4th quick on his qualifying effort, 27.031.
This guy's fast all the time. He's a regular in the West Series here, and had a top 10 run yesterday after pitting really, really late, got his way back up into the top 10. A fast competitor. Great qualifying effort for him.
And I look for a lot out of Justin Lofton too. You can see here he's down in turn 3 and 4. The thing's a little bit loose, but he's with this Germain team. I just feel like he's going to be a guy this year that we're going to watch and we're going to see make a lot of progress.
First lap, 25th quick for Justin Lofton at a 28.005. So he'll need a big pickup to lock himself in.
It's going to take a half a second.
And that's what Max Pappas did. Max ran around a 28 flat. So Justin's going to need to pick up a half a second here.
Drove her hard down in turn number 3. Let's see if that truck gets turned. See if he can keep that back in under him. He does pretty well. This looks like a pretty good lap.
Yeah, just
across the stripe. Does he race tonight? Oh no, my goodness, he is close. He is now on the bubble.
And that locks Parker Kligerman in the field. Unfortunately, Rick Crawford and Chris Eggleston now are locked out of the field.
They will not race this evening.
Brad Sweet's our next truck on the track. You can see him down off the turn, off the surface there in 1 and 2, but that didn't upset his truck too badly. He might have been too tight, and if you get down on there, it'll help it turn. It won't upset the truck as bad. If you're a little loose, it'll spin you out.
This is one of the Turner Motorsports trucks, one of their 3 entries, along with James Busher and Ricky Carmichael.
Across the stripe, Brad Sweet's first lap is 26 quick, and that sends Taylor Malsom packing once again. 2 races in the 2011 season, and he's missed both.
But he's still not locked in.
Yeah,
Brad's got a long way to go to get himself locked in.
No guarantee here. He needs to pick up over 0.3 of a second to beat out Justin Lofton, who is now on the bubble.
They ran the same time, he and Lofton, on the first lap. See if Sweet can pick it up.
Brad Sweet, does he guarantee a spot tonight? Yes, he does. Brad Sweet, 19th quick. 27.551 seconds.
And just like you're talking about, Michael, it gets harder from here because every single truck going out was faster than the previous one in practice. And here's a guy we're used to seeing up in the top 2 or 3 positions.
Top 2 or 3 is what we've seen out of James Busher in qualifying.
Yeah,
pretty much all of 2010.
I wouldn't want my fate hanging in James's hands. I mean, this guy's fast.
Right now, it's Justin Lofton that's on the bubble. He has put a time of 27.686 on the board. If you outrun Justin, you lock yourself into this race.
James Busher has not done it on lap number 1. 27.852.
Needs a couple of tenths here or he'll be going home.
He ran a 35 in practice, but you know, Ron Hornaday pointed out the sun has been going in and out. We talked earlier how much cooler it got when it got overcast and then the sun popped out.
Right, it's actually a lot brighter now than it was when we started qualifying, so maybe the track has given up a little bit of speed.
At a turn 4, James Busher, will he race tonight? It is not decided yet. He is now on the bubble. Justin Lofton is locked into the race tonight. So James Busher at 27.709 on the bubble as to if he will race tonight or not.
You just never know.
Wow.
Every truck that we think, you know, obviously should go faster because they were faster in practice, it hasn't really turned out that way.
That really makes that lap by David Mayhew even more impressive. If that track has given up some time, he's all the way up in the 4th spot with his run. So that's a great run.
Really, the big question mark now is Cole Witt, because behind him is Ron Hornaday Jr. He can fall back on a past champion if he needs it. If he has to use it, that will knock Mike Skinner out of this race.
Cole Witt locks in on lap 1. He's up to the 20th spot at 27.591. Wait, that's a 5, isn't it? We have a monitor up here in the booth, but Rick and Phil have it sort of crowded out.
551. 551. Yeah.
Well, it's fast enough. That's the main thing.
It's green. It's in the green here on our monitor.
He is in the green on the first lap, so second lap for Cole Witt. Starting position-wise, 8th quick for Cole Witt on lap number 2, 27.287.
I think Cole Witt likes this track.
I'll tell you, it's really questionable right now for James Busher. The only way that James Busher makes this race is if Ron Hornaday has to take a past champion provisional. That would knock Mike Skinner out, and that put James Busher in the field.
So Hornaday, we're watching on the left side, Clint Boyer.
How many times in Mike Skinner's career has he pulled for Ron Hornaday?
None.
This is the first, I think. Mike Skinner sitting somewhere saying, go, Ron, go.
Across the stripe, Hornaday 6th quick. That means that James Busher will not race tonight. Mike Skinner will on a previous or a past champion provisional. Hornaday, though, racing for potentially the pole at 27.121 on his first lap. He's got to pick it up just over or about 0.3 of a second to gain the pole away from Clint Boyer. Does he get it?
It's not out of the question. He doesn't do it.
Does not make it. 4th quick for Ron Hornaday, 26.982. That means Clint Boyer will grab his 2nd career pole in his 9th race in the Camping World Truck Series, and James Busher has to be disappointed, frustrated. He will not make the race tonight. Hermie Sadler.
Yeah, Clint Boyer was on his way to his cup call for practice. Congratulations, been fast all day, and no better place to start than P1.
Yeah, just a big thank you to Kevin, everybody at KHI. They do such a great job building these trucks. Same old truck that we won in the fall with. Hopefully we can get the same result out of it. It's got a different wrap on it. Tide Chevrolet looks really good, and hopefully we can keep it up front.
Well, if anything shakes down like practice did early today, we should see a heck of a battle from them guys up front.
Not only was he in a hurry to win the pole, but he's in a hurry right now to get over because he's got practice that he needs to jump into another car.
And right here on Speed, the Motorsports Authority, we're going to show you that practice. You'll know how these guys are lined up for qualifying tomorrow.
There's your front row. Clint Boyer and Austin Dillon will make up row number 1 as they will bring the field to the green flag tonight here in Phoenix.
Every qualifying session to me has a shock to it, and James Busher not making this race is a shock.
Right after the break, it's Sprint Cup final practice. That's where Clint Boyer was headed to. And then Chris Devoto gets us all set up. Presented by Polaris at 7:30 Eastern. Just after 8 o'clock, the green flag will drop. 150 laps of excitement here on Speed.
This March, NASCAR is coming to the only track where they race 5 wide.
Go, 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 go.
When the biggest drivers bring the excitement of NASCAR to Auto Club Speedway, it's your one chance to
go.
Experience NASCAR action stacked 5 wide at Southern California's home for racing. March 25th through 27th at Auto Club Speedway. For tickets to the Auto Club 400 weekend, call 800-944-RACE.
Honey, could you grab another bag of ice?
On it.
Did you see that pass on turn 3? No, I had to feed the pony. The only ponies at this party are underneath the hood. Look, if I don't get this ice. Oh, if I don't get this ice. You got a 4G face melter in here, man. Let's do this thing. Okay, yeah, just one lap. Yeah, just do one. Yeah.
How's that ice coming?
Fuel your fan with the latest news, stats, and highlights on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile. Only on the Now Network.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? What, do you live under a rock?
No way. Hey, Rick, check this out.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
This is more than a ticket. It's a wallet-sized definition of who you are and where you belong. Providing both a place to sit and countless chances to stand up for what you believe in. It's a rite of passage, a declaration of independence, and an invitation to discover 43 new heroes and 100,000 new friends. This is more than a ticket, because it says as much about you as any piece of paper can. Reserve yours today at NASCAR.com/tickets.
Phoenix International Raceway has been the site of action all weekend. Welcome to the final round of NASCAR Sprint Cup practice, brought to you by Gander Mountain. We live outdoors. The temperature has fought its way to 66 degrees today. Good bit of overcast to go with partial sun and a light breeze. And already cars are on track for practice. This is it. This is final practice. They'll qualify tomorrow, and then we'll go racing here in the desert on Sunday. Hi, everybody, with Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds. I'm Mike Joy. So final practice, but we haven't qualified yet, so we got a lot to do, but can we undo it all, or will we have to?
This is when you show me what you got.
All right.
You know, the crew chief's going to say, it's your time now, big guy. And you got to go out there and you got to lay down a fast lap. And all the things you did in that first practice, getting everything right so you can make that quick lap for qualifying. That's what it's all about.
Because there's no qualifying trim here. You need to be ready to race when this session's over.
Yeah, I think what we'll see is probably a good 2/3 of this practice. I think a lot of teams, just as they did in the first practice, they'll stay in race trim. But I can almost be willing to bet at the end of this practice, we won't even be able to keep up with the practice monitor because everyone will be making those practice qualifying runs. First practice, Kurt Busch in that 22 car, he had everybody by almost a half a second as far as the quick lap.
He may be the cat to beat when they qualify here tomorrow. Both the Busch brothers were pretty quick. First few laps of this session may tell us something. Casey Kane, Juan Montoya have the fastest laps.
Actually, I think Jeff Burton would be the cat to beat, but
well,
you know.
that's that's the cat being the cat.
Yes,
car.
being the cat car.
Okay, Dick Bertrand.
Well, maybe this guy is the cat to beat. This Jimmy Johnson fella, good old 5-time, because he has won 4 of the last 7 NASCAR Sprint Cup races here at Phoenix, Arizona. He's got a fast car, and he has yet to take one of those qualifying runs where you take the nose of the car up, put fresh tires in, and see what it's got, Mike.
Thanks, Dick. Johnson getting ready to practice. David Reagan climbs to second on the leaderboard. Greg Biffle up there with him, and then Jeff Burton and Jamie Mack.
You know, I'm excited about this qualifying session tomorrow. I just sat up there here in the booth with Rick Allen, Phil Parsons, and Mike Waltrip, and I watched NASCAR Camping World Truck Series qualifying. And for the first time, Sprint Cup will have that format tomorrow. You'll still have the top 35 together, the go or go homers at the end, but their order of qualifying will be from slowest to fastest based on these 2 combined practices. Today, there is a lot of drama in that type of a qualifying format.
I think it can be fun for the fans, and it'll definitely make for interesting viewing for you folks at home.
Be pretty unpredictable. I think that's the thing. You should anticipate a new pole sitter every time somebody goes out, because the faster cars will go later. But we've seen some surprises even in the truck series.
Yeah, Clint Boyer ended up with the pole for tonight's truck race that you will see live on Speed. And here's David Reagan, who is second quickest. It doesn't surprise me if David Reagan comes in here as a man on a mission after what has to be a heartbreaking Daytona 500 that was his to win or lose. And he got called by NASCAR, and reading the rule, no, you can't change lanes before you get to the start-finish line, and that's what David did on that restart.
I think that if there was any confusion on his part, it was because he was the leader. And so I think he felt like the race was in his control. So when they dropped the green flag, it was only a little bit. It was not like blatantly dropped down, but it was enough that it got NASCAR's attention.
Well, and the way we all understand the rule is passing only on the right side, which he did.
Yeah.
And then change lanes and down in front of Trevor Bay.
But remember, Mike, since they went to the double file restart, the passing to the right rule is gone now before the start-finish line.
That's true. That's right.
But again, I think the confusion, if I were the leader of the race, I would kind of assume, but they said, I think here was the kicker, Mike, that we were not privy to or a part of. in the driver's meeting, they specifically said, stay in your lane until you pass the start-finish line.
And that's it.
So that was pretty clear.
Yep. Greg Biffle must sit as one of the favorites for Sunday. I mean, look what Roush Fenway has done here the last few races, principally by Carl Edwards, but if you count Edwards as a favorite. Oh, trouble. There is the Baldwin car. Dave Blaney has hit the wall. Caution is out.
Boy, that's a tough break. Man.
The Axel Construction, number 36.
This team
in tough shape.
Oh, I can't believe I did that.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Honey, could you grab another bag of ice?
On it. Did you see that pass on turn 3? No, I had to feed the pony. The only ponies at this party are underneath the hood. Look, if I don't get this ice. Oh, I don't get this ice. You got a 4G face melter in here, man. Let's do this thing. Okay, yeah, just one lap. One. Yeah, just do one. Yeah.
How's that ice coming?
Fuel your fan with the latest news, stats, and highlights on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile, only on the Now Network.
The Unprepared Man's Guide to Fishing. Modern fishing gear has been pivotal in man's conquest of fish, but the unprepared man can make do without. Attach 2 potato crisp cans at a right angle. Mount a lens from a pair of aviator sunglasses to the joint and let the fishing begin.
Don't be that guy. Come into Gander Mountain's first cast event and get everything for your next fishing adventure. We live outdoors.
With deposits in your engine, it can feel like something's holding your car back.
Let me guess, 16. Yeah.
That's why there's Castrol GTX, with our most powerful deposit-fighting ingredient ever. Castrol GTX exceeds the toughest new industry standard. Don't let deposits hold your car back. Get Castrol GTX. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
Welcome to an exclusive tour of the 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. We have big changes to discuss and new faces to meet. But first, we're going to take a look at some of the new cars hustling their way into the series.
You just traded some serious paint with that Mustang.
These are some of the new faces that I mentioned earlier. Of course, their faces aren't always this angry looking.
The 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. Something new around every turn.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup Final Practice from Phoenix, presented by Gander Mountain. Don't be that guy. Gear up at Gander Mountain. We live outdoors. And brought to you by Allstate. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects riders like Allstate. Are you in good hands? Dave Blaney has put us under the red flag, and let's watch this one unfold from Carl Edwards' view.
It's really easy to do right here. You're coming out of the second turn.
Easy. Yellow will be out. Yellow will be out. Yeah, he tagged the wall back there. They don't throw the yellow, but just come down pit road here. Just come down pit road. Red.
You come out of that corner wide open, under power. You got a lot of wheel in it because the car wants to push coming out of that turn. And when that front end ever bites more than the rear is, then you're going to spin out like that.
Now here's Trevor Bayne, our Daytona 500 winner, who crashed on his first lap of the first practice session. And Matt, looks like they're all ready to go.
Mike, you ever had one of those days where you just wish you could hit Control, Alt, Delete, and start your day entirely over? That's what Trevor Bayne's day has been like. You mentioned he's crashed and he's now in a backup car, but the quick study that Trevor is, he was listening to a lot of radio traffic and also inquiring with different team members of what the other drivers were saying during their first practice session, what characteristics they were experiencing, so that way he has some idea going into this final practice what he shall experience. Remember, this team, a lot of confidence. They've been adding races here or there. Now they've added Martinsville to their schedule for 2011.
Well, if you think back to the days of the Wood Brothers, they ran all the super speedways and Martinsville, their home track. There it is, as the left front appeared to Darrell to be locked when he went into the wall on his first fast lap.
I think that was a big clue, though, that he kind of ignored. Said the brakes didn't feel right on his coming in the first turn. He carried it off into turn 3, made an adjustment, put a little brake to the rear, and was messing with the brakes before that happened. So he should have probably brought it back in, let the crew check it out.
Now, he has been quick in Nationwide Series practice. Remember, Bain is running the full Nationwide Series schedule. And Dave Blaney will be forced to a backup car after that crash.
No, oh, I'm sorry, Larry.
No.
I was going to ask you, because you know these things. They put the engine out of the wrecked car into the backup car. So wherever he qualifies, he starts.
Yes, as long as when you put your car through inspection for qualifying that it has the race engine in it, which obviously here you would because there's no more practice after qualifying, you can start the race where you qualify.
But to be clear, that wouldn't have to be the engine that was in the car that crashed.
Doesn't have to be. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. As long as you qualify your backup car with the engine you intend on racing, you're good to go.
Well, and so I have to ask you, because I got a lot of people have asked me just between here and the coach lot, how come Dale Jr. didn't get to do that last week?
Because he had already qualified his starting spot, not only for the Daytona 500, but for the Gatorade Dual Race, was already locked in the pole for both races, which is a convoluted situation that only we experience once a year.
But we do understand it the way John Darby explained it. Once you have qualified, and the front row were set during time trials that Sunday, once you have qualified, you can't say, oh, backup car, give me another chance, do over, let me qualify for a different spot. You've had your chance.
Yeah, when you sit on the front row for the Daytona 500, you actually have qualified for a starting spot for 2 races at one time, right. The dual and the 500.
And as you say, this only affects us once a year. From here on out, as long as you are ready to race with the engine and car you qualified with, you don't go to the back.
Yeah, NASCAR feels like you've already paid enough penalty. You've destroyed a race car.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I was not clear on was that you had to put the engine out of the car you wrecked into the car.
You do not have to.
You can put any
engine you want.
So when they didn't have an engine in the car, and the backup car, when they wrote that, didn't have an engine in it.
Right.
It really didn't matter what.
It did not matter.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay. Wanted to clear that up for myself.
In Twitterville, right?
Yeah, and all my buddies that have tweeted me for about the last hour. Most of them just want to know how come Dale Jr. couldn't do that. That's the biggest thing.
Ryan Newman, 26th fastest in the Tornado's Chevy. Following Robbie Gordon, who is 28th quickest.
You know, Ryan says that this probably is one of the more special racetracks to his career. He made his first start here for Penske back in 2000, and he said that's what made it so special to get his first win for Stewart-Haas Racing here a year ago.
You know what? We're looking at Ryan's car here. I just looked over the board to see where the 21 was. I want you to look what that kid did. He crashed his car. You'd think, oh boy, I got to go out and take it easy, be real careful, don't want to take any chances. Immediately jumped up to the 18th quickest car on the track. That's a lot of confidence.
Yes, it is. He is the 6th fastest Ford. Dick?
Well, Dave Blaney has just explained to car owner Tommy Baldwin what happened. Tell us what happened out there.
I don't know, just driver error, just loose, and I clipped the wall a little bit and it just got away from me. I thought I could easily save that one, but got away.
This is a team that does not have an excess of either cars or capital, and it's tough when a thing like that happens. Tougher on them than on many others.
Well, not only that, Dick, but they are one of the teams that will have to time their way into the race. And yes, only one team goes home. There's 44 cars for 43 spots, but still, you have to qualify if you want to race.
See this? Nobody else has what this paint's got, and that's a #1 rating. It's a paint and primer in one, so it goes on bold and looks even better. It means getting more done in half the time, and it means the shade you see on that swatch ends up on that wall, and is as durable as it is colorful. You know where to find it. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Try it for yourself. Get your own 8-ounce sample of the #1 rated Behr paint, now just $2.94.
The world's roughest truckers head west to Phoenix, where every fight for position is an all-out brawl.
Problem on the racetrack!
Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Phoenix tonight at 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed. The nighttime is the right time on Speed, as the Rocket Man Ryan Newman stops by the biggest party in racing. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Phoenix, tonight at 11 Eastern on Speed.
If you had a choice between ESPN, your NBA destination.
He is so fun to watch. And the first.
Mama, there goes that man. The NBA on ESPN. Wednesday and Friday nights all season long on ESPN and ESPN HD.
ESPN, serving sports fans around the world.
Toyota Care now comes standard on every new Toyota. Complimentary maintenance for 2 full years plus 24-hour roadside assistance. Just one more way we keep you moving forward. Toyota.
Say hello to Xfinity Voice, only from Comcast. It's the home phone service you've been waiting for, with unlimited nationwide calling for $19.99 a month for 12 months. Chat with friends and family all day, every day. Get voicemail you can check online, and 12 popular calling features, including caller ID and call waiting. Plus, get the best call clarity, all for $19.99 a month for 12 months. Get Xfinity Voice now for this incredible price. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
It's race time at Walmart. From official gear to snacks for race day, you'll find everything you need. So gear up, stock up, save. Casey Kane is quickest so far. Dale Earnhardt Jr. second fastest. David Reagan, Greg Biffle, Jeff Burton, the top 5. Then Menard, McMurray, Logano, Smith, and Edwards, the top 10. Landon Castle lost an engine in the first practice. He has since made 3 laps in this session. He is 36th on the board. Oh, it's a castle. I get it. Between the land and it's a castle. Ah.
Thought it was one of those things that you hold your cell phone up to. Maybe it is to find out where you are.
That's right. Denny Hamlin is 24th fastest, and he is 7th among the Toyotas. Kyle Busch, on the other hand, is 12th quickest, 3rd among the Toyotas. And next to him, Brad Keselowski is the fastest Dodge. He is 17th.
Now, Kyle is the only driver here this weekend that's attempting triple duty. A lot of track time just today when you look at all the practice and qualifying session for the Truck Series and everything.
He just needs, you know what he needs? He needs to be able to drive through somewhere and pick up his lunch, his dinner, and all that, so he didn't have to get out of the car or truck.
Now, in the first session, Travis Kvapil hit the wall. You see they have not repainted the car, and Darrell, they've not changed the tires either. Okay,
he thinks he's still at Daytona. He said these tires will run forever.
They're still up, and you can see the yellow Goodyear lettering's been worn off them from the brush with the wall, but we're still practicing on the same set of tires, and that's okay.
Well, you know what that tells me? They got bigger issues than tires.
Yeah, he really did not run that many laps in that first practice. He only ran 13 laps, so I guess if they deemed that there were no issues with the tires, he really doesn't have that many laps on them yet.
Well, on a track like this, if you bolt 4 new tires on, you're going to fix all your problems.
Right.
The 4 tires, yeah, will cover, it'll mask a lot of problems. So keep driving the car on the set that you got until you feel like you're comfortable on those. Then we'll give you some good ones.
So Kvapil's 30th. Matt Kenseth is 15th overall. He is the 4th quickest Ford, behind Reagan, Biffle, and Edwards, his teammates. Jeff Gordon, looking for Jeff on the board, 19th. And among the Chevrolets, he's in the top 10.
You know, Mike, along the day, we've kind of explained different little changes that we're experiencing here for the first time and in 2011. The one thing we've not touched on has nothing to do with today, quite honestly has nothing to do with tomorrow, but I think it's going to be huge on pit road on Sunday, and that's obviously the self-venting fuel can, the closed loop system that has eliminated the catch can man, which honestly eliminated a lot more than a catch can man. He's been the man for years on pit stops that's been making all of the adjustments. We didn't see a lot of adjustments needed at Daytona. We did not see a lot of tire changes. Trevor Bayne, Donnie Wingo, the 21 team, they used, including the set of tires they started the race on, they pretty much used about 4.5 sets of tires in that 500-mile race. You're going to use more than that here. You're going to make a lot more adjustments. I think that's going to be huge on pit road Sunday on this adjustment deal.
Well, I think one of the things that kind of masked whether we're going to have an issue with this can or not is because they didn't change tires, the fuel guy never had to step back. He could plug in, put the can of gas in, hand him another can, plug it in. When you got the tire changer coming around, the gas man has to step back, let the tire changer through, and then plug back in again. So it's going to be a little bit slower and a little bit more confusing, I believe.
All right, down to Greg Biffle's garage and Dick Bergman.
He just stepped out of the car, Mike, and there is a telltale trail of oil drops leading up to this car. He has an oil leak of some sort. Matt?
Dick, over at his teammate David Reagan's garage. Reagan currently third on the board. So, how to characterize your day? It seems like both sessions has gone pretty good so far.
Yeah, our UPS team have really worked hard. Drew Blickensderfer and all the guys have, built a lot of good cars this offseason. And so, to run well at Daytona, come here at Phoenix, which typically hasn't been one of our better tracks the last couple of years. So our UPS Ford's pretty fast, and we're just switching over to qualifying trim to see if we can make a few more laps.
Now, nobody's Nostradamus. When you look back to last week, a lot of coulda, woulda, shoulda things could have happened. Near the finish, you got the penalty, you had to go to the back. Any good advice from teammates or anyone in the sport how to try to put that event behind you?
Matt, I'd almost forgot about last week, and then you bring it back up. The biggest thing is just, you learn and you move on. There's 35 more races left this year. Probably none more special than the Daytona 500, but we've got a lot of great partners out there. Our UPS team with Coca-Cola and Ford and Valvoline, Wiley X. So there's been a lot of support from that group, and we've just got to stay focused. It's a long season. We've got a lot of goals to get this year, and
you got some good veterans on your team like Biffle and Kensington.
Yeah, and Greg and those guys are like, hey, you have to lose a couple of hard ones before you win that first one, and I feel like I've had a couple of hard lessons over the last few years. I'm ready to get in victory lane, and it'll make it only sweeter. So if we could win this weekend at Phoenix, that would be as big as a Daytona 500 right now.
He's a nationwide series winner. Now he's looking for a cup win. I'll tell you what, this team continues to just take those steps up the ladders on competitive.
That they do. There's a song on the Bonnie Raitt CD, You Might Have Made Your Move Too Soon. And that was last Sunday for David Reagan.
Wednesday on an all-new Car Warriors. The All-Stars want to send the challengers packing, but sleep deprivation.
I was seeing double. I had to lay down.
Could spell disaster. Car Warriors. Wednesday 9 Eastern, followed by Car Science on Speed.
Board. Oh, yeah. We're going to Daytona.
We're thinking seafood? Who's got the best seafood tonight?
How about some tilapia or jumbo shrimp?
And if you had seafood Newberg, you'd be my hero on an endless dinner buffet.
For around $10.
You got the hook.
Only Golden Corral is a seafood lover's paradise. It's crunchy pecan-crusted tilapia, seafood Newberg with puff pastry, spicy jalapeno tilapia, and more. It's all part of our endless dinner buffet, still for around $10.
$10? I'm hooked.
Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
I love working with animals, but my allergies put me in a fog.
So now, I'm Claritin Clear.
Claritin works great on all my allergies, like dust, mold, pollen, or pets, without making me drowsy. Because I want to be alert around this big guy. Live Claritin Clear, indoors and out.
Gatorade Post-Game Innovation O3 Recover. Protein to initiate muscle recovery. Re-swagger. Gatorade Recover, part of the G Series.
Sunday, the Ultimate Pre-Race Show gets you revved up in Phoenix when Mark Martin, Kyle Busch, and Kevin Harvick are on live. Plus, Kyle sits down with Len and Eddie Wood about their thrilling Daytona 500 win. NASCAR race day built by the Home Depot. Sunday, 12:30 Eastern, live on Speed. You ride into the garage with Joey Logano, who is 8th fastest and the 2nd quickest Toyota.
You know, Mike, I think I heard you say it earlier today, and I don't even think it was on air, but I thought it was a great analogy. Go back to last week. The youngest driver, Trevor Bayne, wins the Daytona 500 with one of the oldest organizations in the sport, Wood Brothers.
Yeah, I believe only Petty Enterprises, and maybe not even Petty Enterprises, surpasses Wood Brothers for the length of time they've been involved in the sport. That would kind of be a toss-up. And here's A.J. Allmendinger in Richard Petty's number 43. And the irony of this, and Richard Petty being in victory lane, is because the Wood Brothers are using points from last year's number 19 that raced for Richard Petty Motorsports. So on paper, when NASCAR assigns the points for car number 21, the listed owner on paper, on NASCAR's paper, is Richard Petty. But regardless what's on NASCAR's paper, regardless on who holds the checkbook and who holds the tuning tools, it's the Wood Brothers. Has been for 61 years, always will be.
Yeah, and it was, I'm so happy. Leonard Wood is one of the, I mean, I don't know, he's one of the sweetest guys you ever meet in your life. Right. And I remember him, he and Pearson, I mean, the 21 car, the history, the Wood Brothers, Richard Petty. I mean, that was like a page out of the past when you looked at Victory Circle.
Eddie Wood told me this morning, he said it's probably something that didn't get captured, but he said the most awesome shot was Richard Petty and Glenn Wood walking into victory lane together last Sunday.
That's right.
Yeah,
that was big.
And not arguing about something.
And, you know, yes, the team is Glenn Wood's team, and but without Leonard turning the wrenches, what could they have accomplished? It's kind of like the Wright brothers. Nobody cares if Wilbur had the checkbook and Orville flew the plane. It's the Wright brothers. It's the Wood brothers. And they're so iconic in our sport. And as you look at Trevor Bayne, we've gotten a lot of texts about what is Von Zipper? Sunglasses.
Ah. I like that name. It's just a name you like saying it. Von Zipper.
Well, kind of like Von Dutch or Ed Hardy or something. I don't know.
Ed Hardy? Ed Hardy.
How do you say Red Bull in Italian?
Toro Rosso.
Okay.
A Rosso. Not a Rossi, a Rosso.
No. Casey Mears right now 34th on the board. He is one of those cars that has to time in. Right now, Brian Keselowski is the slowest of the Gorgo homers, and only one will go home in knockout qualifying tomorrow. He is 0.3 slower than Bill Elliott at the moment.
But I think it's pretty cool that he's even here.
Absolutely.
I mean, that was another one of those stories last week that just caught your attention and really felt good. Brian making the race, made a couple $100,000. That'll get him down the road a ways.
$273,660 some dollars.
Not a bad payday.
It's a big payday. Put
Jamie Mack 7th right now.
Compare that $273,000 to some of the first place money at a lot of racetracks.
That's right. Jeff Burton's in the top 5.
There's that cat.
Dick.
Jeff Gordon is out of his race car talking with his new crew chief, Alan Gustafson, and he referred to the car as bad, which means it's very good. He has been quite complimentary about the behavior of this race car, things he'd like to change. He numbers as 1. That's the least amount of not being perfect that's possible. Gordon, fast car here this weekend.
Wow.
Maybe that 66 losing streak is going to go away. He's not fastest on the board by any shot, but he's got a good car.
His teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. second quickest, and here is Casey Kane, who has laid down the fastest lap of this session, just about 0.4 of a second off of Carl Edwards' track record.
NASCAR's ultimate pre-race show powers into the desert, where Mark Martin and Kyle Busch join us live, and we relive a Cinderella story at the 500. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, from Phoenix, Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
Hey, Ma. You know, I haven't changed my mind about joining the military.
I didn't expect you would. Just wanted to make sure you thought things through.
I did. And I know for me, this is the right decision. It's what I was meant to do.
I believe that.
Then why'd you want me to keep thinking about it?
Because I'm your mom and that's my job.
Now we're hitting the road with the Pro Glide Challenge. Yo, my friend, come on down here. Now let me ask you a question. What razor do you use?
Disposable.
Why the disposable?
This is really quick and convenient.
We have a face-off between disposable and Pro Glide. Uh-oh. Fusion Pro Glide is engineered with Gillette's thinnest blades ever, so it glides for less tug and pull.
Wow, this is remarkable. I feel sexier already.
Yeah! Take the Pro Glide Challenge.
Once Dave and his friends experienced the bone-rattling intensity of NASCAR, they knew it was time to reconfigure his surround sound.
All right, guys, here it comes.
15,000 watts later, they realized that if everything was more like NASCAR, everything would be more awesome.
Hey, Wednesday night, strap in for a must-see, all-new episode of The 10. The 10 most outrageous moments in NASCAR history, not counting last Sunday's finish. Wednesday night at 8 Eastern, only on Speed. Or maybe it will count last Sunday's finish. We'll have to tune in and find out. Okay, the silver car is Brian. The blue car is Casey. I'm getting it. And right behind him is the man who was the other Cinderella story of the 500, and that is David. Where did he come from? Gilliland. Third place in the 500. And behind him is the man who just won the pole for tonight's truck race live on Speed, and that would be Clint Boyer.
While Carl was trying to get hooked up with Trevor, I mean, you know, they had that radio conference with you want to run? No. David Gilliland was trying to get hooked up with Carl, so that finally all worked out at the end and almost to perfection.
And let me point out, some folks had asked, yes, Fox Sports did record an interview after the 500 with David Gilliland, but we were almost an hour over our scheduled airtime, and we're sorry that it didn't make it into the show, but certainly his achievement is of great note and well-deserved finish.
You know, you were talking earlier about how a bad finish, it can take you a while to overcome it with those new points. Wow. A good finish like David Gilliland had, you can hold on to that for a while as far as staying up in the points.
Yeah, it'll be very hard for anyone who got 7 points or less, including the cars that did not qualify that got 0, to break into the top 35 in probably the first third of the season.
I think there are races we go to that are, as the guys say, are crapshoots. Daytona's one of them. I mean, you can get wiped out there and minding your own business. We know that. So if you're going to have trouble and you're going to recover from it, do it at Daytona.
Yeah.
And then you've got 25 races to dig yourself out of that hole. The problem is, don't come here and have more trouble.
Oh, no.
Or you are in trouble.
That's right.
Well, our man that, as we watched Bill Elliott in the 09 car, ran at Daytona last week. Our man that has won 5 consecutive championships. He won the 2006 Daytona 500. The 5 since then, he has finished 27th or worse, every one of them.
And still won the championship.
Exactly.
But that will be harder to do this year.
Take longer to get there,
than ever before.
Oh, yeah.
Bill Elliott needs to find some speed. He is 43rd out of 44, and he must qualify on time tomorrow.
He's pretty busy in that race car right now. That thing is just not sticking to the racetrack like Bill needs it to go fast.
Oh, excuse me. He is the only driver among the go-or-go-homers eligible for the champion's provision. He will not have to qualify on time, but he would prefer to do that than to use up one of his provisionals.
So he's going just fast enough.
He will race on Sunday.
He's going comfortably fast.
No, Bill actually ended up finishing. Where did Bill? He ended up finishing 12th in the Daytona 500. I talked to this group earlier today. Originally, they were only planning on running Bill about 18 races. Now they're talking of getting pretty close to what will be the full schedule with him.
Ryan Newman, one of our guests on Trackside tonight. along with, guess who else we have on trackside?
Wouldn't be Trevor Bayne,
Oh,
would it?
oh gosh, great.
He's been on every other talk show this week.
That's what we said. We got to have him on our show.
Michael McDowell is from the Phoenix area and trying to put Phil Parsons and Randy Humphries, number 66, into the show. 27.70 doesn't give him much of a cushion. Brian Keselowski is about half a second back of that, 0.6 back, and both of them are on the track right now. Chances are one of them, or perhaps Dave Blaney in that backup car, will be the one who goes home.
I think this cat right here, though, he's not going to do anything until it counts, and that's going to be when they go out to qualify and put the green, because he's got to take it easy, because that's the only car he's got.
I talked to his dad Bob earlier. You know, he told me, he said, Larry, we really debated about maybe just skipping these 2 West Coast races. Then we have an off week where we could be really prepared for some of the races closer to home. But so many people, after what we did at Daytona, are starting to at least have conversation with us about sponsorship. We just felt like we needed to be at the racetrack.
I totally agree.
Casey Kane, Dale Jr., David Reagan, Greg Biffle, Jeff Burton are the Fast Five.
The world's roughest truckers head west to Phoenix, where every fight for position is an all-out brawl. Problem on the racetrack! Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Phoenix tonight at 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
It's Denny time.
You drive like my mom.
Dinner's ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com. You don't have to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Tony Hawk.
And the winner is... You guys, do we really have to do the whole show like this?
Tony Hawk, host of the Hall of Game Sports Awards Show. Vote now for your favorite sports stars. Then see who wins Friday, February 25th, 7/6 Central, only on Cartoon Network.
Welcome to Metro USA. It's nationwider. Metro PCS now covers 90% of the country, or 280 million people. Still just $40 a month. Taxes and regulatory fees included.
We are the face of Comcast.
I'm a perfectionist. At least I try to be.
At Comcast, we solve problems.
If we don't resolve the problem the first time,
we'll extend a courtesy service to our customers.
You're a customer, you deserve it.
If you're a new customer and you're not satisfied with our services,
you can get your money back in the first 30 days.
It's a phenomenal thing to offer to our customers.
We're only as good as our word, and our word is good.
Whether it's giving you a $20 credit if we're late or 30 days to try us out, at Comcast, we're all about the customer, and that's always guaranteed.
Speed's coverage of NASCAR Sprint Cup final practice from Phoenix is brought to you by Toyota. Toyota leads the league right now. Casey Kane is fastest. And here's Bobby Labonte, another great story of this Daytona 500. Finished 4th, makes him 3rd in Sprint Cup points right now. Dick Berggren.
Well, when it comes to Phoenix stories, this is the guy you want to talk about, Ryan Newman. Last year, he finished 1st and 2nd in the 2 races. How's it going so far today for you?
So far, so good. Just, getting acclimated to this tire, and, it's a different time for a spring race. So, Tornado Chevrolet was pretty good off the truck. We're just switching over now to qualifying trim and see what we can do. I'm not sure where we want to be in practice for qualifying yet.
Okay, Matt.
Dick, Brad Keselowski back in the garage area. He's completed 28 laps during this practice session, currently 17th on the board. And he says he really wasn't sure if he liked their most recent change, but the longer he ran, the better it felt. He wasn't sure if it was a cycle in the tires, meaning put another heat cycle on this set of tires, or he just adjusted his driving to how the car was reacting. He says as he got running longer and longer, he also seemed to get a lot more grip, so he was pleased in the end with the most recent changes.
Thanks, Matt. We mentioned Michael McDowell. Here's the other Phoenix area driver, J.J. Yaley. Ran a lot of sprint car races at Manzanita and up at Canyon Raceway, which is still active north of town. 27:47, his best practice time, and wouldn't feel all that safe with that. That's about half a second on the good side of the two slowest cars right now, and they pick up AAMCO transmissions. Front of the week on the 46.
He just picked up a little bit on the stopwatch with that lap right there to a 27.40.
About a 10 better there.
And that puts him 4th of the 9 Go homers.
Recognize that voice?
Tony Furr.
Tony Furr.
Yeah.
Been around a while.
You know, Mike, he also ran an Indy car here back in 1998 when he was doing some open wheel stuff. J.J. Yaley did.
Thinking about what Matt said about Kurt Busch. You know, one of the things that really good race car drivers do, they adjusted their car.
Right.
You know, that sometimes it makes it hard, I think, for a crew chief to really know what to do to the car. A driver will go out and his car's doing a little something, he'll adjust his driving just a little bit and kind of ignore what the car is doing rather than telling the crew chief, well, here's what it's doing and we need to fix it. He just kind of adjusts to what it's doing. Sometimes it gets you in trouble. Like this looks to me like this could be trouble.
Very pensive Kyle Busch.
Yes, I would say.
Dave Rogers.
You know, I read an article about Kyle Busch and Dave Rogers just this past week, and Kyle said in the article that the thing he worked the hardest on this offseason was getting closer to Dave Rogers and those guys trying to get more on the same page. He said he felt like we were there, but we just wasn't spot on where we needed to be.
And it just appears to me that Dave's trying to sell Kyle something. And I think Kyle's saying, show me the Carfax.
Oh, jeez.
There's something going on there, though, because Dave is, when the
You're
crew chief starts using his hands, then there's something coming down.
Kyle's holding the wheel there, talking about feel as Trevor Bayne comes to pit road. And Trevor is 19th right now in this session at a 27.19.
He's holding pretty steady right now at that, right in that 18-19 spot. But I think the car is better than that.
Quick update on the Go homers. Mike Skinner quickest, Joe Nemechek, Casey Mears, J.J. Yaley, then Landon Castle, Dave Blaney, and the 3 most at risk, Michael McDowell, Bill Elliott, Brian Keselowski.
And what I've seen so far with cars that are starting to make some practice qualifying runs, and we saw this in the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series qualifying, and they're on the exact same tire combination, is your fast lap is going to be lap 2. I think a little bit that maybe that has to come with the air pressure, a little bit of heat in the tires, but you definitely seem like you pick up, we saw in some cases 3, 4, 5 tenths from lap 1 to lap 2.
Jeff Gordon comes over for a word with Clint Boyer.
Honey, could you grab another bag of ice?
On it. Did you see that pass on turn 3? No, I had to feed the pony.
The only ponies at this party are underneath the hood.
Look, if I don't get this ice.
Oh, I don't get this ice.
You got a 4G face melter in here, man.
Let's do this thing.
Okay, yeah, just one lap.
Yeah, just do one. Yeah.
How's that ice coming?
Fuel your fan with the latest news, stats, and highlights on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile. Only on the Now Network.
I look all tough and uncaring. But when I see an RV roll in with a big family, well, it fills my heart. But as affordable as it is, it just makes sense to get everybody out and go on a vacation together. Well, I didn't mean all of us.
It's surprising just how affordable an RV vacation could be. See for yourself at GoRVing.com and get a free video or visit an RV dealer. Go affordably, go RVing.
My feet are killing me.
Well, we're here to get you custom orthotic inserts.
We can't afford that.
Yes, we can.
Dr. Scholl's Custom Fit Orthotic Center. Foot care scientists are behind it.
You have flat feet.
No way.
Way.
Orthotic 440 is recommended.
It recommends the custom fit orthotic insert that's best for your feet.
You'll get all-day relief.
For your tired, achy feet.
And you could save a couple $100.
Sweet. This is great.
Dr. Scholl's Custom Fit Orthotic Center.
Who are you talking to?
For locations, see drscholls.com.
With deposits in your engine, it can feel like something's holding your car back.
Let me guess, 16.
That's why there's Castrol GTX. With our most powerful deposit-fighting ingredient ever, Castrol GTX exceeds the toughest new industry standard. Don't let deposits hold your car back. Get Castrol GTX. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
360 degrees of everything is now on sale. Visit NASCAR.com/tickets today.
You're watching Welcome Back to Sprint Cup Final Practice, presented by Gander Mountain. Top speeds there, the top 5. Toyota, Chevy, Ford, Chevy.
I believe that Casey Kane and Kenny Francis will work a little of that magic on that little Red Bull car.
We started seeing that, I think, even like the end of last year, especially at Homestead Miami Speedway with Casey Kane in that Red Bull car.
Now, there's something curious here. I understand some of the go-or-go-homers running half a dozen or less laps, but Jimmy Johnson has only run 5 laps in this practice.
Well, that tells me maybe he's not very happy with his race car.
Well, there are the Hendrick cars and where they run. And I'd say you're right, Darrell.
I think here's the deal. I think they ran 55 laps in that first practice. Chad Canals knows at a racetrack like this, and it's a fairly short race, how important qualifying is. My opinion would be the first practice, they worked on race setup. And I think they wanted to get totally in qualifying mode for this practice session. I think that's the reason we're not seeing him run a lot of practice. Now, what's a little bit concerning is where he's at on the practice sheet. So I don't know. This.
Yeah, Larry, if he's in qualifying mode, he's in trouble because he's more than half a second slower than the fast cars right now.
Yeah, that's. I saw him out. He went out and the car. I mean, he was all over the racetrack.
Right.
And he came right back in. So maybe they did work on race setup, but they better get busy and work on qualifying setup.
But maybe they don't want to be really fast in this practice session.
Now that's just too many variables. I need to go to Dick Berggren to sort this all out. Jimmy in no hurry to get back in the car and practice.
I'm like you. I believe Dick Berggren will get to the bottom of this.
Okay.
Well, same old thing we say every year, Dick. What is Chad doing?
Yeah, here.
Go ahead, Dick.
All right.
Will you dance with me?
Okay, so what's going on? You're not as fast as we expected you were going to be.
That makes a lot of us wondering why, especially guys on the 48 team. We're just working through some stuff. Race practice in the first session, we ended decent, we felt. Starting qualifying trim, and I had some traffic. Someone was on the apron and then worked their way back out on the track at 3 and 4, and I had to abort on my sticker run. So we've got one more set of stickers, and we hope to go faster. We'll see.
Not to worry. Come Sunday, this guy will be among the fastest. You will.
It's not a man. I'm telling you, it's not a man that's worried right now.
Neither one of them, Jimmy or Chad. Matt?
And we talk a lot about coming out of Daytona with a lot of momentum, and you guys touched on it earlier when David Gill went a great run. For you and this team, that just has to really be uplifting.
It is. You know, we got a little bit of momentum behind us, and even today our Taco Bell Ford Fusion's really good. So Peter Suspenso and all the guys have done a great job, and the car's got a lot of speed, you know, late into a run. We're switching into qualifying trim now and feel like we're going to be pretty good. So I'm just so excited just to, you know, I feel like we're in the race again, so I'm excited.
When you look at this place, for the folks at home, how challenging is it? I mean, practice earlier today was about high noon. Now the sun is starting to set a little bit. Is that a hindrance for you guys at all?
Yeah, definitely. It's different, you know, but you know, just part of the deal, part of what we do. And you know, Peter, he's got so much experience. That's what really helps us as a team. And you know, feel like tomorrow when we qualify, I think it starts at 140, so that's going to be all again different. So you know, we're just right now just trying to get as much speed out of our car, and I think that'll put us where we need to be for tomorrow.
Congratulations again on Daytona.
Thanks again, appreciate it.
A great finish for David Gilliland. Darrell, one of the things we always fight here at Phoenix, spring, fall, doesn't matter, sun in turn 1.
Yeah, and we want to see the sun. We just don't want to see it in our eyes, and you can see that it is becoming, as we go down the front straightaway here in the afternoon there, when the sun starts to go down, man, it blinds you, and all you can really do, 2 things. You can trust your spotter to tell you about where you are, or you can pick a spot on the inside or outside wall that's sort of a mark to know where you are. And that's all well and good when you're by yourself. It gets a little confusing when people are around.
All right, Dick Berggren is with a man whose position on the speed chart matches his car number.
That would be number 17, and it would be Matt Kenseth. Is your stuff as good as it can be, or is there still more left to go?
It's never as good as it can be. I always want it to be better, but our day didn't start off good at all today, but this practice was a lot better. Jimmy and all these guys in Crown Royal car got this thing actually turning pretty good today, and so far so good. So we'll go see if we can make a lap and get ready to qualify.
Congratulations in addition to your family. Are you on diaper duty?
Not today because they're at home, but yeah, when I'm home. So yeah, it's a little busier around home, but thank you very much. It's it's truly a miracle watching a birth of one of your children for sure. So I'm glad I was home this week and all the timing worked out, and they're doing great.
Only about 20 or 30 years to pay bills. Good for you. Thanks.
Congratulations to Matt and Katie. The things you learn on Twitter. Von Zipper was a character in what movie in the 60s? Stay tuned.
The nighttime is the right time on Speed, as the Rocket Man Ryan Newman stops by the biggest party in racing. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Phoenix, tonight at 11 Eastern on Speed.
See this? Nobody else has what this paint's got, and that's a #1 rating. It's a paint and primer in one, so it goes on bold and looks even better. It means getting more done in half the time. And it means the shade you see on that swatch ends up on that wall and is as durable as it is colorful. You know where to find it. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Try it for yourself. Get your own 8-ounce sample of the #1 rated Behr paint. Now just $2.94.
If you had a choice between...
Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Tony Hawk.
And the winner is... You guys, do we really have to do the whole show like this?
Tony Hawk, host of the Hall of Game Sports Awards Show. Vote now for your favorite sports stars. Then see who wins Friday, February 25th, 7/6 Central, only on Cartoon Network.
Welcome to Metro USA. It's nationwider. Metro PCS now covers 90% of the country, or 280 million people. Still just $40 a month. Taxes and regulatory fees included.
We looked at our bill from the phone company. It was holding us back.
It was weighing us down.
We knew our phone bill was a problem, and we weren't dealing with it.
It was like having a dark cloud over us. We looked at our bill and we switched to Comcast Business Class. Fast internet, better phone, tools from Microsoft. Great deal.
Find out how much your business could save. Call Comcast Business Class at 1-800-391-3000.
Wednesday, an all-new Car Warriors. The All-Stars take on a team of low-rider specialists. Lack of sleep brings one team to the brink of disaster. Don't miss it Wednesday night at 9 Eastern, only on Speed. All right, now Von Zipper is on the visor of Trevor Bayne. It's a sunglass brand. However, long before we asked the question, and DW picked it up off of Twitter, 22 minutes ago, our intrepid analyst in the Truck Series, Phil Parsons, texted me to say that Eric Von Zipper was the leader of the motorcycle gang in the Frankie Avalon Annette Funicello movie Beach Blanket Bingo. Harvey Lembeck played Eric Von Zipper in 1965. And now you know more than you wish you had.
And if you didn't know that, what, you've been living under a rock?
Thanks, Phil.
It's amazing what people... Twitter is the hot tip, man.
You think I have useless information? Have you ever hung out with Phil Parsons?
A little. We
top
just
shelf right
usually
there.
talk trucks when we do,
right,
but
okay. That's top shelf right there. Marcus Ambrose in the Stanley DeWalt Ford has jumped to 5th fastest, second Ford, right behind David Reagan. 29.96. And fast times are still about 4/10 off the track record, but they're coming down.
And by the way, if you want to tweet me any more information, it's @AllWalker. And I'm taking all tweets.
Never met a tweet you didn't like, right?
Social media.
You know, Mike, you talked about Ambrose and David Reagan. We have 4 Fords up there in the top 7, as well as Greg Biffle and Carl Edwards in the 16 and 99 car.
Jamie Mack has climbed to 2nd behind Casey Kane.
And I think we well documented it in the closing laps of the Daytona 500. Even though he still was running at the end of that race, they went down a cylinder with about 10 or 12 laps to go pretty substantially on that one car. Just saw Regan Smith in the 78 car pulling out on the racetrack for a practice session. Right now he is 13th quickest. Had an awesome speed weeks. I know he felt like I saw him last night. He said, Larry, it was there. I felt like I was in a position. I said, Regan, you, Pete Rondeau, you guys have nothing to hang your head about. Y'all had an awesome speed weeks. And DW, I was telling you earlier, that was his first career top 10 finish in Sprint Cup.
And that just blew me away. As well as this kid has run, I mean, I couldn't believe he never had a top 10. Oh. That's amazing.
Maybe it's because we remember him winning Talladega, but not getting the win. NASCAR said he dipped below the yellow line. Tony Stewart got the win. We know he's been competitive, so yes, that does come as a little bit of a surprise.
But he told me they've been doing a lot of testing, and he said, Larry, for the first time in my Sprint Cup Series career, I'm fast with my race car, and I don't have to work my guts out to do it. He said it feels good. You know, he said before I could be fast, but there was no way I could run that way for 500 laps or 500 miles.
And I think he showed that at Daytona, Larry, because he hung in there with everybody, with the best of them.
When the green flag dropped on the Daytona 500 last Sunday, Trevor Bayne had 6,000 followers on Twitter. He's now jumped to over 36,000.
My goodness.
6 times the followers. Well, you know, one career-making day will do that for you.
Well, and then, of course, he's had a career-making week. If you think about all the places he's been. And the thing that I love is how every time, I was with him last night at a function. Every time somebody asked him a question, it's like he answered it like he'd never been asked that question before. And I know he'd been asked the same questions all week long. But he was just always excited and always just, you know, enthusiastic about everything he had to say or do.
Monday he was up in New York and New England making media appearances. Did the Chicago morning shows Tuesday and an ice cream social for the racetrack at Sears Point. Wednesday, LA Live, and let's see, I think he was on Ellen, he was on George Lopez, he made the talk show rounds, and then came in here Thursday so he could practice and qualify.
And then Monday in Knoxville, his hometown, they're going to have a big parade. I mean, a big reception for him. I'm sure he'll get a key to the city and probably the state, and don't tell him what else.
Just an awesome kid. Just everything about him.
I can tell you what else. He's on trackside tonight.
That too. We had to have him on the show tonight.
The world's roughest truckers head west to Phoenix, where every fight for position is an all-out brawl.
Problem on the racetrack!
Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Phoenix tonight at 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
Tilapia or jumbo shrimp.
And if you had seafood Newberg, you'd be my hero on an endless dinner buffet.
For around $10.
You got the hook.
Only Golden Corral is a seafood lover's paradise. It's crunchy pecan-crusted tilapia, seafood Newberg with puff pastry, spicy jalapeno tilapia, and more. It's all part of our endless dinner buffet, still for around $10. $10? I'm hooked. Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
Introducing a renewable energy solution that will forge new opportunities for the American worker, as well as advance our nation's energy independence. American ethanol. From America's cornfields to America's racetracks. It's a brand new race day.
Wednesday on an all-new Car Warriors. The All-Stars want to send the challengers packing, but sleep deprivation.
I was seeing double. I had to lay down.
Could spell disaster. Car Warriors. Wednesday 9 Eastern, followed by Car Science on Speed.
This Wednesday, Car Science is new and really interesting. Can a car really stop on a dime? How do they make those flaming tire burnouts in the movies? It's all on an all-new Car Science, Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed. Here are the Go or Go homers. Casey Mears has jumped to the top of that list over Mike Skinner, Joe Nemechek, J.J. Yaley. And you see most at risk, Dave Blaney, who now has to go to a backup car, and Brian Keselowski. Remember that Bill Elliott has the champion's provisional if needed.
We said it earlier, this is final practice, and we were told that Dave Blaney in that 36 group, they will not get back out, so the first laps he'll make in that backup car will be qualifying tomorrow.
Bergie?
Well, Mark Martin is not nearly as fast as he'd like to be, Mike. Certainly we remember here in April of 2009 when in happy hour he walked away long before it was over, telling us he had a great car. He wound up winning the pole. He won the race after leading the most laps. Not what he's got here tonight. The car is snapping loose on him, and he's afraid to put more bite in the back tires for fear it's going to mess up the front end and what the front end grip should be. And he has told his crew chief he just doesn't know how to fix this problem. This guy has more experience in Phoenix than any of the other drivers in Sunday's race.
Mark Martin among them. 3 of the last 4 Phoenix winners ended winless streaks of 70 races or more. Marks had run to 97 races when he won here in April of 09. Ryan Newman and Carl Edwards both broke big, long winning streaks of 70 races or more. Does that all spell Jeff Gordon for Sunday?
Pretty much. I would say Big Daddy will be very competitive come race day.
Then there's that young fella Dale Jr. who's in similar straits. Matt.
Mike, down in the 21 garage, Trevor Baynes brought the Wood Brothers Ford back in. He says this is the best that he's ever been here in any kind of race car, and they're going in the right direction. He says his biggest issue at this juncture is simply the car is too free on entry. More so turn 1 than turn 3, but you can just hear his composure on the radio. And yeah, he's got a yellow stripe on the bumper, but he's been racing for what, 15 years now? So he's experienced a lot, just not at this level, but you can just hear the composure from the seat. And you know what? It kind of reminds me of another kid that got a ride one time in a Sadler Brothers car and then filled in over at Junior Johnson's for a race or two and then won Rookie of the Year in that 28 car. The late Davey Allison, who would have been 50 today.
Good point.
Now getting down into turn 1, again, if we saw some of the steering wheel, some of the guys how they were holding the steering wheel earlier, you turn in harder. It's a much more abrupt turn in, and so if you're going to get loose on corner entry, most likely it's going to be into turn
1. Dale Jr.'s season did not get off to the start that he had hoped. Dodged a couple of them. They're right in the middle of this one, right there, as he got tipped and turned into the wall.
That actually ended a streak of running at the end of 43 consecutive races for Dale Earnhardt Jr. over a full season.
Right now he is 10th fastest in the National Guard Chevy.
You know, he said something this week, Mike, and I think we have been seeing this with Dale Earnhardt Jr. because when you think about it, he has only won 1 race in the last 4 years. Well, think about what's common about the last 4 seasons. This type of race car that we're running. And he said this week, he said, you know, I can be competitive in it because I have been, but he said I just struggle trying to convey what the racetrack is, what the race car is telling me it's looking for. I just can't get the feel that I'm looking for with it, and that's a pretty good common denominator about his record and how long we've been running this particular car.
Yeah, you would assume that after this much time that somebody would nail the setup that he likes. Last year we heard him always talking about falling over in the right front, falling over in the right front. That was just a common theme week in and week out. Haven't run enough races this year to see where that's going to go, but I think he's going to be happy with this car and this combination of he and Stephen Letarte. I really do.
Well, I know on this particular show, a practice show, we can get a little bit technical. Think about falling over the right front. What is one thing that's, and it's gotten a lot better, but what's one thing about this car versus the old car? A higher center of gravity.
Right.
It makes it feel like it's tipping over when you go over in the corner, especially a flatter corner like what you have here at Phoenix.
And that's one of the things the guys, the teams have worked on hard the last year or two, making the cars lighter, getting rid of some of that high roll center, getting weight down lower. That's really helped a lot of these cars. You can see here, he's got his hands full. He's not out there cruising around.
Well, Steve Letarte, his crew chief, has won here. He was with Jeff Gordon when Jeff drove to Victory Lane in April 2007.
The world's roughest truckers head west to Phoenix, where every fight for position is an all-out brawl.
Problem on the racetrack.
Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Phoenix tonight at 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
The Unprepared Man's Guide to Fishing. Modern fishing gear has been pivotal in man's conquest of fish, but the unprepared man can make do without. Attach two potato crisp cans at a right angle. Mount a lens from a pair of aviator sunglasses to the joint and let the fishing begin.
Don't be that guy. Come into Gander Mountain's First Cast event and get everything for your next fishing adventure. We live outdoors.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Does it take two to tango?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
I will always. I will respect my elders, even as I run over them.
I will embrace victory and everything that goes with it.
I will have more followers on Twitter.
I will never
call my friends a posse.
I will never refer to myself in the third person.
I will buy my mom a house.
I will enjoy my moment in the sun.
And I will try not to get burned by it.
And most of all,
I will always
be ready.
For the highs,
the lows,
the unexpected, for life.
For life. There's Ready, and then there's Gillette Ready. Introducing the Gillette Young Guns, class of 2011.
You ready?
Why do we go through so much hassle for our morning coffee? We wait for it, make it, fuss with it, carry it around. There has to be a faster and easier way to get your morning wake up. There is. 5-Hour Energy. It's the morning wake up you don't have to make, wait for, or hassle with. And it really works. Just open it up and knock it back.
That was fast and easy.
5-Hour Energy. The no wait, no hassle way to a great morning.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup Final Practice from Phoenix is presented by Gander Mountain. Don't be that guy. Gear up at Gander Mountain. We live outdoors. And brought to you by the United States Air Force. Experience more at airforce.com. Kyle Busch quickest. Tony Stewart's jumped up to second. Martin Truex third. Carl Edwards and one of the King's cars, A.J. Allmendinger, are your top five. He is looking over Marcus Ambrose's car, which is 8th fastest right now.
Looks a little bit like that first practice, other than I don't see a lot of Dodges up there, but there's only a couple of Chevrolets right now in the top 10. That's Stewart, as you mentioned, who's second. Regan Smith, the 78, is 10th.
Andy Lally, one of two announced contenders for Rookie of the Year. Brian Keselowski is the other one.
Sawing on that wheel pretty good. If that thing was solid blue, didn't have that black on there, I swear Dave Marcus was back driving again. 71, that blue paint job.
Looks a lot like it, doesn't it?
Check him out and see if he's got any wing tips. That'd be a giveaway right there.
Both ends.
Andy
Push
Lau,
on both ends in the middle.
sports car ace. Now, Dave Marcus ran for just about 30 years in what's now the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series and always raced in wingtip dress shoes. The thick soles of those shoes kept the heat away from his feet, and he just found them to be comfortable and stylish.
And he absolutely put a whole new meaning to driver owner, because he was driver owner, truck driver, mechanic, and won some races in his career.
Yeah, he lives up in Asheville, North Carolina, and I think he's building hot rods these days.
He was building street rods using Sprint Cup style chassis. The older style chassis turned him into street rods. Pretty cool. Dick?
With Tony Stewart, who was second quick, but I'm worried about you, man. He was just eating an orange. I figured it'd be a pizza or pretzels or something. You okay?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep my trainer happy, so trying to keep the weight off we lost over the winter. But just, I don't know. I got to come back early. They let me quit early today.
They let you quit. Wait a minute. Don't you own that car?
Yeah, but I drive for Daring Grubb on the weekends, so I work for him. So we wanted to do a qualifying run, and pretty happy with second right there. It probably won't stay there, but it's going to keep us close enough where we're going to be right now.
Nobody has run this racetrack in more different divisions than you have. How melancholy is it for you that this is the last time you're going to run on it in this configuration?
I was mad at him when they took the Goodyear Bridge out of turn 4 and when they changed the exit at turn 2, so I was already mad anyway when they changed it. But this place has been so historic, and you know, the Goodyear Bridge over turn 4 was always a landmark that you didn't see anywhere else, and you know, the way that the exit at turn 2 was, that always separated the boys from the men for some reason, with the wall sticking out like it did. But you know, it's like anything else. Society always hates change, and you know, I'm the same way. I'm an old school guy, and I hate to see this place change too. But you know, if it makes it better, you know, you can't argue with that then.
Change is the only thing that's constant. Thanks, Mo.
You know, guys, Tony ran a USAC Silver Crown race here in 1993. He actually finished second and made $3,500, and he got to thinking about his 8-hour days at a machine shop that he was making $5 an hour.
A machine shop with no heat in Indiana in the winter.
And it seemed very unnecessary after that, and I think his racing career was on from there.
You're right. Everybody's getting ready. Krista Voda rehearsing for the truck race, doesn't know that she's on camera.
That first
now
time,
she does.
She does.
Okay.
Mike, the first time I saw that shot right there in the evening with the sun going down.
Oh, yeah.
It looked like I'd never seen anything. Look at that racetrack and the stands and all the cars. What a great
look,
shot.
What's she holding? That's Trevor Bain's bio that you had from last week.
That's it.
NASCAR's ultimate pre-race show powers into the desert, where Mark Martin and Kyle Busch join us live. And we relive a Cinderella story at the 500. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot. From Phoenix, Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
I love working with animals, but my allergies put me in a fog.
So now, I'm Claritin Clear.
Claritin works great on all my allergies, like dust, mold, pollen, or pets, without making me drowsy.
Because I want to be alert around this big guy. Live Claritin Clear, indoors and out.
Truth is, if you don't have your motorcycle insurance where you have your car insurance, you're paying too much. At Allstate, when you combine, you save up to 30%. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects the rider better than Allstate.
The world's roughest truckers head west to Phoenix, where every fight for position is an all-out brawl.
Problem on the racetrack!
Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Phoenix tonight at 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
You don't have to go ball.
Chowder. We love chowder. Clam chowder is the soup we love the best.
Hey, chowder lovers! Xfinity invites you to taste the best at the 30th Annual Clam Chowder Cook-Off, Saturday, February 26th at the admission-free Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Vote for your favorites and pick the winner at the Clam Chowder Cook-Off, Saturday, February 26th. Brought to you by the City of Santa Cruz and the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Rides, games, and great chowder.
Through the years, many things pass from father to son, like Aquavelva aftershave. Cools, firms, and tones. Smells great. Aquavelva. Men get it.
Gentlemen, time to get close. You can't shave close if your beard is laying down.
Electric Shave stands up whiskers for an up to 52% closer shave. Lubricates skin too.
Smooth cheeks.
Electric Shave.
Get close.
Produced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Kyle Busch, Greg Biffle, Ryan Newman, the top three. Tony Stewart finishes up fourth. Paul Menard up into the top five. As this practice still has about 15 minutes to go. And we saw something ominous on pit road. Casey Mears came out to practice. Red flag is out at the moment. And there was smoke trailing from Mears' car, but now
no, I think
caution.
I think 43 just, I don't know what happened. I see smoke off turn 4. I looked up, I see the 43 coming. I don't know if he had an engine problem or what happened.
Just limping on back around here. Just one coming on track here.
He just had left pit road to start this run. He hadn't even completed a lap.
And prior to this, he was 8th fastest.
On it on TV, the nose looks fine. So just got a little more damage on the right rear. We can fix it though.
See that right rear corner over there? You can see it kind of bulged out back there.
Well, he did hit that during the first practice and got a little bit of it.
Stepped out from under me trying to get the rear tires in.
Darrell, you know, I said earlier that it appears that your second lap is going to be quicker. I just believe when these guys leave pit road with cold sticker tires, they have no grip.
Well, they don't have any grip because they put a lot of air in them. And so you got sticker tires, a lot of air in them, and you got to be a little bit careful that first corner.
Dick?
Greg Biffle has won 3 times in NASCAR's second tier series. He has won in the truck series as well, but so far not in the Sprint Cup series. But you've got a wicked fast car.
Yeah, I really do. 3 and 4 Fusion's running really good. You can tell how hard the guys have worked over the winter when we get to a downforce racetrack like this and the car performs like this. Engine's running great. Just excited about it. Going to have pretty cool temperatures, and Goodyear brought a little bit better tires, so I think we're going to see some good racing, pretty fast cars.
What was the oil leak about earlier?
Well, you know, that's pretty frustrating. We picked up a rock or something in the fan, and it put a hole in the oil cooler. So, you know, that could have happened on the start of the race or on a pit stop or something else. We're lucky it happened in practice. Cut us short on our race runs. We had a few more things to try, so we'll look at what some teammates did and make our best guess at it tonight of what we're going to race for Sunday.
Greg Biffle, he's quick here at Phoenix.
Thanks, Dick. Let's show you what happened to A.J. Allmendinger. He just dinged the wall, but boy, this could have been a lot worse. Here he comes.
See him coming out of the corner here, and he's on a qualifying run. Like we were saying, they put a lot of air in the tires for qualifying run. You're a little bit loosey-goosey coming to get the green, and they'll probably tighten him up a tad. But he had a little damage earlier, very similar to what you see right there. That was a nice save, by the way, because that thing was almost ready to get out of here.
Definitely got a lot more damage this time. I think it's actually bent that spoiler quite a bit, hanging off the edge of that deck lid.
Now, one of the things you're talking about changing the racetrack that they are going to do, which I'm really glad, is they're going to widen out this front straightaway. And this is one of the most treacherous front straightaways in racing. Come off turn 4 back there. If there's a problem on a restart, man, everybody starts wrecking. You got nowhere to go. You're in the inside wall. The track's blocked. So I applaud that change.
Yes.
Remember, Allmendinger got a pole here last season. The most recent of 3 drivers to win their first pole at Phoenix. Casey Atwood, Denny Hamlin, A.J. Allmendinger. Bill Elliott is now up to 3rd behind this man, Joe Nemechek, who is 2nd, Michael McDowell 1st, and now Casey Mears puts up a lap that's 17th fastest and is fastest to the go-or-go-homers. David Reagan just laid down a lap that is 2nd fastest overall.
Right now, time's running out here, so you're going to see what these guys can run right now, because this is the last run most of them are going to make.
Just to update, we've been kind of watching and following and scratching our head a little bit on Jimmy Johnson, our 5-time champion in the 48 car right now, 32nd quickest. He's only run a total of 11 laps. He's been out there 4 different times in this practice session.
And Larry, just what we were talking about, I just saw the 2 car come out of the pits here on the pit road, and he gave just a little bit of gas, and the back end almost came around. And so these tires, sticker tires, aired up the way they're going to make the qualifying run, just doesn't have much grip for a little ways there.
So if Jimmy Johnson doesn't go back out, he would be the 7th driver in the qualifying line tomorrow.
Wednesday on an all-new Car Warriors. The All-Stars want to send the challengers packing, but sleep deprivation.
I was seeing double. I had to lay down.
Could spell disaster. Car Warriors. Wednesday 9 Eastern, followed by Car Science on Speed.
Honey, could you grab another bag of ice?
On it.
Did you see that pass on turn 3? No, I had to feed the pony.
The only ponies at this party are underneath the hood.
Look, if I don't get this ice.
Oh, I don't get this ice. You got a 4G face melter in here, man. Let's do this thing.
Okay, yeah, just one lap. One.
Yeah, just do one. Yeah.
How's that ice coming?
Fuel your fan with the latest news, stats, and highlights on NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile, only on the Now Network.
With deposits in your engine, it can feel like something's holding your car back.
Let me guess, 16. Yeah.
That's why there's Castrol GTX, with our most powerful deposit-fighting ingredient ever. Castrol GTX exceeds the toughest new industry standard. Don't let deposits hold your car back. Get Castrol GTX. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
In a race filled with high speeds and big wrecks, Michael Waltrip grabbed his first ever Truck Series victory. Tonight, short track attitudes meet hefty horsepower on Speed as the world's roughest truckers head west to Phoenix. And every fight for position is an all-out brawl.
Problem on the racetrack. Into the wall.
Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Phoenix tonight at 7:30 Eastern. Presented by CC's Pizza, live on Speed.
Hold on for the ride of your life with live Supercross on Speed. This is what everybody wanted to see. Don't miss Monster Energy Supercross live from Atlanta, Saturday at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. Only on Speed, the Motorsports Authority.
Welcome back to Phoenix. Whatever we told you going to break, never mind. Jimmy Johnson just went out and laid down a lap that's 21st fastest. Here are the top 10. Carl Edwards just jumped up into 3rd. Jamie Mack, Biffle, Martin, then Newman, Stewart, Truex, and Menard. Among the go or go homers, Mike Skinner, Dave Blaney, Brian Keselowski most at risk, as one car will go home here tomorrow.
And that's getting right there on top of that track record again. 26.454 record is 26.395, so getting real close.
Now earlier in the day, Kurt Busch practiced under the track record. Right now it's his younger brother Kyle who is fastest, ahead of David Reagan, Carl Edwards.
Darrell, I feel like we should clear something up because I'm actually getting asked from some people in the booth about this whole air pressure and sticker tire situation. The reason you go out with low air pressure for race runs is because you know how much pressure the tires are going to build up over the course of a long run. And on very low air pressure, it takes the tires a while to come in. So you pump the air pressure up for qualifying. It's still going to be kind of wormy when you first go out, but it's going to put heat in them quicker because you start the air pressure up.
Yeah, you don't have time. You're not going to make a long run. I mean, you're going to make 3 laps really. Come and get the green, get off the pit road over and come get the green. So you just try to anticipate about where you think those tires would be when they're making max grip.
Only 2 minutes left in this session. I'd say Dale Jr.'s done for the day. And he is 27. Carl Edwards is currently 3rd.
But you just think, Mike, how this thing is picked up here in just the last few minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Dale Jr. was 2nd a little while ago.
Right. Denny Hamlin trying to break into the top 10. Now he's 34th. Kurt Busch 39th. Must want an early draw.
I think there's something going on with.
Well, draw is the bad word because you're going to qualify in the inverse order of your practice speed. So right now, Kurt Busch could be the third car to go out. The way we sit right now, he's run 50 laps in this session. Denny Hamlin's run 81 laps.
Kurt Busch broke the track record in the first session.
Right.
And now he's what?
39th. But
39th.
Now NASCAR will order you. They have the option of using the second practice session or the combined first and second practice session to use those speeds to determine qualifying order.
Do they have the option of using just the first practice?
I'll have to consult the rule book.
Let me explain something. They have all the options.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
They can do whatever they want to.
We'll know tomorrow.
Yes, we will know when they know.
When we bring you pole qualifying for Sunday's Subway 500.
Carl Edwards apologized to his crew for being third in practice.
Okay, well, that tells you the fix is in and everybody's trying to back up into an early qualified position.
It does. That's exactly what's going on. And that's what I heard a number of drivers say. People are going to manipulate this thing around to their advantage.
Now, the go or go homers go at the end of the session, and we expect they would go in the inverse of this order based on final practice, final pre-qualifying practice, which is also final practice for the race. Well, the red flag is out. Kyle Busch has won practice. That means he will qualify last among the 35 cars that are locked into the field. We know Bill Elliott has the champions provisional, and the rest of it is kind of up for grabs. As this is final practice for the race, they'll get a chance to put these cars over into qualifying trim if they've not already done so, and we'll have qualifying for you live on Speed tomorrow. So, an interesting day here in the Valley of the Sun, to be sure.
Well, this whole thing just seems so interesting with this qualifying order being set by practice. I think, like we anticipated, we have no idea who's going to be the fastest tomorrow.
I think there's some games going on down there, though. I think some guys are trying to figure this new system out to their advantage.
The games people play. All right, qualifying will be live on Speed tomorrow. The trucks are coming at you. Right now, let's go to Speed Center. Adam Alexander.
All right, thank you, Mike. Plenty happening in the Speed Center today, and we begin with news from the NASCAR world. K&N Pro Series West action got the weekend rolling in Phoenix on Thursday. Travis Pastrana doing it for the first time for real in a points race. He ran as high as 7th before this crash. He finished 25th. Get out the checkered flag for Greg Pursley. He goes back-to-back in the desert. NHR